Hello, everybody. Hope we are very well and we are in great spirits. It's nice to be here once again, and of course, to continue with the engagement, basically to proceed in our pursuit of providing all of the needed content that is very wholesome and important for the reorientation of the Nigerian people. Basically, we will bring you up to speed with the recent latest development that has to do with the Nigerian system of things and how we can learn from these events. And today's topic has to do with the economic and political masterclass of APC. We are beginning to see so many news developments in recent time, and of course, we are very much interested in such development. And one of the developments is this. Let's take a listen.
Nigerians watch.
Jesus Christ! These people should tell me that it's a joke. Tell me why I'm opening my phone and I'm seeing that Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC. You did not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the southeast part. And very that man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work, which all of us, some of us know that is not true, but the new generation, they will never believe anything else. Why will you do this kind of thing now? Your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people, anyway, man, don't make them about tribe. All of us know what we are suffering in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, it's each man to himself. Because if this man protects himself and he avoids wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys think about this whole situation?
Nigerians watch.
Jesus Christ! These people should tell me that it's a joke. Tell me why I'm opening my phone and I'm seeing that Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC. You did not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the southeast part. And very that man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work, which all of us, some of us know that is not true, but the new generation, they will never believe anything else. Why will you do this kind of thing now? Your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people. Anyway, man, don't make them about tribe. All of us know what we are suffering in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, it's each man to himself. Because if this man protects himself and he avoids wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys think about this whole situation?
Nigerians watch.
Jesus Christ! These people should tell me that it's a joke. Tell me why I'm opening my phone and I'm seeing that Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC. You did not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, He's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the southeast part. And Very Dark Man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work, which all of us, some of us know that is not true, but the new generation, they will never believe anything else. Why will you do this kind of thing now? Your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people, ha! Anyway, man, don't make am about tribe. All of us know what we are suffering in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, it's each man to himself, because if this man protects himself and he avoids wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys think about this whole situation?
Well, what do I think
Nigerians
about
watch.
this
Jesus
situation?
Christ!
I think it's important that we really, well, first of all, welcome everybody to the live stream. We are happy that we are able to stream today once again, and it's going to be very interesting what we are going to talk about today. The APC Masterclass, Economic Masterclass, and you're welcome, Godwin Saint, to the studio. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming, and of course to all our speakers that are on the way. You're welcome, and to the viewers, to all our viewers, thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to have you join us today. And we are up and running. And what we want to discuss is of national interest. We are beginning to see how, just as we have been saying it, that the APC seems to be playing a different politics entirely, and it seems as though those that should constitute opposition in Nigeria, they are still busy, with all of the and well, interestingly, some of us are of the opinion that well, there's no opposition in Nigeria apart from the few ones that we have noticed that are doing the job. Well, I will leave that to Nigerians to decide. But we know that it's not as though Nigeria does not have an opposition. But those that the public regard as opposition, they are complete jokers. And they are complete jokers. And if you are to look at how the APC government, how they played the opposition role, all right, how they played this when they were in office, no, this is not how they. When PDP was in power, this is not how the APC played the opposition role. Mm-mm. This is not how they did it. They were more ruthless than these current jokers in power. And of course, many people would disagree with us, and will be more than willing to welcome that disagreement. Feel free to comment on any of our platforms, both on YouTube and of course um, on X. Feel free to comment, drop your comment. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, somebody has joined us from the live stream on YouTube. Thank you so much. Right, you're welcome from the Godwin Saint. I believe this is a different streaming platform, but well, we'll get used to it. So please feel free to disagree with us on this, but the facts indicate that APC is using every means necessary to economically and politically corner Nigeria into a tight corner. And those that should constitute the oppressed, they are also looking at this in a different ballgame, in a different light. So let's talk about it. In what lens, what eyes are you looking at this whole thing from? What is your own perception about the style of the political hegemony in Nigeria? Many people are also advocating for, um, you know, the kind of seriousness that they are expecting from the major opposition, that they're not seeing it. But really, what do you really expect from this major opposition, the ADC, PDP, and all of the other guys, apart from AAC, really, apart from the AAC guys who are really playing the work of opposition in our own view? Because what does opposition mean? You basically oppose the government, whatever that the government is doing, all right, that doesn't really make meet up with common sense, or perhaps does not favor the people, or you are going to use it to basically elevate your own solution. You are going to project it to the general public. That is how opposition work. That is what we know opposition to be. But it seems as though opposition, as far as Nigerian context is concerned, is quite a different ballgame entirely. But we are willing to listen to all our viewers. Feel free to use the comment section. We are going to read as many comments that drops. Please use the comment section. We would read all comments from here, as much as we can. All right. As we are seeing the comments, we go dey read them live and direct, because we want an open-minded, open-ended conversation. This is not an echo chamber where our comment or our own submission is the paramount, or that constitutes the truth. Whatever we say here does not necessarily constitute the truth, or is not a yardstick for the truth. The fact, you can fact check everything that is being said here, and if it negates the fact, feel free to call us out on the comment section. And if you disagree with us, feel free to basically, express your disagreement either in the comment section, or perhaps you also come into the studio and let's have that conversation. It's very, very important. All right, we this is a very big platform where we want to really reason together. All right, we want to what? We want to reason together. This is not just a talk head show. All right, we want to really reason together, and it's important. We have dropped the link. For instance, let me see if it should pop up in every of our streaming channels. We are basically streaming on YouTube and X for now. All right, we are streaming on YouTube and X for now. So please, thank you so much for joining. And of course, sorry, Comrade Swaz, you're welcome. Yeah, Comrade Swaz, you're welcome to the program. It's nice to have everybody here, and of course, we understand that Obi Kubana is now the basically the head of mobilization of, how did they even call it? Let's play that video again, so that at least we'll get the context. Like the zonal coordinator of the Southeast, and it has come with so many response. Let's hear from what Nigerians are saying. What are Nigerians saying about this development of Ibi Kubana is now a member
Obi Kubana, you totally fuck up. Yes, you fuck up
yeah,
for you to accept this yeye position in APC. In fact, you fuck up. Here na yourself as no Southeast Zona Coordinator. You don't big past this now. You don't big past this. You don't big past this, sir. Upon how rich you are, and how popular you are, and how great you are. Still yet, you let all these APC people to use their brain and drink garri. Sir, I'm here to let you know, this position where we say you accept in APC, you not deserve it. Because you don't big pass this position. Yes, this position a children position. A billionaire like you not supposed to accept this kind of position. And I'm here to advise you, sir, for you to resign. Because this position not fit you. You will be businessman. You will be say everybody know as a businessman. Wetin make you or wetin motivate you to join APC? Just because all these Yoruba people, they don't dey scatter your brain. They won't use your brain to drink garri. That is why they beg you, say make you accept this position, and you still open your eyes to accept this yeye position, this omomo position. Obi Kubana, in fact, you don't big past this. And for you to accept this position, I'm here to assure you that you have totally brings the mean to your qualification. Nothing fit tell you. Obi Kubana, you totally fuck up.
Well, this is very very interesting. It's quite interesting, and the reason why it is quite interesting is because usually one would be one when you first start watching that particular soundbite, you believe that this individual is angry because Obi Kubana took on an assignment from APC, a government that has failed the people. And the fact that he's angry about this shows that he is not happy about the APC government. All right. But he's at the end of the video, you will now begin to see what constitutes the mindset really. That it is not as though he's angry that APC, a government that he dislikes, gives Obi Kubana a position. That is not his major fear. That is not his major worry. All right. His major worry is that, according to him, Obi Kubana, this is a very small position, according to him. All right. This is the kind of position that is meant for, you know, featherweight people. And as far as it's concerned, Obi Kubana is a big name. All right. So you now begin to wonder that what does Nigerians really want? Does Nigerians really want good governance, or they just want their tribesmen to be doing, to be in charge, and whatever their tribesmen dish out to other Nigerians, or the Nigerian context entirely, they don't mind. They would also cover up. And of course, you now begin to see the reason why when the northern people would choose their person into power, they would find every means necessary to cover up everything that the person does. All right. When Yoruba people say carry their own enter there, they would cover up and does not mind anything that happens. They would just keep quiet. Many would even make the argument that the reason why there's so much silence in Southwest and no, because it is their person that is there, not necessarily because of their. It's not as though the government is not eating them very hard. The economic system is eating them so hard. All right. And I was watching one video that put that into perspective, and I was shedding tears. There's a particular interview where a gentleman was saying that there's no way in Nigeria where they pay doctors up to $10 per hour anywhere in Nigeria. And of course, we are happy to have someone who can validate that claim. All right, today. And of course, that reflects the a very terrible system. And of course, let's even imagine that, let's not use dollar as the yardstick. How about the currency, the money that you are paying, the Nigerian doctors, the Nigerian teachers, lecturers, those that are in the essential services, the firefighters, um, the emergency response team, the security agents, and just name them, the civil servants. How does that, what is the purchasing power of that compared to the food inflation and how expensive everything is currently? So it's an economic masterclass that cannot be explained, where the government would whip out every data to validate what they are saying, or to validate the importance of what they are doing. Their policies is okay. But in at the other hand, it's actually talking about, you know, a a misrepresentation, a misrepresentation of what constitutes the reality of the Nigerian people. So, having said that, I would like to pass the mic at this point. Comrade Swaz, you're welcome. Thank you so much for always being here. And Nigerian people are always, looking forward to content like this, content that will basically highlight the reality of their situation. Really, content that will provide the wholesome um, reality of the Nigerian people and will give the voice to the Nigerian people. For us to play any video here, we don't have to tick the boxes of whether or not the video is popular. No, if it's a video that is actually being, put out by any Nigerian and it's of national interest, we are going to play it and analyze it and bring it to the world for the world to see. So you're welcome, Comrade Swaz. You're welcome, Comrade Godwin Saint. Oh, Comrade Godwin said we have lost you. Please kindly come back if you can. So, Comrade Swaz, what is your comment so far so good? As far as the APC political and economic masterclass is concerned, and the latest development of appointment of Obi Kubana as the zonal coordinator of the Southeast. And of course, it is not meeting as much outrage, or the kind of outrage that is meeting is such as the one I just played not quite long, which really exposes some theme of hypocrisy to a large extent. So, what would be your comment? Having heard these whole developments play out in our eyes, basically, what's your take on it? Comrade Swaz, your mic is still unmuted. Is it muted? I mean,
Um, Civic Space, am I to speak?
yeah. Oh, you're having connection issues. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I can hear you clearly now. Yes, yes.
Yeah. But did you get my question? Did you get my prelude to the question that I had? Wow. Comrade Swaz is having connection issue. Well, you're welcome, Comrade Godwin Saint. Did you get my question? And of course, can you hear me quite audibly?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can hear
Comrade
you
Swaz,
now. Can you hear
you're
me?
back. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me too?
Okay, I didn't get your entire question,
Okay, what I was saying is the fact that
but I hear you now.
we are now getting to see some political gymnastic play out, and currently we just heard about the appointment of Obi Kubana, one of the prominent social, very social, popular figure from the southeast. He's been given the position to be the zonal coordinator of APC, and APC has always been
Not,
in
not,
recent
not, not,
times
not even APC, City Boy movement.
city boy movement. It's very interesting, and of course, the backlash that should come with this, the usual backlash that has always come with APC, activities. The rejection, especially from the southeast region, owing by data. If you have to look at data, of the last election, we see the absolute rejection of the APC party, maybe because of the performance of Buhari. And of course, we saw how President Tinubu basically raised the performance, even the terrible performance. He took it to a different level entirely, and everybody is cornered to an economic corner right now. So, which really talks about the anger that should come with this kind of appointment, knowing fully well that Obi Kubana is by and large a darling of the southeastern people. So they are basically looked at someone that is a darling of the southeast and say, okay, because you are okay for us, you you are going to be useful for us, let's make you one of us. And of course, it's not coming with the kind of outrage that many would expect. What do you think is responsible for that?
All right. Thank you very much for your consistency. I can't say this. I don't know if you are still there, but I think this platform is quite different from the previous one. I think this one was StreamYard. I think this is
Yes, this
Restream.
one is Restream, and there's quite a reason for that. Um, we have been informed that we should. Well,
Okay.
I will brief you the details in the back door, but for now we are remaining. We are playing solo. No, if you observe before, we've been having an alignment with the movement radio, but I guess that alignment is
Yeah.
on pause right now. So yeah, that is why we are on restraint, and basically we are on a free mode. So well, we have to just make do with what we have, don't we? So please proceed with your submission. Comrade Swaz, are you there? Wow, it seems as though there is a hiccup here, really.
The network has been
Yeah, okay,
has
yeah,
been
okay.
bad.
Comrade Godwin, you can hear me, right? I think it's from the end of Swaz, I believe.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, okay. Please, what do you have to say while we wait for Comrade Swaz to get back to us? It seems as though he's having a network issue. I initially thought it's the platform, this restraint platform, but I think you can hear me, and it's nice to have you once again. Because there's been, let me play a video just to give you an hint to what I mean by the reaction of Nigerians, and for new speakers or perhaps new listeners, would you have to say about this? And the
Nigerians
video will come
watch.
up now.
Jesus Christ! These people should tell me that it's a joke. Tell me why I'm opening my phone and I'm seeing that Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC. You not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the southeast part. And very that man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work. Which all of us, some of us know that is not true. But the new generation, they will never believe anything else. Why? Why will you do this kind of thing now? Your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people, you of all people. Ha! Anyway, man, don't make am about tribe. All of us know what we are suffering in Nigeria. And at the end of the day, it's each man to himself, because if this man protects himself and he avoids wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys think about this?
Yeah. So that is all. That is that about it. What would you like to say about this development that is going on right now, and of course the response of the Nigerian people, because we are basically looking at the response of Nigerians. What Nigerians saying, especially people from the southeast. It seems as though the kind of backlash that I think this should come with, judging by the antecedents of APC in southeast, or perhaps the rejection. So, what would be your comment on this kind of development? Comment Godwin, your mic is muted.
Yeah. Um,
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're very audible.
all right. I've been some Nigerians online for the past 10 hours. This Obi could switching to PC now made the zonal coordinator of the southeastern region of the nation. Well, teammates, like seriously, because the is that greediness and selfishness have really destroyed us as a nation. Because right now, I don't really see Obi Kubana still want in life that he has not already got it. For him to even stream to report, become the zonal coordinator of the demonic party, the occultic party that have destroyed this nation, you know that we are gone already. We are just trying to make sure things stays because millions of Southeasterners look up to him as a role model. But with this his drastic decision, so many of them have already given hope already because he really appointed millions of Southeasterners. I can't because it's a big disappointment because he just protect his legacy. You understand? He's just trying to protect his legacy. He's trying to protect his business. Be a billionaire. What do you want? Can't you get your own? Must you go with much political party that have destroyed this nation? So you can all see that at the end of the day, his current decision now is him and his family to be happy. Then the rest Nigerians go to hell. Fuck you all. That's his decision. So he doesn't give a damn about you. He doesn't give a damn about me. So it's just him, his family, his business. They will be happy about his decision. Then the rest, that's what he did. And it's frustrating that even I'm not even not surprised because human beings are not 100% accurate. They are not. So human being can change. Human beings are just like chameleon. They can change color at any time. He has shown.
But many people would like, what many people be like, well, Obi Kubana has always been like this one of the top billionaires in Nigeria, let's face it. And of course, people will be saying that, well, what do you expect from a billionaire? This is a billionaire who most likely made his money through alliances with the establishment. And of course, when the establishment now calls him to pay back, because this is like a payback, let's face it. And of course, there's a particular young man that said something interesting about this. And of course, let's take a listen to it because I think it is quite because the guy was saying that he knows that uh, he knows that if he rejects this particular offer, he knows that it will affect his business, or perhaps he will lose all of the contracts, all of the connections that he's had before, and that is why he's pressured to accept this kind of offer. Has Obi Kubana always been on the side of the people before? Hence the shock. Because I'm wondering why we should be shocked when we know that somebody has never been on the side of the people before, right from time. So the shock is somehow weird, and this is coming from Nigerians. No, you might be wondering, are Nigerians really aware of those that are on their side, or they are just making assumption or that somebody is on their side when in actual fact the person is not on their side. That is what I want us to really look at. That is my own reservation. So far so good. Yeah, what do you think, Comic Godwin?
You know, if these guys they have been they didn't come from this, they are deceiving you. Do you know what's happening? So it's just a call that he cannot refuse. So that is why if you want to be a man, be a man. There are some things as a man you cannot, as a cost it will bring to your life, no matter what it's going to cost you. And you cannot okay, just imagine, put yourself as a case study now being the zonal coordinator in Lagos State. That is not even going to happen. Or someone like he will not be present. He can't because they don't have on him. So you see all these billionaires, they have loopholes. People like Dangotes, people who are praising the likes of Dangotes, these guys, they are not using their real money. This money that they are using, these billions, in from hands of politicians. Politicians hide money in these names. So if person is below, it's a lie. It's a collective effort of all politicians. They know how to do it back. They will just
And let
hide
me
their
just
money.
in common terms, it's very difficult for you to be a billionaire without working with the state. So I don't I'm not really surprised. In fact, I would even say like I expected more of this kind of announcements to be made by such people. But I think my own point of view is that I think at this junction, Nigerians are expected to begin to read into the character of people like this because it keeps happening every time. So you can imagine, and Obi Kubana that many young Nigerians and even people in the public sector in the business class idolize him to be a how would I put it, a rare hope to the young ones that you can actually become something or make something out of your life. And this person comes out to become a defender of your oppressors. So it makes you just understand that indeed capitalism has rotted our nation, it has rotted the state, it has destroyed the place. And
Uh,
if voices like ours are not being heard, and we're always out here speaking to those Nigerians that are willing to listen, because I think it is now time for moral judgment, and moral judgment must happen. You cannot avoid. Yeah, maybe people will not be there to criticize you, but I'm very sure that you personally, your moral judgment will judge you, then it will display in reality. So I'm not
exactly.
surprised about Obi Kubana coming out to they have been showing us now. Him and his friends have always showed us that they are for APC. It's not today safe, so it's not a surprise to me personally.
The thing is that what me I'm saying there is that I never idolize him one day. I don't idolize such. I would rather idolize someone like Fela Kuti, all those people like Elisho already revolutionary. I don't idolize this man. I don't really rate them. So it is the same Nigerian again. So they are disappointed at this their action. I already knew that things like will happen. So it's not a new thing. So I'm not even surprised, just like what he said. I'm not even surprised what we are, and we are going surprises before this elapsed. More surprises are going to come along the way because you even people that have been speaking up, you will see now. Don't currently happening in Kano State. God, the whole House of Assembly member defecting to APC. So the thing is that many Nigerians they don't even know what's really going on in Nigeria. They want to use this country to turn into a one party state. and it's happening in our eyes, and think that it is politics. It is politics. Nigeria
It is,
is gradually turning into a one-party state
yeah. You are
to
making
the extent.
a very critical point, my comrade. You are making a very
Yeah,
critical point because many Nigerians will just say, it's just politics, so they are not really interested in it, in this matter. Or instead, when they see politicians fighting over squabbling over power, and they just say, yeah, that's how politicians behave. So they don't even want
yeah,
to, um, get enlightened in the matter that is actually causing those squabbles. So at the end of the day, it just leads to a complete political apathy. And that is the major problem we are facing in this country. The reason why you see that APC is able to, we will still use the word strategical, because no matter what you see, they are strategically doing it. They are strategically aligning the country into a one party state. And that is usually
okay,
happening because the people and the common people like me and you, we are not interested. We don't want to organize. We don't understand that there is actually a class divide, or yeah, there's actually a class divide, and that class divide is the oppressed and the oppressor. Basically, the Nigerian
exactly.
political class, I mean, literally everybody who has been in governance for the past 15 years, they are all criminal. In my own standing, if, as God will do it, that we have a revolutionary leader like Omo Ore emerge as president of this country, I would at that time I would start speaking about how we should arrest everybody who has ever been in government in Nigeria. They need to come and give account, because if you think about the monies that has been spent for like 15 years now in Nigeria, you would be shocked at the result, because there is literally no result. There is no result. So Nigerians have left the political game for hooligans, criminals, armed robbers, plotters. People like Tinubu, they are heist plotters. Those are people who plan how to rob how to rob a bank, and they have been executing their plans on the common man for a very long time. And the common people seem to be assistants of all this stuff. So today, I was in my neighborhood, and I was speaking to a woman, because I posted this I love freedom on my WhatsApp story. So we saw it, and we started talking. And she was like, she has been seeing Omo Ore on Facebook for a while now. And she wanted to also, make her own picture of she loves freedom. So we started talking, and she told me that where she votes, that she has 3 voters cards, and she can vote for 3 political parties. So on that day, on election day, she usually makes like 50,000 naira. She was telling me this thing like is business. So you can imagine how a common Nigeria is viewing what an election is.
Okay,
The most vital
there's
opportunities that we get. Look at how someone is viewing it. Like you want to sell 4 years of your life for 50,000. So she has even calculated how she will vote for APC in this polling unit, then go and bring another voter's card and vote for APC and get amount, then use another. So I'm just
that.
trying to highlight
Okay,
how our people think.
okay. See, the thing is that what's currently going on in APC now is the reign of capitalism. Capitalism is actually at spotlight in the country, right? Because there's something I just read. I just checked about capitalism now. It say capitalism often silences a nation by concentrating power in the hands of the media narrative, limiting who are the what they talking about. We against their evil. So they are trying all means to
Comrade Godwin just went down.
Yeah, it must have been a network issue. But let's pass the mic to Comrade Swaz. I think we had you before you lost connection. What would you have to say to all of these, political gymnastic, or perhaps the reality that APC is pushing on the face of Nigerians right now? All right, what would you have to say, and what are your comments so far so good? Especially the announcement of Obi Kubana, who many still believe that is on their side. And my question really that I've not been able to be answered is that how has he proven to be on the side of the people in the past, such that you are surprised that he's now taking side with APC? That's my own question that I'm still yet to get answered.
Ah, my goodness. Oh, it's just like say we did the same frequency. Because when I first saw this stuff in the morning, I was like, one of the stress Obi Kubala like this. But just why just stress the man. The man not tell that just be like Peter Obi. You know ever tell that say you alive with your class. You know ever show one, right?
You know, sure.
So
You know, even
and
talk himself.
like
No,
like
you know,
in order to get he will see he will step over a million Nigerians to have a handshake with Tinubu. Or Tinubu to even fast to have a handshake with the state governor. They don't rate you. The only thing they do, and that's why, apart from the fact that mental conditioning, we are now beginning to Stockholm syndrome, we are now beginning to be desperate for attention or love from either our oppressors or those who affiliate with them. So we always want to join or support them and get their affection. It's the only way we feel love is when these guys show us some love or we are begging for their love. Now, there's also one other thing is that if for someone um, or philanthropy for someone risking themselves for you, philanthropy is philanthropy. That is what it is. In fact, philanthropy in capitalism, this system that we're running, this current world, right, is a two-way street. People do so that they can get this positive, they get this positive currency, this positive feedback, right? Is a plus for them. And that's why they go with the cameras, right? When they are giving, they'll put the check, you see donated 15 million. And that is the best that Obi Kubana has done, is to maybe just do some philanthropy here and there. And it helps push his own name. You understand? So it's a two-way. He bought the positive the fame, right, with money that he spent, and maybe will help one or two, will help all these influencers. These influencers will come push them out more. You understand? So that is a two-way. That is different from somebody who goes against oppression and puts themselves on the line. They are not benefiting anything. That is what it means to be for the people, to be for the oppressed. It's not to dash them chicken chance. It's not to give them even big money. It's to put yourself to fight against the injustice. Because if you do philanthropy and you give some people some money, and you go and mingle with the people that are causing them not to have money, you are not risking anything now. You are just helping the destroyers. That one are the classic example. You understand? But Nigerians are so desperate that is this kind of people that they want to come. When the guy said, "Oh, Bikubana is the man of the people," I'm like, because hey, do Odogu bitters, Odogu bitters. Okay, no business now. You be man of the people. What if you give the people now Odogu bitters?
did you see how
What is so?
good? I said to solve the problem, no hard.
So you want just they see they collect money from the people, they destroy their kidney, just like that other bastard. Where we say the only thing where if you give Nigerians now betting. That's Alabi. You understand? Don't say Alabi now man of the people.
When
See
people lie,
so meanwhile, Meanwhile, the person when be say set up a media platform, they collect 1 naira. Oh. Be like Odogo Bita where you go use your money buy you. Just go the website. He will give you a voice. If they expose corruption against us, they give us a voice. That will not be man of the people. So you notice Nigerians, many Nigerians, not be everybody, but a vast majority, they are deliberate. They deliberately want to, by force, make sure that their oppressors love them. But again and again, these guys do not, and they are not interested in aligning with you. It's just like Peter Obi. His supporters, the obedience, right? They are so desperate for him to align with them. But every time he shows them that they don't matter to him. He wants to align with articles, he wants to align with El Rufai. It's those people that he wants to align with. Even if you are going to guarantee him 40 million votes, more of them come and say, we're giving you 40 million votes. He go still go meet Wike. 2023 election, he not go meet Wike, go follow Wike court deal. But of course, Tinubu had more to offer Wike. And that was the bigger, he wants to play their game. They always play their game. It's their game. They will always play their game. And because they are using our heads and will allow our heads to be used, they will always come on top. They will always win the game. They will use as many of Nigerians' head as they can use to allow our heads to be used, right? And they will always align. Atiku will always align with Tinubu, long term, short term, mid term. Peter Obi will always align. They are always friends. They will always meet. They know where they will meet. They will always suffer their differences. And that's why they say in their politics, there's no permanent friend or enemy among them. We are the permanent, we are their enemies, we the oppressed, because we are the ones they are capitalizing and taking, making use of, or there's a word they say, right, that they are using. We are the ones that they are using, taking advantage of. You understand? So they themselves, they don't have permanent enemies. That's why they can cross carpets, they can mingle, and all that. So Chief Priest, Cubana Chief Priest, is playing their game also, right? He's attempting to be among that class. That is, if he's not already in that class. So he knows the class he belongs to. So even if you chat from now till tomorrow, the voice of the so-called, whether it's 5 million or 6 million obedience that are expecting him, because okay, what were they expecting that Cubana Chief Prince was going to align with ABC? Wait, so if, for example, me, if I am Cubana Chief Prince, let me even think about it, right? And I decide that my establishment I want to follow. I'll of course say no. Now, of course I'll go follow the lesser establishment. Okay, I'll see. Okay, I don't decide. Okay, if tomorrow now I say, something I run mad. I don't want to support APC, AAC again. I don't want to support Shore, nothing, no revenue, no revenue. I'll course say na ADC I'll come to support. That's why I like Super Rich. You just go the top now. You just go the APC direct now, because they keep telling us, they rub it on our faces that politics is not a game of morality. It's not a game. You have to play the game. And they are now surprised when somebody else is playing the game. Meanwhile, we who have been saying right from time that you can't beat them at their game. Let's destroy the system. Let's not play this game anymore. Right? They see us as people who are unrealistic. But then, who are trying to play the game and are surprised that they are being beaten in the unfair game, they are the ones that they thought they were realistic. Right? But none of us, at least me particularly, I don't expect, right? I don't expect, what's it called, Obi Kubana to follow ADC, or once he becomes partisan, goes into partisan politics. Of course, he's going to follow APC. That's where the money is. You understand? That's where the power is. But governors are moving to APC. So why are we surprised that Cubana Chief Priest is moving to APC? And for whatever reason, I don't know what his reason is, right? He decides to go and join City Boy movement, right? Is it City Boy? Wait, is it CBN now? City Boy movement. These guys, they actually don't have dignity, right? It's only money. That's the only thing that they know. They will rub their dignity on the mud. No, they never even had dignity to begin with. Right? So imagine somebody that doesn't even have dignity that will join City Boy movement. You they call out Odogu, you say the boy. You dey kill yourself for person, say the person na Odogu. When he won't give you bitters, may you drink. He say na bitters, na Odogu bitters. But when you reach, when you reach to go dine with the devil, he know a place. He knows his place among them. He knows that he's a boy among them. He knows. You think he does not know? He knows. Very dark man was saying that we should go and contest as governor. Sometimes these guys make me laugh. You think APC wants to give governorship tickets? They'll give it to uh, they'll give it to him. They won't now. And that's why we keep telling people you can't even join the system. You want to join the system and change the system. Okay, so if you can't believe, say if you can't join APC now, they'll just give you one ticket. They'll treat you with respect. You think so? No, no, no. You will be with them first because there are many of them who have already sold themselves. They already commit, right? They must not invest directly in the bad governance. So say yes, they feel dirty their hands. So say they feel join part of this destruction. Then once they don't look, you say okay, yes, 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 yes. You don't saw your hand. They of course start to give you position. When they just see you say, oh, you don't use less finish, and at that time, of course, start to give you position so that they'll get leverage on you. But some Nigerians think that oh, they can just come because you have money somewhere. You think that money, now the kind of money when they talk for that side, those billionaires kind of money. So the joke is on Nigerians, all right? And until we align with those who align with us, until we support those who support us, Nigerians will continuously be disappointed. Continuously, Nigerians will be disappointed. Uh, in fact, the examples are too many. Even that Peter Obi's one of Peter Obi's mind, the one Valentine Ozugbo, Abi Ozegbo, where be Peter Obi personal person, where go join APC for Anambra State or so. He see ticket. He not even see ticket. How? Because these guys are not good at. They don't know how to. Okay, even the APC we're talking about, it was still people who still built it. At least they build them. You get. But Nigerians, we do not want to build. We have a AAC that we can build. Let's build something that is our own, right? So we cannot rely on others. Or even if you don't like AAC, you don't like your face. As obedience, for example. And I keep using obedience because they are loud. Build something now. But no, 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 no. You just want to just day, you want your day. Make people just because support you. Then you just enter anywhere, try to take over. See what they have for ADC. See everybody just catch fire for ADC. They just want to kill themselves. Atiku and Peter Obi support. They are in fact, you just to observe and eat popcorn. That's what we can just do because they are going at each other back to back. No peace for the wicked. You understand? If you don't want to build your house, you want to go to another person's house to take over, or you are looking for shortcuts, it's not going to happen. Right? Nothing lasting would come from shortcuts. Right? And maybe that's what Obi Kubana is looking at. He's just joining the APC. People did it already. You say people queue not there for governorship. Where very dark man because governorship or senator. You say queue not there. Queue did it already. Right? So as he join, maybe you know say if old man you say at 40 years old you won't go join court, for example. When you join the court, as you just dey join, like you
Ah, boy.
okay, no use club, you just join club, one group, you join group, like you see serve drink. You serve drink.
Yes,
Because
now.
especially when that club where they say men oh, you serve drink. Who you want chance? New York or they just give you ticket. Not the work like that. But if you notice, the one when he even and that's why the thing is crazy also. Anyways, might just stop here. Might stop here. I'm still here.
Um, you just Comrade Swaz, you just expose plenty things. Like say anytime when we say you dey talk, you get many things when we say, and I don't come to understand say that na the main mission be that. Because I believe say if reasonable thinking Nigerians are actually, and I dey sure say they dey also listen to all these things on the AAC and the Take It Back movement, they do, and they always talk. Because if you no get sense sef, if you no get sense, just merely lis ten ing under the you go start to dey think right. Say because of poverty and I wan put am negative education for our society, many people don lose their moral guidance, and they don choose to like please. I go say na please. They have chosen to please the oppressors. They are looking for ways to please their oppressor. Like literally, you want to please the person who is causing you the pain that you are going through. It's a very horrifying plight that we are seeing in this country.
Is the host there? Good evening.
It's very agitating.
How are you
Evening.
guys?
I'm very good.
I just dey come from work and
No be
TikTok dey
lie.
that work from no dey easy. Narrative dey go back to back. So they come ask
TikTok,
me.
TikTok,
They ask me say,
TikTok fit spoil person moral, person brain.
TikTok fit damage person brain cells honestly. I did TikTok just now. They asked me say I did try explain to them things wey Showore don do and the policies wey AAC get if they win of public offices. You can't let me talk finish, you can't tell me, I won't ask me question. Imagine the kind of funny question wey they ask me. He say, who be the founder of Take It Back movement? I tell am say na Showore. Who be the founder of AAC? I tell am say Showore among other people. You can't dey tell me say, so why I can't dey differentiate am? I tell am say, sure you no know wetin be institution ni. And so they just dey push narrative say Take It Back now no come outside during Tinubu o. If Obi win president now, make Take It Back movement no come outside. Useless talks wey no dey reasonable. Like a lot of Nigerian people, na why we dey get the kind leaders we get. Na why we dey
Yes,
get the
na
kind leaders we get. Na
I
just
say I
why.
say Nigeria na like na place where be, see the best word to describe am na just we dey suffer from Stockholm syndrome. Like many, me I no
Stockholm
dey suffer from
syndrome.
am o.
Stockholm
Me I
syndrome.
no dey suffer from am, but
Majority.
many Nigerians, like too many sef, most of the population has that syndrome. Like they dey sick of
They go
that
come turn those
disease.
ones where they don't they see like something. They go turn them to God. You go they talk about
Yes,
public
na
office. You go they talk to
automatically see person wey get Stockholm syndrome, automatically im go dey worship that person wey don kidnap am. If I say maybe if say na kidnap dem kidnap am, or if say na rob dem dey rob am, or if say na rape dem dey rape am. Because the truth be say all these things wey I call now na wetin dem dey do Nigeria. Dem dey rape, dem dey rob us, dem dey kidnap us. Person wey don get that kind sickness, Stockholm syndrome, na that person na im dey worship. That person wey dey do am that evil. In fact, as the person dey even dey do am the more evil sef, im go dey like gain more respect for where that person dey. So you now when you dey come out to come tell am say, oh boy, make I save you, you get see the kind thing wey dey happen to you. In fact, no be even like say e dey come save am sef. Some kind times, most times wetin we dey do na be say we dey explicitly, now I dey talk about the media aspect from the AAC. They dey explicitly describe the problem when we say we dey face for this country in a very understandable manner. They go make you understand am. By the time you lis ten, you go understand. So na that time you go come really find out say na really syndrome wey dey worry the people for their mind, because they no fit just overcome that thought of being a slave. That's the truth. And we don see am say today now sef we get people wey be say they no even dey wait sef for the oppressor to even come turn them to slave. Dem dey use their own hand tie their self, tie their hand, tie their leg, go meet the oppressor say I want to be your slave. Like na wetin we don dey see now like this. So
Imagine,
when you dey that kind
give it
of
to
like,
me, comrade. Imagine make person fit open a mouth for this country say AAC dey work for APC, abi AAC dey work for Tinubu.
uh, you no go too surprise now. I think one German laureate write am that time say they don lie to the point where we say when somebody dey lie every day, you go make am difficult for people to even believe the truth, because nobody go come know wetin be truth or wetin be lie again. Na so na the case of Nigeria. As much as me and you dey for this internet, wey we dey try most of us, our major mission na to comot that narrative, like to debunk that claim. But you no go still dey surprised when somebody with all the evidence wey full the internet, like, see, I no need to come meet you start to dey tell you about Omo Election, because me wey dey for here, no be person tell me. I dey tell you the truth. No be person preach to me about Showore or AAC or even Take It Back movement before I join. Na me use my own hand find the Take It Back movement state coordinator, tell am. No be say APC no dey there or PDP no dey there na, but na based on say I get that conscious reasoning to fit find out say Omo, these people, this APC, they no dey work for me. Like, in fact, they dey even dey work for my destruction. They dey try render me more useless. You wan go look PDP? PDP when na clearly business and na marketplace, literally they just dey there dey do political trading. Somebody like Atiku na political trader im be now. Or we wan talk about P2B now don become political trader. Me, I don dey consider P2B now as a political trader, because you cannot you show no more
Imagine
integrity.
Atiku now. Give it to me, comrade. Imagine
I dey
Atiku now. Atiku now go say because of say he no collect senatorial office, so he go use am dey campaign say he no dey part of them. But normal person wey dey think well go know say they gather dey. Nigerians just purposely they choose party, they go come separate themselves, thinking they go make Nigerian people think say they be opposition for themselves, so that they go fit jointly suppress the will of the people.
Jesus Christ! These people should tell
na
me that
the
it's a joke. Tell me why I'm
system
opening my phone
na
and I'm
their
seeing
game.
that Obi Kubana
Na
is
im
now
make
campaigning for
I dey
APC.
always
You
say
not hear
this
me well.
thing,
Obi Kubana that all
and na why I dey support somebody like Omo Election, because e dey very obvious say me myself, when I dey uni, so na maths and statistics that I study, and our motto na critical thinking. So I consider myself to be a critical thinker, and that na wetin I see inside Omo Election ideas and im policies. Because anybody when be critical thinker, when don look the base of this nation, you don look as this country be, you go realize say na only one thing na fit change this country as it stands now, and that na revolution. If Nigerians never
They
ready
go
say
come dey
see Omo,
complain say make Sowore dey just revolution o. Wetin they do for political party? Like say una dey join am to do that revolution.
you
Nigerians
can imagine.
they just dey anyhow. Nigerians just dey anyhow.
Omo,
Na
Nigerians are
still
beautiful
Nigerians,
people.
na still Nigerians na still them go tell you say this thing wey you dey think e no go work. They never test am o. They go tell you by themselves. Na the one
And
wey
they will give you
they no
evidence.
suppose support at all, na im they go come follow.
They will give you evidence. They will
Nigeria,
give you reason.
they go
Instead, you
come
go
give you
surprise.
funny, flimsy excuses.
You go surprise. You will be like, no be me and you 9 days inside this country where would they go through this plight together.
Well,
Ah,
thank so much. Thank you so much, Ebitumi and Gentle Cargo. Um, well, let's take this break and listen to what others are saying because whatever we are saying here, is an analysis of what the Nigerian people, especially Nigerian youths, are saying about this matter. It's very important we listen to them also.
That Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC. You did not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the Southeast part. And Very Dark Man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one
I hope I'm
hand,
not
he's
hearing
protecting his
anything.
legacy.
Is it just me?
Can everybody hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can. I can hear you now, but I've not been hearing you.
You've not been hearing me before? Wow. Wow. That must have been network playing out. Well, I was playing a sound bite. I don't know if everybody can hear it.
Now campaigning for APC. You did not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the Southeast part. And Very Dark Man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen.
Well, what this young man is saying is pretty much simple. Yeah, he's expressing disappointment in Obi Kubana's acceptance of that role of the regional coordinator of the City Boy movement. City Boy movement. That is, the Jagaban movement where he wants to sweep Nigeria by storm. Want to sweep Nigeria across board and you know everybody is now wondering what is going on. And of course, at the time that I'm speaking now, we have over 110 people watching us from X, and also people watching us on YouTube. But let's please, if you have not followed us on X, on Liberation Chats, please do that now, and of course do not forget to also subscribe. But coming back to the to the subject matter that we are discussing about, APC seems to be invisible right now. They are pulling off so many games that the so-called opposition is finding difficult to catch up with. You know, the article people, the obedient people, they are finding difficult to catch up. All right, and of course, loyalty and at the top echelon of the social elites, the businessmen. It seems as though their alignment is not with the people's alignment. They are very much interested in what their interest is. Their interest matters to them a great deal, a great deal. And that is why you cannot really you can't pressure them. All right, they don't. And of course, I really wonder why people expect them to take the side of the people when they have all this while they don't regard you as part of them. It's a class thing. And whenever we discuss about this class thing, people come at us and say, no, it's not a class thing. You people are, you have started your own Marxist theory. You have started your student unionism, orientation. But is it not a class thing that Obi Kubana has decided to, in absolute disappointment of many Nigerian youths. Many Nigerian youths are quite disappointed. Let's not even lie. Many Nigerian youth like this person on the screen, they are disappointed that he decided to take this job, this particular coordinator, job. They are disappointed that he took the job. they expected him to basically reject it and say, I belong to the people. I am not going to serve the interest of any politician. I am the man of the people. But it actually fall their hand and basically took side with the establishment politician. And you begin to ask why he did that. And some would say, well, that is his fundamental human right. He has the right to take the side to whoever that he wants. As a human being, he can take whichever side. Do you have that kind of opinion also? And you are listening to us, you are watching us. Well, I think it is necessary to substantiate such comment, or perhaps such opinion, um, with facts, or perhaps you basically correct. And I can see so many comments. Let me quickly read some of the comments I'm seeing. I'll bring it up. Let me just do this homework before we pass the mic back to all our speakers on the studio here. And of course, there's a link on X where if you go through the timeline of Liberation Chat, you'll see the link to join us on the studio here. So you'll be among the panel that will be visible from this. This is a very open conversation. It's not a micromanaged or gatekept platform where we only give microphone, or we give the platform to speak to our guys only. No, of course, every platform have their base, and our base are the revolutionaries. Revolutionaries constitute our base because as much as we are very open-minded, we are not taking a neutral stand. All right, we have a stand that we have taken in this whole Nigerian ordeal. All right, we have taken a revolutionary side, and of course, we are not even hiding it. Unlike other media platforms that will be hiding or pretending of what constitutes their bias, and this is not about bias; it's about the solution to the problem. We recognize the fact that the revolutionaries are the only, you know, visible opposition to this establishment system of things. The political hegemony in Nigeria, they are by and large one big family. But well, let me return back to the comments by Edo Pikin. Edo Pikin says, pretty simple matrix. The elites are what they are, and that's why they have all the access and money. Only in Nigeria, though, could you con over 100 million people to believe their candidate was actually one that could benefit them. Sad reality. Hmm. Very, very sad reality. And thank you so much for dropping your comment, Edo Pikin. And you also dropped a comment that says, a brutal but sobering truth. Power doesn't rely on greed at the top. It survives on consent, distraction, and people voting against themselves. All right. And by and large, many people are saying, well, it seems as though the Nigerian people are voting against themselves. And how long will the Nigerian people keep voting against themselves? All right. How long will the Nigerian people keep expecting people, or perhaps players, economic, social players who have never taken their side before, who have never been interested in whatever it is that you know the ordinary people care about. And what does the ordinary people care about? Are they really asking for too much? You know, providing access to social amenities, all right, and of course the basic rights to education, qualitative infrastructure, housing units for the poor, all right, an environment that they can do business and thrive doing the business. Is that too much to ask for? And of course, if the people are going through some of these realities, if they are going through these realities, and those that they are looking up to, such as Obi Kubana, they turn against, they don't care. They mind their business. When the government of Nigeria on using its judiciary to send Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to jail, life imprisonment. What did Obi Kubana say? And what action did Obi Kubana, what did he do? So,
Absolutely,
and many other things
absolutely
like
not.
that. Absolutely nothing. As at today, Governor Soludo basically closed down Onitsha market. Today, he closed it down just because he says they were obeying sit-at-home order. Because they decided to sit in their house and not do business today, Governor Soludo closed down Onitsha market. He shut down the economic activities that are there. He said if they cannot open market on Monday by force by fire against their will, they should leave the market. They should leave Anambra State. What did Obi Kubana say? Was he interested in the suffering and the economic reality of the ordinary people in Anambra State when Governor Soludo said that? So you now be wondering, why are people really, surprised that Obi Kubana is taking the side of the system? And we're talking about the system, we're talking about Nigerian politicians. Nigerian politicians, the Tinubu of this world, the Atiku of this world, the Peter Obi of this world. And in this case, he's taking a side with Tinubu. He's taking a side with the Tinubu of this world. And why should now we be hungry? Why should the youth be hungry? All right, why should the youth be hungry? That is taking this stand when he's actually not doing anything alien. He's basically staying and minding his business and doing stuff that will facilitate whatever business that he's doing. So, Comrade Ebitimi, maybe you jump in there, and of course, let's hear you. And as we wait for Nigerians, this is the platform that is open. Feel free to pick up the microphone. Use our link to come into the studio. Let's have this conversation. You don't have to agree with us. Feel free to disagree with us. Feel free to join in and let's have this conversation. Do you really agree that APC, their economic and political activities is actually the way to go, or perhaps there is need for Nigerian people to resist? Let's have that conversation. Comrade Ebitimi, are you there?
Yes, yes, yes. It's always a pathetic situation to talk about the current state of Nigerian politics and even to the way its people judges its politicians because what I wonder what our our pioneer fighters for African independence would even be thinking in their graves now. They will be asking themselves so many questions if this was the Africa they imagined and tried to get out of colonialism. You see, the colonial culture initially has caused a lot of damage and it still affects our society up till today because they introduced this capitalism as a mindset and created individuality. People strive to be individually rich, like both even our religions advise us to strive individually. Yes, to some point we will not say it's completely bad because it's competition. Yes, competition is good, competition is healthy, but the Nigerian own is no longer competition anymore because you cannot say you are competing when you are fighting against people who cannot even match the kind of minds that you have. So the Europeans and the Western world have through the IMF and World Bank. Yeah, it might just be why am I saying this, but these things are the cause of our problem today. These things are the reason why we have political parties like APC in government. These things are the reason why me and you were here talking about Obi Kubana, who is a popular businessman. Yeah, I don't want to allege, but I heard some rumors that Obi Kubana is actually part of Tinubu's drug ring. So yeah, these relationships that play out politically for us to see. To me personally, it strengthens down my conviction that the mob, the Nigerian underground mafia, it's no longer underground because they are in the government. So it's indeed a narco state itself. So, but you know that many Nigerians are so ignorant of all of these things. In fact, when growing up in the ghetto, many of us seem to glorify people like them, Pablo Escobar. Maybe Pablo Escobar stood up against America when he was look at he wanted to be president of the country. He did a lot of. But at the end of the day, that was a man that led to his antecedents led to the death of so many Colombians. I mean, common people, common people in Colombia lost their lives because of what Pablo Escobar was doing. Today now we have like Nigeria own is now worse because the Pablo Escobar has actually now become the president of the country. So what we now have is a huge population of our young people are now heavily drug addicted. And one of the major crises that a drug addict face is the ability to critically think or reason. So they tend to always make decisions that will not favor their personal health. And this now comes to the display in our political choice. I would say the general political choice because I for myself I have made a very good political choice for myself because I cannot be that even if I was foolish before. It was out of ignorance. But as even self the Bible will likely say that a man has seen foolishness and he has seen wisdom, and you always choose to be wise. So I can't even say that Nigerians are stupid or all Nigerians are um so high on drug use that they cannot critically think for themselves. I can't say all of those because we have uh, you yourself liberation chat, you go out there, you speak to a lot of people and they tell you they tell you what's on their mind. So you see, you meet lots of them who are not happy with the system. So majority of them, in fact, most Nigerians are not even happy with the system. But because of our rotten education, many of the Nigerians lack the words to express their dissatisfaction with the system. So at the end of the day, they are all waiting for a messiah. Okay, you are waiting for a messiah to come and save you in Nigeria. And for the past 36 years, you have had someone who has been fighting for the social rights and justice of Nigerians for as long as me and you can remember. In fact, do you know that now some people still just know the current president Omoyele as June 12th leader. Till today, they still say June 12 people, June 12 people. So you can imagine June 12 is something that happened before I was born in this world. And many Nigerians know about it. But now the question I keep asking myself is how come with all this knowledge, in fact, okay, let's say the knowledge is not that much, this little knowledge, and you are now suffering an oppression that has been caused by capitalism, and you have someone that has come out to categorically, critically taking his time and his energy to fight literally against that which is oppressing you. But we always tend to give excuses. We always tend to give excuses why we can't pull our weight behind him or why we can't mobilize ourselves and organize behind him. Like, I don't know why in a sane state we would have so much people, so much young people, so much people who have gone to the university, studied sciences, studied social sciences, they studied humanities and all those stuff. They studied it and still cannot even make proper judgment. It's a disgrace. I wonder what God will be thinking in heaven, looking at the creatures He has made here especially here in Nigeria, that they are choosing their oppressors over a man who has literally sacrificed all his life in the struggle for the social right and justice of his people. It's really, 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 really a pathetic situation. It's a pathetic one. It's a one that make most Nigerian youths to feel so hopeless. I tell you, there is no jobs, there is no light, there is literally no water. Like, it's like there is a war going on. The condition of Nigerians and the condition of people in Sudan in a war zone, or those people in Gaza, is literally the same thing. We don't have water, we don't have light, we don't have anything, we don't have house, we don't have anything. The government does not provide anything. They don't provide anything. And we have been recycling people who are part of that system. There is no way P2B can change Nigeria. I keep telling people this thing every day. And my simple reason why I feel that P2B cannot change Nigeria is because P2B cannot arrest Atiku. If today P2B becomes president, P2B cannot arrest Atiku. And me, myself, I will tell you that Atiku should be in jail. Atiku should be in prison. There's just way too much evidence. P2B cannot arrest El-Rufai. He cannot arrest El-Rufai. He cannot arrest Wike. So now tell me, how is he going to change this country? How is he going to change this country? The IMF and the World Bank have given the Nigerian government a blueprint. They are puppets. They have given them a blueprint to follow on how to cripple the nation. The state-owned facilities should be crippled. The education should be destroyed. We have refineries that are meant to be producing energy for our own use. Those refineries should be left to wallow and decay. There is no steel mine, there is no steel production, there is literally no industrial investment from the government, from the state. There's no state induced investment into even providing housing. Like, that's the basic thing that they can do, like to build house for people to stay. They are not even doing all of those stuff. Why are they not doing it? It is because they want Nigeria to be the best place for capitalism. And as time goes on, they are achieving that. And you will see a Nigerian will come out here to defend capitalism. He will tell you that, in fact, the free market is the best thing that has happened to Nigeria. That's what he will tell you. But just take your time. Me, I took my time. I tell you, I was not that much of a conscious person. Like, I don't too want to find out a lot. But since joining the Take It Back movement here in Rivers since last year, I've actually taken my time to go and meet some older people, especially lecturers, who seem not to really be enjoying life in the physical sense. You get what I mean? And I begin to discuss with them, trying to find out what was the condition of education during their years in school. So most of these professors and lecturers are in their 60s and their 50s. They are kind of old. So most of them went to school in the 60s, 70s. and in the early 80s. And what they tell me about their experience, how, like for my university, for example, University of Port Harcourt, the dean of engineering faculty, he told me that during his time when he was a student in the University of Port Harcourt, the military government then gave them food stamps. They were not buying food. They gave them food stamps. So they were basically using these food stamps to go and feed themselves. And they were being paid bursaries every month. Literally, he told me that your family will celebrate, like it will be like you have just been employed in an oil company if you gained a university, especially like a federal university admission as of his time. That's in the 60s and in the 70s. That was when I wouldn't say capitalism was not existing as of that time, but it was very, very small. It was very minute compared to what we have now. What we have now is that, my bro, we have students who cannot go to school because they cannot pay school fees. We have people who have like literally abandoned their education and they have gone into the market. They have gone into the market to sell. They're not going to class. They are going to sell in the market. They are going to do business because there is no way to meet up, bro. Tinubu government came and they promised to give us loans. Loans. That was what they said. Loans. How much is the loan? 20,000 naira a month. Should we start doing calculation? Somebody will now come and tell me. Now you tell me as a young guy like me now, I should survive on 20,000 naira for a month. Tell me how I will survive on 20,000 naira for a month. You cannot make this thing up. You can't make it up. APC is out to destroy they are going to, if Nigeria was a dead horse when Buhari left, by the time APC will leave, Nigeria will be a buried horse. So you can't really make it up. These things are right there before us, but you can imagine the crowd of, will I say, blind followers. Yes, that's what I call them. The obedient movement is a disgrace. I can never call myself an obedient. Like, it's a disgrace to the kind of capacity that Nigeria holds in the world to see a movement as large. Obedience movement has the largest youth-based followership in Nigeria. Yeah, me and you don't need to argue about that. They have a very large number of people there. But look at what they are cheering, guy. As a Nigerian, why would you be sharing? Why would you be in support of such? I've always told them that in the last elections, we all know, me and you know, that Peter Obi won the election. Now, for you to know that someone really wants to change the system, you now need to look at his actions, the actions he took after the results were announced. You will now know if this person is actually party to this thing or if he really wants to make change. Are you telling me that Peter Obi is so much of a saint that he cannot get angry? Like he is so much of a Jesus that he cannot be vexed. Nothing can upset him, nothing can get him angry and riled up to go out there and fight for his mandate. The man did not even flinch. He didn't flinch. He literally let it go. And now, okay, let's imagine that maybe Peter B was the road to heaven. He allowed us to literally suffer, to go through the road to hell. And now we are here in hell. And still yet, more of the people that Nigerians seem to believe in them so much, like the Obi Kubana we have been talking about. He's still moving towards that devil. The devil that we are running away from, he's still moving there. And the obedient movement expect me to believe that they are going to make something different to happen. How? How are they going to do that? when they are not even able to be conscious to realize that the person they are following has no integrity. Yes, I will say it. P2B has no integrity. He has no integrity. He has not proved that he has integrity. He still wines and dine with the people who are responsible for all the plights we are going through. You can see evidence choke say Nigeria na finished country. This place where I am is so close to the university campus. This is Alaka here. It's just like less than 2 kilometers from my university, and there's no light. There's no light except now I go outside and maybe I'll be under the street lights. Can you imagine? So evidence choke. So I don't see why someone like me, in the midst of all of these plights, I'm speaking as a normal Nigerian. Let's even forget that I'm a member of the Take It Back movement or a member of the AAC. As a normal Nigerian, tell me why I will not be angry at this system. Why would I not mobilize towards someone who has the fighting strength, someone who has clearly shown that he has a vision and a drive to want to change the status quo? Like, tell me why. There's no reason why I will not do that, because I have my brains together. And Nigerians are known to be one of the smartest classes of people, the smartest race of people in the world. But still, yet we still choose to drop intellectual strength, and we want to pick up tribal sympathies. Basically, that's it. Because majority of those people who troll people like ourselves from the P2B movement, the obedient movement, they are young people who are very smart. They are very smart. They are intellectuals like me and you. But for some reasons, they have chosen to be docile and instead toe the tribal line. How long? How long? Like, how long are we going to be going like this? How long? Like, how long? When are we going to wake up? When are we going to wake up, Nigerians? Young, 75% of this population are young people. They are young people, very young people. So tell me, how long are we going to just be destroying ourselves? See, we keep going like this, I tell you, the poor will swallow the rich. If we just keep, we don't even need, Nigeria does not need a civil war again. But we don't even need world war to happen. But I tell you, it's already happening. That's why you hear so much kidnap going on. The poor people are going to eat up the rich ones.
Well,
Let me just hold
many
for a
people
moment.
talk about me. Many people are saying that with the way things are going, it's not as though. Look at the trajectory. Let's just let's not be sentimental here. Let's not talking about the ideal situation. Ordinarily, the ideal situation is that when matters like this happens in other places, the poor have a way of revolting against the rich. But it seems as though our situation is a special case. That as things they go like this, it's like now the rich go swallow the poor people for this Nigeria. Because looking at trajectory, normal. No, look at it now. Because
It's
by
true.
now,
It's
by now,
true.
people should have.
Because
We know what
because
is
what are we
obtainable all
waiting for
over the world.
again? What is the thing
This
that is going
level
to
of
upset
this
us
level of
more?
failure and betrayal. Because by and large, what people are saying about this Cubana of a thing now, people are feeling betrayed. The southeastern ordinary people are feeling betrayed. They are saying that, well, these are someone that should take our side. You should not take side with the government that is bringing us suffering, according to them.
Eh,
This is not me saying it.
at
So,
least it
and
should be
yet,
an obedient. It should be like
eh,
obedient coordinator for Southeast now. At least,
they would have
at
preferred him
least.
to be they would have preferred him to, and that this also speak to the orientation of the Nigerian people. What they want is not really the idea of the end to oppression or the end to anything that is not in their interest. What they want is that when one of their tribe's person is there, what is that is what they want. And if it is this,
Yeah,
if this
because
is what they want, yeah,
it's because
proceed.
that's because they want to be oppressors themselves. You get my point? They don't want to end that system of oppression. No, they don't want that system to end now. In the mind of let me just sound tribalistic because I know so many Igbo people who don't think like that. But let me just sound tribalistic for a moment. In the mind of an Igbo man, he will be like, Yoruba and Igbo and Yoruba and Hausa, they don't too oppress me. So abeg, make the door of oppression still dey open so that when I enter the power, me too I can oppress them back. That's it. There is not, they want to just be there so that they can tell me and you, Mpe, I've won. Oh, you will suffer. You get it? That's their mission. And P2B has really embodied that tribal sentiment. That is why you see him moving the way he moves. He is becoming more desperate. So he is ready to eat with even the worst demon in hell to get what he wants, to fulfill that tribalistic mindset that he has used in holding his people. You know, they used religion the last time, but it didn't really work out the way they wanted. So now they have gone full mode on the tribal part now. And it's still a shame that we have people like Obi Kubana he is now nowhere because he's now a sellout completely. He's now obviously a sellout to the people. So I just wonder in the near future when maybe more Nigerians are going to get wiser, how he's going to keep his face. But it's a shame. It's a shame.
Well, I think there's a saying that says that if you want to really become great, you have to be shameless. Well, according to many Nigerians, that seems to be the case. That if you look at how some of our celebrities became celebrities, they actually, reflected shamelessness. That was what brought them to power, or perhaps that is what made them popular. Let's face it, many of these our so-called, look at what Obi Kubana is doing now. You know, if you look at how he got here, he was mingling, basically genuflecting, and striking alliances with the top dogs. And of course, it's not on the basis of whether or not this thing is shameful. Oh, this person I'm doing business with has a shady, you know, history of embezzlement of people's resources. But we abandon it, and I have abandoned that shame and do business regardless. This is business. I should focus on business and throw away shame. Basically, we don't care about shame in this part of the world. And of course, if you look at even our entertainment people, look at the likes of Bella, that is actually one of the highest follower. He commands so much followership on social media. The like of the terrible shamelessness. You see the shamelessness that happened between Whiskey and the Whiskey FC, denigrating the legacy of Fela Kuti. Many of these things like that is all indicating that we do not have um, an elite class that is actually shameful, or perhaps has anything that is called shame in them, because they, they have somehow, the system is somehow created or engineered in such a way that if you have shame, you would not really go far. All right. If you are saying what you are concerned about is shame, you would not make headway in this kind of system. Many people will say
I
that.
tell you,
And of course, what do you say?
I say yes, you are making a very good point
Yeah, many people will say that
because these
you
people
cannot really make
don't
headway, and of course you have to abandon whatever it is that is your moral ios. They use that
yeah,
word moral ios, that you have to come down from your moral ios for you to be able to roll in this system of things. So let me just pause my submission there, read a comment, make few announcements, and return the mic to, let's hear from a new speaker, Commissioner Ilara. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let me read a comment by Edo Pikin. Why do Nigerians seem to tolerate or accept bad governance and political nonsense for so long? Come, so can someone help me understand this question? Hmm. Why do Nigerians seem to tolerate and accept bad governance and political nonsense for so long? And this is a question by Edo Pikin. And my own response to that question would be, the Nigerian people have tolerated or accepted bad governance for this long because of the kind of sentiment that they should not be having. All right, they are having so much sentiment or soft spots for those that are ruthless against them. Usually, do me, I do you is the rule of life. All right, you do evil to me, I replicate and I do evil against you. All right, you do evil against me, I try to protect you from doing another evil against me. But Nigerians have not learned their lesson. All right, it seems as though when evil is being channeled towards them, instead of them to resist to stop that evil, they seem to allow that same evil individual or personality or entity or element to perpetuate another evil against them. And that has been a vicious circle where Nigerian people are rewarding evil. They are paying attention and rewarding, encouraging people to weaponize evil against them. That is why we are where we are. If the day Nigerian people decide to say we are going to be ruthless and bring justice against those that are weaponizing or perhaps bringing evil upon us, that is the day we are going to be free, both economically and politically. And the so-called elites that should constitute elites are basically on the side of those that are weaponizing the evil against the people, against us. And if you ask them, they will tell you, they will say, well, they also have their own interest to basically protect. If you ask Obi Kubana, he will say, he took the zonal coordinator job from APC because he has his own interest to protect. And he will also say that maybe perhaps he is willing to change things from the inside, right? That there's no way anybody can change things from the outside. And of course, if you see the kind of silence, apart from those individuals that are very, very disappointed, I will play a few let me just play one more sound bite, ladies and gentlemen. Apart from those that are experiencing some level of dissatisfaction or perhaps surprise, and some of us are saying, why are you now, so why are you surprised, really? But by and large, they have
Nigerians
been
watch.
silent.
Jesus Christ!
Right.
These people should tell me that it's a joke. Tell me why I'm opening my phone and I'm seeing that Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC. You not hear me well. Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the southeast part. And Very Dark Man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work, which all of us, some of us know that is not true, but the new generation, they will never believe anything else. Why will you do this kind of thing now? Your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people. Ha! Anyway, man, don't make am about tribe. All of us know what we are suffering in Nigeria. And at the end of the day, it's each man to himself, because if this man protects himself and he avoids wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys think?
Let's break it down step by step because it's needed. When people say something very fast, you lose the line of argument, or perhaps pay attention to some of the hot lines that they have heated. Number
Nigerians
one, it
watch.
says
Jesus Christ! These people should tell me that it's a joke. Tell me why I'm opening my phone and I'm seeing that Obi Kubana is now campaigning for APC.
that is the first thing. All right, is expressing shock. All right, is expressing shock that what really, why would Obi Kubana do such a thing? Do not tell me that Obi Kubana has taken the role of the zonal coordinator of the Southeast from APC. Shock. But really, why should you be at shock? Because before you can express shock on something, it must have been on the ground of whether or not that person that has done something has disappointed you on certain ground. And of course, you now begin to ask, on what ground has that person been? What has been the antecedents of this person right from time? What is the antecedents of Obi Kubana that really necessitates you being disappointed that he took this job? And he went further, all right? He went further in his position. He says,
You not hear me well? Obi Kubana, that all of us know, he's campaigning for APC. Now they made him regional coordinator for the Southeast part. And Very Dark Man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation. Let me ask people one question.
he also mentioned that Very Dark Man talked about it. Very Dark Man validated it. Very Dark Man validated and talked about the fact that Obi Kubana is now a coordinator, a Southeast coordinator. All right, expressing shock again. Let's proceed.
We know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo.
See, if you have been hearing that in a very fast way before, there's need for us to pause it. He said, all of us know Obi Kubana to be man of the people, to be an Igbo man. Is Obi Kubana man of the people? On what criteria does it take to be man of the people? And as Obi Kubana really tick all of these boxes to be man of the people? I think there's a book of Chino Achebe that says man of the people. All right. And I think Comrade Chinwailara would shed more light on that book. And of course, what constitutes what criteria will people look for to validate or to conclude that this is the man of the people? Because that is what this person is saying, that Obi Kubana that we know to be man of the people, what has he done to basically make us conclude that he is indeed the man of the people? And I'm asking these open-ended questions, not particularly because of my own stance, but basically to basically give room for others to express their disagreement with me, or perhaps let us answer this question. Then what is the essence? If we are having a content, or perhaps we are pushing out content, we are not putting it in perspective or asking some of these questions. And if you are particularly taking a particular stance and you cannot answer intelligent questions like this and basically defend what you are stand for, then it's exposing the fact that what you are standing on, that position, is defective. And of course, if we want to really, if you are talking about that Nigeria is the way it is, all right, and we're not highlighting some of these some of these talking points and coming to bringing it to perspective, then what is it that we're talking about? Very, very important. Let's continue.
man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party.
He said Obi Kubana should not be seen associating himself with APC. All right, has he not been associating himself with APC before now? How sure are you that Obi Kubana has not been associating with APC? On what ground? On what criteria? If you ask me now, for instance, that, well, I can say Omoyele Sowore has not been associating, or has never, he has taken a very strong stance against APC, PDP, and other establishment politicians. He refused to work with them. He refused to take contracts from them. In fact, on the news platform where they put money for him pocket, is normal, his platform that he established, he does not welcome political adverts. He does not welcome or take political adverts. So Chore's stand is very, very clear, and he has made it public. Has Obi Kubana made it public that he has not been taking any contract or perhaps associating with the APC? This is very, very important question for us to answer, ladies and gentlemen, and for this young man to also answer. And maybe I'll have to cut a part of this video and tag him to it. Very, very important.
About it, that's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think?
Very important question. You also said that if Obi has rejected, if Obi had rejected, and this shows that this young man to a large extent knows what he's doing. He says if Obi has rejected that particular offer, I'm sorry, Commissioner, maybe I will have to pause things here and allow you to go. He said if Obi Kubana had collected or perhaps rejected this offer from APC, it would affect his business, because let's face it, everything, according to him, he said every indication is pointing to the fact that APC will win the next election. All right, he said everything. When in actual fact, why would you come to that conclusion that everything is coming to the indication that APC is going to win? Are APC going to basically force the Nigerian people to take a decision? All right. And if APC seems to be a bad government, of course, that you are disappointed in Obi Kubana joining APC shows that you are disappointed in APC's performance. And on that criteria that you are disappointed, and you are a Nigerian, and of course you are not the only Nigerian disappointed about APC's performance. So on what criteria do you now backflip or perhaps somersault that APC with all indication will win the election? And of course, if your concern is rigging, are you sure that if people decide to vote against APC is still going to rig regardless of whether or not people massively vote against them? Because these are intelligent questions. This is not just me being partisan here. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here on the common sense question based on what this young man is putting out. So there are so many things to talk about here, and I believe if I was to keep this pause, I will forget.
He already has enemies. They will just make sure saying no will get.
He said he's already Igbos. He's already an Igbo man. He's already have so many enemies that there's so many hatred against the Igbo tribe. On what ground do you think this is valid? This is very, very important that for you to say that Obi Kubana or perhaps the Igbo people are being hated, or perhaps everything is rigged against the Igbo race. On what ground? Are they not doing business in Nigeria? Are Nigerians not patronizing them? Are other regions from every other part of Nigeria not patronizing the Igbos, or perhaps the Igbo businesses? Are Igbos not also patronizing other regions? Are they not doing business along with each other? Are they not evidence that Igbo businesses thrive in all over wherever they set up businesses? So on what ground do you think the Igbo people or perhaps the Igbo tribe is under attack?
any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his
He said if he had rejected the APC offer, it would have affected his business and he wouldn't be if he were to be taking contract from APC before, they would put an end to it and he will not see contract to collect again. So he's protecting his legacy. So according to you, it is actually a legacy for someone to be collecting contracts from a compromised government. That is that according to you is protecting legacy, that he is actually potentially collecting contract and favors from the establishment, and hence the need for him to return the favor and take up this job of zonal coordinator. So what legacy are you talking about here, young man? I'm very, very interested. And of course, this is also questions to all our viewers. All right. If I am wrong, please call me out. There's also avenue to join into the studio. If you look very well into the comment section is very open. And of course, if you click the liberation chat timeline, you will also see a link that you can press and it will take you to inside the studio where we are right now. Let's continue with the rebuttal.
legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work.
Really, really. So you are also admitting or conceding that there's a possibility that right from time he has been working for an interest to maintain regular contracts and in good to be in the good book of the establishment, really. All right.
Which all of us, some of us know that is not true, but the new generation, they will never believe anything else. Why? Why will you do this kind of thing?
So some of you think it is not true that he has made his billions by basically taking side with the establishment. And of course, now that he has already validated it to you, or he has already joined or perhaps take up the job of being the coordinator Southeast, you are still saying you don't believe it, that he's working for the establishment. I don't know what else this whole contradiction, and of course he said it so fast, 1 minute 30 seconds. So if there's no if you had not broken it down, if we had not broken it down like this, we would have missed the point, and many of his viewers, I believe, must have missed the point. And that is what we are here to do, to basically reboot and of course hold to the highest level of scrutiny some of these sound bites or perhaps comments or perhaps posts of Nigerians. This particular post I'm trying to reboot now has hundreds of thousands of likes and views. All right, and it's very worrisome, and we have to set the record
Now, your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people.
So you think Obi Kubana has a reputation that he wants to really protect. All right. According to you, you know Obi Kubana so well that you know his dealings and association, and joining APC constitute a dent on his legacy. Well, maybe you know what we don't know. All right, but there are so many indications, and many Nigerians are of the opinion that Big Cubana is not doing anything new or perhaps surprising, based on the fact that he has never come out to say that he is not, with the establishment. He has never made that declaration before. Hence, us being surprised. You don't have to be surprised when he has not made any declaration that is against the system. So why should you be disappointed?
Of all people. Ha! Anyway, man, don't make them about tribe. All of us know what we are suffering in Nigeria. And at the end of the day, it's each man to himself, because if this man protects himself and he avoids Wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys?
I avoid. You see, he said it's not about tribe, but he has mentioned the tribe, and he has mentioned the victimization of that tribe, even without necessarily telling us the entirety of, and of course, raw data that proves that. But well, I have already, stated what I think about this whole thing. I think this particular post has so much what's it called, contradiction or flip flop that I think needs to be, that is quite concerning. And I've expressed my own concern. But to the viewers, what are your concerns really? And of course, as you are tuning to us, please remember to subscribe. Remember to follow us on Diversion Chat. Remember to subscribe on Civic Space channel on YouTube. And please, let's continue. Let's get the conversation going. And of course, it's time to pass the mic to one of our very regular speakers. He's our resource person. He's our go-to person whenever we have, broadcast like this. And many Nigerians are poised to listen to what he has to say on important matters like this. And many talking points have been said. Many talking points have been said, and of course, I wouldn't know what particular angle that he's looking at this this whole situation from. Yeah, please, we'll pass the mic to you, Commissioner Ilara. Commissioner Ilara, it seems as though you're not tuned to us. Yeah, can you hear me loud and clear? Commissioner, Commissioner, hello, can you hear me? I don't think Commissioner is connected with us. He's basically lost, or perhaps the network has been
Even from here, if you know me, you know that I don't wish because it's not a matter of wishing ourselves.
You're sounding low. You're not loud enough, Commissioner. Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you?
Yes, I can hear you, but you are a little bit low. Are you on hands free? Are you on hands free?
Can you hear me?
Huh? Yeah, please proceed. Yeah, yeah. You're audible.
Can you hear me now? Not at all. What about here now?
Yes. You are audible.
Yeah. Come with.
Yeah,
Let's start from there.
absolutely. Thank
You
you so much.
are. Oh, all right. Good. That shows that we are not that fine. You know, and if you think you are fine, it can be better, right? What this whole idea of what we are doing is about is to make it better. If you are fine, you know, within this system, with lack of drinkable carbon water, with lack of access to good quality education. Can we even say quality education? Have you make education available? At it bad, it's not available. But yeah, so interesting submission so far. I agree all the comrades that have expressed one point or the other. I was in the other room, listening. When I'm in the other room, I was on the YouTube listening to comrades, Comrade Schwarz, Comrade Godwin. Comrade Schwarz wanted to bust my head with laughter, right? Yeah, so, and then Comrade, they beat me, right? A lot of talking points have been raised. I will start from some. In 1995, 1996, movie was produced by Tadeo Kilani. Tadeo Gidon, rather. Movie produced by Tadeo Gidon. And it was titled Owo Blow. Owo Blow. that in English would mean, is there a translation to that? Blue, that's the title. Uh, I think it's still available on YouTube, but that's not where I'm going. I'm not here to message or preach the movie so that you can go and see it. Majority of the so-called established artists or actors that you see today in our TV were there. Majority of them were there. Mention any names, they were there, right? In terms of the Yoruba acting factor. But at the beginning of that movie was a statement. Be in between the 0 seconds to about 5 seconds. That's what I'm talking about. At the beginning of that movie was a statement that some of us would consider very powerful enough. In fact, that statement is a caption of a book that I would say Kwame Nkrumah wrote, titled Class Struggle in Africa. It was a class conscious statement in an old blue movie produced in 1995, 1996. And I'm saying contemporary movie actors were there. Contemporary, usual movie actors were there. So what does that tells me? It tells me that our analysis of our situation today go down the drain. So it is not even out in the conceptualization of what we're experiencing in our day-to-day activities. And I'm not talking about comrades here. I'm saying generally, I've been listening to the video you are playing, and you will almost realize that he's a confused fellow. And especially, and that's exactly what the big does. You know, when you have citizens not educated, not given, competent education, class education too, what do you think will be the product? What will be the produce of such environment? So it has gone down the drain. If you see Diamond Ring also, it's also, even though there was no statement like blow, but it was almost, it followed through the line. You could see that it's almost a class conscious movie. Because in our analysis of our environment and the things that are happening to us, there must be class consciousness brought into the conversation. Can I still be heard? I'm getting with that man.
Yes. You are very audible. Can you hear me too? Can you hear me too?
Comrade, can you see it?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too? You are audible. Am I audible to you too? Can you see me? Oh wow. Am I audible? Are you there?
Can anyone see?
Commercial. Yes, indeed. Well, this is one of the challenges that we deal with in Nigeria, and of course, as a people, what is our resolution? And of course, how do we react to matters like this? And I'll be playing some reactions of the Nigerian people. All right, I'll be going from space to space to listen to the Nigerian people what they have to say generally about the system of things in Nigeria, or perhaps the ordeal of the Nigerian people in the hands of the APC government. It is a very, very important that we would actually listen to the Nigerian people. We don't want to have an echo chamber or perhaps run an echo chamber. We want to really run, um, you know, a program or perhaps a show that listens to every other Nigerian's opinion about matters like this. So let's listen to what some other Nigerians have to say on matters like this, shall we?
200 of them, maybe one person will still have their PVC to vote. Every number matters, right? I think you guys should look at it from that and you did say that the 2023 is different from this, but during the course of your submission, you did say that Peter will be, please correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Might even leave the political party and join another party, right? So we are still going to go back to 2023 situation, which will not help the opposition. My position has not changed. I believe for the opposition to stand a chance, Atiku Abubakar and people have to work together. Let me, this is one flip of the coin, right? Let me flip it the other way around. I believe for the opposition to stand a chance, Peter Obi and Atiku will work together. If Peter Obi gets that ticket, Atiku, yourself, and Dr. Usman, and every of your supporters should give him the maximum support that he needs. This is why it's very important to carry these people along. If Atiku gets that ticket, Peter Obi and Joe say he's not going to be part of it.
Yeah, can you hear me, comrade? Comrade, are you there? Comrade, am I audible to you? Can you see me? Oh wow, we are having a network challenge, and of course, this is a challenge that where we will overcome as time goes on. But let's keep listening to what of course what I think you've listened to what this is a mindset space. Is a space run by mindset, and of course he's saying that Atiku and Obi have to work together as an opposition, that the opposition needs Atiku and Obi to work together. Do you also think so? We are asking that question from our audience. Do you think Atiku and Obi needs to work together, or perhaps it's all back to square one? Are they going? Are they, going to take power based on people's power, or take power based on their own individual or efforts as politicians? Commission, can you hear me? It seems this is a network challenge, I believe. This is a network challenge. Can you hear me loud and clear? Your mic is muted. Can you hear me? Comrade. Can you hear me, comrade? You can't hear me, obviously. Let me see. I don't know if the audience can hear me, and I believe it's just you because um quite honestly, up until recently, we were having a very good network. All right, are we audible? And it's quite unfortunate that. Okay, let me bring you back again. Am I? Can you hear me now? This is some sort of network challenge.
I could hear you all.
Am I audible?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I'm audible now to you, right? Please proceed. Nepa don't take my line.
Yes, you've been audible.
I may not open my camera.
But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I
please
could hear
proceed.
you all along.
Wow.
All right. So, like I was saying, that the analysis of our situation today is not at par. It's not. It's below the level in which some of our ancestors analyzed our environment. I'm talking of secular movies. What's that? Can you see them?
Yeah, yes, you are still audible to me from my hand. I don't know if I'm still audible to you from your hand. Am I audible to you? Your network seems to be the issue.
Yes, I
Yeah,
can hear you.
I believe.
Yes,
I believe it's your network from your hand. Yeah, please proceed. Proceed. I can hear you.
I think so too. I'm not sure entirely anyway. Right. Yeah. That yeah, so that our analysis of is not at par. It's not at par. In our analysis, it seems as if we do not have now. It's about morality. And morality is about, it's not even based on morality anymore. It's about these stuffs like tribes, like region, like language. It's not as sophisticated as it was, in the analysis of the situation surrounding, as if being able to speak a language in this country can exempt you. The case, why would us go and be learning a particular language? Because we know that it's deception. It doesn't really produce any results. If that is of fact that if we nationalize ourselves or naturalize ourselves to a particular region or tribe, that our case will be different. We will have done so. Is that not what majority of our brothers and sisters do when they escape this land? Why do they do it? Because in their mind, that could bring about a better life, right? So, but we are seeing that some of these things that we are saying every day, even though we kept saying them, they are not the result. And it's just shared madness, really, to continue on that same path, really. Some of us think that it's religion that will save us, that once you come into a particular choice of Abrahamic religion, your case will be different. Is that the case? If that's the case, majority of us will have, you know, will have fall in order, because that's a lie. These things do not exclude you from the total rottenness of the system. So when we discussed, and that's why we are not moving forward. I mean, well, I think people are doing it deliberately to keep this conversation at a low level, not deliberately now. When I mean low level, it benefits the system, for the oppressed, for the burden bearers, the ones who suffer, the victims of the actions, to keep the conversation very minute. It benefits the oppressors, because along the way, they will not be interested in the solution. That's why people just want to have conversation in this country and not be interested in the conversation. That's why serious conversations threatens them. It threatens the mainstream media. Why is it that mainstream media had refused, almost blacklisted Showore from the media system, the same way they blacklisted Fela Anikulapo Kuti? Is because the media, the mainstream media, is not interested in solution, in discussing the solution. They have never been interested. And the outlook of some other persons too towards the solution is also not one that is interested in solving the problem. So they are not interested in solving the problem. That is why the shape, see, every profession in this country, every profession in this country is interested in keeping the status quo normal. That's what they call professionalism. They want to patronize the people. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
Obi Kubana, you totally fuck up. Yes, you fuck up for you to accept this position in APC. In fact, you fuck up. Kiana yourself as no
Can you still hear me?
Southeast Zona Coordinator. You don't pick.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Yeah, you are very audible.
Oh, all right. So the conversation cannot progress. That's why we are not solving problems, because we want to patronize ourselves. We want to, and what I mean by patronage is that people just want to tell people what they want to hear. We are trapped within the system that says to people what they want to hear, not what they are doing. Can you imagine the madness? This is what this person is doing, but because we do not have the guts to address our problem, we are also trapped to tell the person what they want to hear. Who is deceiving who? Who is deceiving who? So when we look at the conversation generally, because people have become more dumb. That's why the analysis of our conversation now is not about tribe. Very dumb, very minute, as though a tribe can be your final gateway out of the problem facing us in this country. When people talk about our problem, they talk about regions. Very dumb. But yes, because you mentioned a book, very important, that Chinua Achebe wrote, because our ancestors are not dumb. My ancestors are not dumb. The one I pay attention to, not the one some of these idiots give room to. The one me I pay, the one the revolutionaries pay attention to are not dumb. Kwame Nkrumah is not a dumb person. They are one of the most brilliant minds. So they told us that the formula to use in diagonizing our environment is class, is based on class. You measure an action of somebody by their class. Because what transpired within colonialism was a shift of class. Class simply means class. That you don't go to school and say that you analyze the school system by, does that make sense to you? You analyze this by the class. What class are you? Maybe SS1, 2, based on that class with them accordingly. That speaks to the curriculum. It speaks to the things and embark on, to the way and the style of lecturing. But this idea of the untrained mind coming to echo the things that the oppressors would echo, because when your oppressors echo these things, they further divide you and I. It further divides us. We both do not have food to eat, but in our analysis, we are talking who is Yoruba, who is Igbo, who is Hausa. We both do not have food to eat. Does that make any sense? And in the class of those who have food to eat, that have gatewayed our food, our collective food, to only serve them, in that class, we are seeing that there are Igbos, there are Hausa, there are Igbos, there are Yorubas, there are Efik. In that class, and you are still going there to analyze their situation as a tribe person. Something is wrong with us. Mention Ade Ogidon movie for a reason, so that you know that if you start that madness today, that was not the things that some of our elders, reasonable elders, not unreasonable elders, like most of you want to celebrate today. That's why what me I say is Orokungbakungbe for those people. meaning they cannot swallow the things that I say. For the reasonable elders, those I call reasonable elders, they have analyzed this situation and it's class. So, going by what you call a man of the people, because people are now dumb, say they call somebody a man of the people, you do not even bother to check what ancestor Chinua Achebe, and he produced a book in 1966 titled A Man of the People, what he called Man of the People. There are main three characters in that book, not restricted to the characters that I will mention, but main three characters in that book, in the Man of the People. There is an idiot they call Shivnanga, the likes of the idiot that we have today in the political realm. Shivnanga or Nanga. Then there is Odili. Odili are the ones who are very progressive, very revolutionary in mind. They are the ones who has the art of the cities and the society in which they live in at heart. They truly mean well for the people. They truly mean well for the people. Odili, Nanga. Let me restrict it to just two. I wanted to talk about Edna, but be at a different level. Two main characters in that book or in the movie, because it's actually done like a drama play book, right? So that can be acted. A man of the people. Unfortunately for most people who think a man of the people is the one who mean well for the people. Chinua Achebe described in that book that the man of the people is the likes of the idiots that we call political misrulers today. These are the people that people go and align with. The ones who can give them token for their consent and their conviction. So when you say a man of the people, you are talking of Nanga, because that in that book, as at 1966, that the book was published, that is what the people will have turned to the man of the people. In ignorance and in some shared consent, that the man of the people will be like of that Dangote, the man of the people will be like Otedola, the man of the people will be like of Obasanjo, the like of the people of the man of the people will be the like of TP, the man of the people will be the like of Obi, and these are the misrulers of this nation. What is similar with a man of the people? That in the class formation, according to Kwame Nkrumah, the book is a small book. You can go and pick it and read it. Class struggle in Africa, very small book. It's not small like that, but to me, it's a small book. You should be able to read it. If you struggle to pass exam, even the job you are not getting, at least struggle to pass something, to read something that with all the miseducation that you have been taught. In the book, the class struggle in Africa, that the colonial masters, those who colonized us, created a new form of bourgeoisie class. The bourgeoisie class in this sense are the middle class. Kwame Nkrumah and Frank Fanon will call them the petit bourgeoisie, because the African bourgeois are the most idiotic bourgeois ever to exist. Idiotic. I say idiotic, not the wicked. Idiotic. And it's for a reason. Follow me. What is the job of these bourgeois? Because colonialism for the enslavers is the exploitation of us, of our collective resources and the human resources in it. So for them to now be able to find people who would work with them, they created another form of the class called the bourgeois, the middle class. And the middle class job is to help them facilitate their project, is to help them manage their project. So if they need someone to help capture these slaves, those are the ones they recruit. And that has the record of the ancestry, the record of the history of the what we call police today and the military, because they were created to capture you as a slave. That is why when a police officer or an army soldier or treat us badly, don't get it twisted. That is the function in which they are created. Don't also take my word for it. Go and check the note and the letter that idiot Obasanjo wrote to the consular officer of the British Council, to the secretary of the British Council, when he was agitating for Ekweremadu. See how he introduced himself in the first two paragraphs. In the first paragraph of that letter, go and read it. Go and see how he introduced himself. Because he understood what his job was and still is. So you think Obasanjo is a Yoruba man. He's not a Yoruba man. He's not even a Nigerian. He's from that letter. So the back to the analysis. So they created their work. So if they need people who would be feeding the
Ah, it seems as though we have lost Comrade Ilara, and the network is has been very bad today. The network has been very bad today, and of course we welcome Comrade Said Abdurrahman. I believe um the comrade that actually spoke to us yesterday very powerfully on our live stream. I think he's back today to join us. Are you there, Comrade Sahi? Comrade Said, are you there?
Yeah, comrade. Good evening. I'm here, but I will be right back in a jiffy. Let
Okay.
me get home. I'm actually on my way going home now. So when I get home,
All right.
I will join back. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Kindly indicate when you are free to address
Okay,
us
okay.
on the live
Yeah, we
stream.
do
Thank
that.
you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. We'll have Comrade Shinwa Ilara join us back on the live stream. Um, I believe it's network. The network is basically the corporates here. And Comrade Shinwa Ilara, you fought through the network so powerfully. And we're happy to have you back. Can you hear us? Are you hot? Am I audible to you?
everything that should motivate one. Yes, yes, you can. I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So network was responsible, and
All right.
yeah, please
Everything that
proceed.
should motivate in this country to keep to keep to keep fighting is motivating me. It's because I'm not forgetting my reality. I'm not intending to cope within this stupid reality. I'm paying I'm paying times 200 of the original data that I was paying for 2 years ago now, and I'm not getting even a better service. Everything I'm not intending to I do not intend to escape my reality. So everything that should inform me to deal with my reality is informing me, and they are dealing with me greatly. Such is the uh, epileptic internet supply that we have in this country and to celebrate. And I'm not intending to escape my land. If you have seen half of a yellow sun, there is a part that Oyeka Onwenu played See, I don't just see all these movies for seeing sake, because these are extension of books. There's a part that Oyeka Uwenu played. I think that's yes, when they said the Nigerian soldiers were nearing the south and that they should vacate their home and escape to the eastern region. There's a part she played. If Nigerians get that part, they will know where we are coming from as African people. She didn't vacate her home. Of course, I'm not waiting to be consumed. I will do everything till my last breath to fix this country, to fix this nation. I'm not intending to escape it in whatever shape or form on that, because this is what humans do. This is not what anything else supernatural do. This is what humans do. This is not what even humans do. This is what animals do. Animals build their habitat. They do not run away from their habitat. Imagine if a tilapia has to run away from the oceanic. Where is he running to? Is it to stream? Is it to river? Will he not die? That attempt in itself will die, because he will not even find enough depth to swim. Just like there are birds that need sky depth to fly. The reason you have been taught that eagles do not flap, but the reason they don't flap, they did not tell you that if eagle have to flap, even the weight of their feather alone will kill them. It's the effort. They will die in that process. I think it's about almost 2 kg per one that an eagle will die in that process. So in order to survive that process, they have to hide to a level where where the wind can push them and not have to depend on flapping to fly. It leaves its natural habitat, it dies, cannot even survive. So, so these are some of the things that motivate. Lack of electricity, they promise electricity, they collect more money, they increase more money, they turn us, government is literally playing us while you in this country, and we are folding our arms. And we are in our decision also, we are still going back to these people that are playing us wayo, just because we are being promised that we can escape it. And we cannot escape it. You cannot. Of course, some of you will learn it in a hard way. But back to the point that I was making, I do not know where I stopped, but I was referring to the role of the bourgeois when the colonialists created these bourgeois, because we must understand class struggle and the essence of class, so that you do not call somebody who does not belong to your class as one in your class, who does not hold your interest, as one who holds your interest. You will be scoring own goal. As the oppressed, know your enemy and let your enemy be. Why do you have to make your enemy your friend by force? My people will say, ibi tó bá ti fẹ́ ni, èèyàn dárin bẹ̀. You know, that the place where they do not want you to be, you do not raise a song there. But back to the point, right, that the colonialists created what is called the bourgeois. And how did they create the bourgeois class? They created, institutionalized the so-called their own educational system, their own, emphasis on their own, because the first educational system, tertiary institution, was created in Africa by Africans, talking about in Timbuktu. So that emphasis must be there. The education is not strange to us as African people. It should, in case you think that your own ancestors were primitive and they were dancing naked around the Iroko tree, no, that's a lie. That's a miseducation of the Negro that has happened there. our ancestors actually created the very form of tertiary education. In fact, we did not just create the first tertiary education in Africa, we also took education to the European nation. In fact, we situated an educational institution was created in Spain by African people, in case you don't know, but this is not the time. Let's go back to, so when they were going through colonialism, that is enslavement of African people within African land, they started their initiating us into their education. The education, because it's not a liberal education, it's not a education that is just there, that's open, that's interested in learning, it's for indoctrination. It was in that education they told us, and that we should believe that our existence starts the day that a man called River Niger, talking about Mungo Park, that they taught us madness, because it's madness. Who discovered River Niger? As though there are no people living there already. That they always have a way of renaming us. That the land Akebulan, which is now today Africa, which was also partly originally called the land of black people, the Kemets, is now being renamed, rebranded to something else. But again, that's not where I'm going. I just want us to give us the concept that they created the educational system, and the educational system started creating what we now know today as white-collar jobs. Yes. So with the advent of white-collar jobs came some new set of bourgeois. So you ask me, before now, what was the class that existed before colonialism? Class exists, but it does not exist like we have it as individual form. It exists as a communal form. For instance, land before colonialism happened was communally owned by kinship, by lineage, by families, not by individuals. Land were communally owned in such a way that you need the permission of the family member to do things on that land. But what happened under colonialism? Because land was hijacked. In fact, you can Google it. There is approximately about 40 countries that belong to the Queen herself before her death. Konikure. You can look for someone to translate that. There is approximately 40 countries that belong to just her alone. How did they get such land? How did they get hold? How did the Queen get hold of such land? By colonialism, by the enslavement of people, of African people majorly. So they owned the land, they collected the land from the communal and started owning the land and became the custodian of the land. And how did they control what happened? The bourgeois. So they started giving the land to those that they consider as favorable to them within the system that they live in, including title, including the Oba. You are seeing the remnant of that action today with the fact that our Oba system, we had a system of crowning kings within the space. But we have seen that in recent time, it has shifted to more money. The person who has more money, that is the word Ifa now looks for. But we know that they are not consulting Ifa, because Ifa is not capitalist. Ifa is a socialist system. It's based on people, not on profits. So they started giving and sharing this distribution of land based on their own interests and to those who favor them. So in class struggle, at the beginning of colonialism, you will realize that farmers, landowners were part of the bourgeois class because they further played the interest of the colonialists. One of the ways they also play that interest is because majority of the farmland was now used for cash crops instead of growing food to sustain lives within the terrain in which they live in. So their focus shifted. You see, they started serving the interest of the colonialists, just like the police started serving the interest of the colonialists by kidnapping citizens for them, just like the obas and the kings that they were also crowning then were also serving the interest. Alake of Egba was serving the interest of the colonialists. You see, so I was trying to read what is on the jumbotron, but Alake of Egba was serving the interest of the colonialists against his own people. No, not his own people. Sorry, comrades. Let me plug my phone. It's showing me that it's red. Give me some few seconds.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Well, that is some very huge historical, you know, historical perspective to establish the fact that, well, uh, should we be hungry like this young man? He is hungry, and the type of anger that this young man is even angry said is a very interesting one. Is the one that showcases the fact that, well, um, I would have preferred Obi Kubana in an higher kind of gig. As far as he's concerned, he's disappointed that Obi Kubana took on this coordinator, Southeast coordinator for the City Boy movement job. That would have landed a bigger offer. That this offer is even lower. And this is from the street. Talking about the grassroots, this is indeed the grassroots. Forget about what people like myself, people like Civic Space, people like Shenwa Ilara, or people like Swaz. Forget about what they are, those ones that are going to say. Forget about what Swaz is saying. Forget about what Shenwa Ilara is saying. These ones are radical people. They are too radical. All right? Look at what the streets are saying. It is what the street is saying that will give you the perspective of whether or not there is a theme of radicality going on here, or perhaps the truth is just too blunt. And of course, when the is too blunt in Nigeria, you are perceived as being too radical. And of course, people people do not want such kind of raw admittance of the truth. Let's take a listen to what this young man has to say. Let's take a listen, shall we?
You totally fuck up. Yes, you fuck up for you to accept this yeye position in APC. In fact, you fuck up. Kiana yourself as no Southeast Zonal Coordinator. You don't big past this now. You don't big
Eh,
past this.
the big past this,
You don't
right?
big past this, sir. Upon how rich you are and how popular you are and how great you are. Still yet, you let all these APC people to use their brain and drink Gary. Sir, I'm here to let you know. This position wey be say you accept in APC, you no deserve it because you don big pass this position.
I think what I'm getting from this sound bite is the fact that he felt that the Yoruba people, according to him, that this is referring to the current top dog of the mafia organization that is in town, that is basically, in charge of affairs right now. The same, mafia organization that is responsible for so many atrocities in Nigeria, both economically and politically. So he's saying that the mafia is, basically giving him a very low, according to him, and he's getting angry. This young man He's very angry that Cubana chief priest took this very low hanging role. That he have been given a very more juicier role. He's not fighting for himself. This young man, for a minute, has abandoned whatever challenges that he is personally going through. The fact that the system has not been able to give him the kind of the kind of education that he needs to leverage in life, the kind of education that he need, or perhaps the level of economic leverage that he needs in life. But at this age, that if you have to compare his age and the age of his counterpart in some other serious countries, the gap is just too much, both intellectually, in terms of economically. All right, is two different ball game entirely. But he has forgotten about his problem. The fact that if he gets sick, the system, the health system is not able to care for him. He doesn't care about that one any longer. The fact that his family is malnourished, or perhaps not getting the level of food, or perhaps feeding that is necessary, he forgot about that one. The fact that the road that leads to his house is not well, in order. The fact that he does not have access to employment that puts money into his pocket on an hourly basis. He forget about that. He's basically hungry. He's not hungry about his personal ordeal. He's hungry over the fact that Obi Kubana took a very small role from um, APC, meaning that if he's also very much offered the job of this kind of gig by APC that he claims to hate, the Yoruba party that claims to hate, if he's been offered the same party that has brought all of the terrible things that I've said earlier, all right, that same party that has brought these terrible things that I've said earlier, he wouldn't mind if that same party offers him the same gig, or perhaps a gig that will be juicy. So he's basically, angry about the fact that Obi took that job, or perhaps this gig from APC. Not necessarily because APC is bad, but because it is not, him, or perhaps not, the fact that Obi Kubana, according to him, is not receiving a more fatty, juicy offer. So you now begin to ask, can we literally say that this particular young man is, a victim, or perhaps an oppressor in waiting, or perhaps it's because he doesn't know better, but if he knew better, he would have said better, or behaved better, or acted better. Is he talking from a standpoint of ignorance, or from a standpoint of someone who knows what he's doing? It seems to me a young adult, but I don't want to draw any conclusion. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here, and what seems to be the possible permutation of what is going on, the inner workings of his mind. But this is the grassroots. You want to listen to what the streets are saying. This is most likely what the streets are saying. This is what this young man is saying. And he's basically
Yes,
painting the picture
this
of
position na children position. A billionaire like you not supposed to accept this kind position.
you'll now be wondering if the billionaire status of Obi Kubana has affected his life positively. All right, as the billionaire status of Obi Kubana brought any form of development into his local community, or apart from the fact that he can brag that Obi Kubana is from Southeast and is a billionaire. Apart from the bragging right, what basically does the billionaire status of Obi Kubana and many other billionaires in the Southeast, how does it improve or develop the place? So this these are very
And I'm here to advise you,
important
sir, for
questions.
you to resign.
Oh, he also thought he could advise Obi Kubana to not take that decision. He thought Obi Kubana would listen to such advice from him. Obi Kubana that does not consult the people. He did not hold a press conference saying, "Well, I am being offered a gig, or perhaps I've been offered a position by the APC, and I want to, hold this press conference to get opinion from my people. I am because I am the man of the people, and I don't want to take a decision that would basically be in the against the interest of my people. So I am holding this press conference to get a feedback from my people." Did Obi Kubana do that? And if he had not done that, all right, what gives you the impression that he would listen to any advice of the people from doing what he had to do? We are almost done with the clip.
Because this position no fit you. You will be businessman. You will be say everybody know as a businessman. Wetin make you or wetin motivate you to join APC?
Very interesting question. You know, someone who is a businessman, who, according to many people, have done well for himself. He has done well for himself, and doing well for himself would mean that he should have been at a stage where he's independent. He would have been on a stage where he could be able to make his decision without any form of influence, or perhaps make his decision not to please a class. Because he has done well for himself, he is not going to be at the mercy of any establishment system. He's basically supposed to be able to make his own. He should be a man of himself, basically, by now. He should have been a man of himself by now. All right. But according to this young man, he is very, very disappointed. But if that is the case, that Obi Kubana should be a man of himself by now, and he should not be influenced by any form of pressure from anybody. All right. What does that say about his decision to go ahead to pick up this role from APC? And of course, if he has picked up that role, and of course, that puts in question whether or not whatever he has acquired over time has been as a result of his hard work, or perhaps as a result of, you know, basically doing his own thing and staying glued to the people. Hence your disappointment. So, but it's very important what I will
Just
highlight all of
because all these Yoruba people they don't they scatter your brain.
all right. He had to whip out the tribal card here that the Yoruba people are scattering his vein. All right. The Yoruba people are telling him that, well, support us, and we are also going to support you later. All right. The Southeast need to play their game right. They need to get their cards right this time around. And if they refuse to support the Yoruba people, or perhaps even the Hausa people, all right. And of course, do not mind you, this is not that Obi Kubana is representing the people of Southeast. And of course, based on this your submission, young man, you are basically saying that Obi Kubana is representing the Southeast people, is representing you people. And of course, you are disappointed that they took this, this particular offer. But bear in mind, in their own clique, they are doing all of these things to play a political game of rub my back, I rub your back kind of situation. And do you agree, or are you even aware, young man, that this is the situation that is playing out here? That Obi Kubana may most likely run for presidency later as a result of him paying this due. The fact that he's paying this due now, all right, is basically wetting the ground to be able to run for office. All right. Many people will argue that all this, game that is going on now is a means of, paying the political price for future benefit, so that whenever he is also ready to aspire for office, he can have something to prove that, well, I also supported President Tinubu. Why shouldn't Yoruba people support me too? Because I have already supported, according to them, that Tinubu is like a representation of the Yoruba people. But is this really true? Is Tinubu a representation of the Yoruba people? And of course, is Obi Kubana really representing the southeast or the Igbo people. We are
They
almost
won't
done with
use
this.
their brain to drink garri.
Mm,
That is why they beg you, say, make you accept this position. And you still open your eyes to accept this position, this omomo position. Obi Kubana. In fact, you don't big past this. And for you to accept this position, I'm here to assure you that you have totally brings the mean to your qualification. Nothing fit tell you.
that is the end of the video. So this is from a Nigerian expressing disappointment or shock. This is a grassroots video. It's not a video from some content creator somewhere. This is a video by ordinary Nigerian. And of course, what the what the grassroots is saying is that Obi Kubana is, yeah, is representing them, is a man of the people, and of course, him picking up this role by APC is absolute disrespect for his status in Igbo land. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have this discussion. Let's have this conversation. I'll pass the mic back to Commissioner Ilara, and of course, big shout out to you, comrades that have joined the speaker section. We welcome you, Comrade Adeige, and of course the African Wahala. Thank you so much for joining the platform. Thank you, and of course the platform is open for everybody to join. Bear in mind, this is not, and we have always been having that announcement that you can use the link. You can use the link in on YouTube. The link is there on the comment section on YouTube. You can also use the link on Liberation Chats on X. All right. If you check the timeline of Liberation Chats, you'll see a link where you can join us live. You don't even have to know us. You don't have to be affiliated with what we stand for. You don't even have to agree with what is being said. But be free to pick up the microphone, and we are going to pass you the mic at the appropriate time to express yourself on this subject matter. And that doesn't stop any other person also from expressing themselves. So that is what this platform is all about. We are not gagging anybody here. Neither are we expressing any form of bias. Even though we have our own bias, that shouldn't stop anybody from expressing themselves. If we are saying, you can see all of the questions that I'm asking now, questions that really scrutinize, and this is what journalists do when you come to their show. They scrutinize, they subject everything to the highest level of scrutiny. So when we see or when we hear sound bite from the grassroots, such as this, expressing opinion about developments that are very much of national interest, we showcase it, and we ask intelligent question that subject the soundbite or the feedback to the highest level of scrutiny. So welcome everybody once again. It's nice to have all of us, and of course, we are over 120 plus. The last time I checked on X, and of course, we also have viewers on YouTube. We are streaming on two platforms right now. For now, for one reason or the other, but well, the whole idea is to reach out and of course pass our message across to all our sundry. And this platform is not um, you know it's not bad from anyone who wants to express themselves. Feel free to pick up the microphone or use our link to come to the studio, express yourself, question whatever we say. If it's not factual, call it out, and of course we will be more than willing to concede um, to the facts. So thank you so much, everybody. Comrade Shawayara, are you there? Um, if you are there, please let us know. And of course, we welcome Adegi and African Wala into the studio. And of course, Comrade Godwin also have breezed in. So yeah, let's have this conversation. If Commissioner Ilara is not responding, that is most likely network. Let's move to Adegi. Adegi, are you there?
Comrade, I'm here. I'm here.
Salutation
It's
to you. Well done, sir.
thank you,
Please
thank you,
proceed.
thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to come and bring the truth to Nigerians and explain the the situation Nigerians in. You know, always front facing them. I was just reading while you were talking. I was reading the budget um by the Lagos legislatives, the Lagos lawmakers.
Are you there, Adeke? Is it just me? And every other person? Okay, I think is from his side. Wow, interesting. The African Wahala, are you there? Am I connected with you, or is it from my side?
Yes, sir, you're connected. I can hear you.
Good now.
Okay, I think Adege is back.
Can I be heard now?
Adege, are you there? Yeah,
Yes,
you're
I'm
being
here.
heard. We lost you for some seconds.
Can you hear me? Liberation.
Yes, yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
okay, great. So I was reading out the funds that the State House of Assembly intends to, in Lagos, intends to utilize to enjoy themselves, to ball, literally to ball for the whole year. I hope you can hear me. You can still hear me clearly.
Yes, you're clear.
Okay, great. So they want to spend 20.6 billion naira for backup vehicles, 4.5 billion naira for generators, 6.2 billion naira for properties in Lagos and Abuja. The Lagos lawmakers want to buy properties in Abuja. Okay. 5 billion naira for luxury cars, 212 million naira for tables and chairs, and 186 billion naira for consultancy and professional fees. This is Lagos State alone. This is Lagos State alone. That's the amount of money projected to them. You see, I said this thing before that when it comes to the Nigerians and Nigeria prosperity and the Nigerian people having resources or the Nigerian people having some form of, um, capital channeled into their development, funds are always not available. They always say the government is working on it. There's always one excuse or the other. But when it comes to our so-called leaders to treat themselves, all of a sudden there's abundance of money. There's abundance of rain. All of a sudden it's raining pound sterling and dollars and naira. You see, Nigerian people need to open up their eyes and begin to tell themselves the truth. And it is high time that we become more brutal when we talk to Nigerian people about what they are going through and how their future is literally being stolen in their very eyes, and they can do nothing about it. The level of hopelessness and weakness and powerlessness of the Nigerian man is a shame, it's an eyesore. And this is why we keep raising weak generation after weak generation generation after generation of weak Nigerian men that do not know what to do, men that do not have integrity, men that cannot fight for their rights, men that cannot speak up on themselves, men that are always willing to beg and be subservient, you know, just because they want to get small thing, a Latin from left to right, always begging, always. None of them are builders. None of them are people who intend to create anything. None of them are people who can develop. All of them are destroyers. That's all they are, destroyers. All of them, bunch of destroyers. We are looking at another one right now, Obi Kubana. I'm surprised why people are complaining. And this just shows that Nigerians do not understand class analysis. This just shows that Nigerians are not class conscious. Why are you surprised that Obi Kubana is supporting Tinubu? It doesn't matter who Obi Kubana is supporting. If Obi Kubana was supporting Peter Obi, it's the exact same thing. If Obi Kubana was supporting Atiku, it is the exact same thing. The exact same thing. It's their class. They align in the same class. This same article you're talking about has been in the same party with what's his name, Tinubu before, where they supported themselves. This same article you're talking about, same party with Tinubu. They've all been together. See, it does for them. It is they are just doing whatever can work for them for the year or for the next 10 years. Trust me, if Tinubu tomorrow reaches out to Peter Obi and tells him, come, I'll give you presidential ticket and I'll step down. I want you to come in. Tinubu will immediately leave ADC and join us with Tinubu. He will immediately leave ADC and collect the presidential ticket from APC. If Tinubu reaches out to Atiku tomorrow and tells Atiku, leave that boy, come here, come and take tickets, Atiku will immediately pull out from ADC. So for them, it is not about the people. It is about their personal interest. What do they stand to gain? These are people that the only thing they care about is how high up the ladder can I climb? Who do I need to please to be able to stay rich? That is all they care about. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. Have you not seen the way they treat you? When you go close to them, what do? They use their bodyguards, their police to flog you with cane, to flog you with koboko, to pursue you away because you're a peasant. You're a beggar. Don't come close to me. Don't stain me. Please. Don't stain my white. You're not in their class. All these people are all in the same class. This is your favorite influencers, your favorite musicians, your favorite movie makers. I saw a video of Funke Akindele now with the governor of Lagos State. She was playing her unreleased movie for him. They were in a cinema together. They would do his review. They would give her small money on top. She would go and produce. All of them, they do what they need to do to survive. They don't care about the Nigerian people. So, brothers and sisters, let us not be shocked at what you see with Obi Kubana. And this now just proves to you that you see all this talk about tribe. This now proves to you that all the talk about tribe, my tribe man, my state man, is all a lie. When it comes to their personal interest, there is no tribalism. When it comes to their personal interest, there is no religious animosity. They don't care about tribe and religion. Now, when you reach Nigerian people, they go talk say, Kama Digbo fun Omo Igbo ni. But when it comes to needing the support, you can easily reach out to him and anoint him the Southeast leader. You see, for them, what it takes is what do we need to? The only question they ask themselves is, what do I need to do to ensure that I'm still in power? And if the answer to the question is, I need to destroy all the houses in Makoko, they are willing to destroy all the houses in Makoko. If the answer to the question is, I need to destroy all the houses in Owoshoki, they are willing to destroy all the houses in Owoshoki. If the answer to the question is, I need to steal 120 billion from Nigeria's Federal Reserve, brothers and sisters, they are willing to do it. If the answer to the question is we are willing to sell the health data of Nigerian citizens to the US for the interest of the US states, the United States, they are willing to do it. As we speak today, our presidency has already signed a deal with the US on the so-called new health strategy for the United States, which allows the private corporation Palantir to come into our country, take our data. The same Palantir are the same people that created the app that ICE is using to find immigrants in the United States and kill them. This same company that is at the backbone of the new health deal that our president has signed to relinquish all our health details and our health structure to the United States. In fact, and sometimes I wonder if people read the contract. Look at the contract before it that tells you that we are going to manage the health data of Nigeria to the best of America's interest. So it is not about the safety of Nigeria. As long as it's at the interest of the United States, they will do whatever it takes. Our president has literally sold us out, has sold our health sovereignty to the United States. For how much? You know why they did it? Because Nigeria is described as a country that needs aid. Performance-based aid. What does that mean? It means based on your performance, we will give you aid. It means depending on what you're able to give to us, we will give you the money that you need. Bear in mind that in 2025, we saw it was brought to light that the so-called US aid was used to sponsor terrorism in Nigeria. But our presidency has no problem selling us out when it comes to that. So that's to let you know that when it comes to the highest level of 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 depravity, these people have no problem indulging themselves in it. It was recently reported that 60% of the wealth that the richest people in Nigeria have is not money that they worked for. They are not funds that they worked for. They are funds that were either gotten through corrupt practices or political affiliations. So whatever Dangote has today, you should probably only have 40% of that. That's what it means. And that 40% is being generous. Whatever Otedola has today, you should only have about 40% of that. And that 40 is being, in fact, this Obi Kubana that we are seeing, everyone in this place that you see, most of the finances that they have, they should not have it in Nigeria that is working. Because how do you juxtapose the wealth difference between all these rich politicians who have been career politicians, who have never really worked in their life, and then you put that side by side with the condition of the everyday Nigerian man like you and I, people that are working on a daily basis, literally working on a daily basis. We work every single day for every single cent we get. These people just sit down, carry tax funds, go and buy whatever they want with it. And across board, regardless of religion, regardless of tribe, both the Hausa one, they do amo, the Igbo one, the Tifamo, the Yoruba one, the Tifamo, Igala one, the Tifamo, Thief, the Tifamo, all of them, they are stealing the money. The Christian is stealing the money. The so-called Afar, the so-called Muslim person is stealing the money. They are just stealing the money left, right, center. They don't care. But when it comes to your own unity, that's when you want to come and now tell us that we the Igbos, we the Yoruba, we the Hausas. Can you see how your mind is being played with? Can you see how you have no sense of thought of liberation for yourself? Can you see how shallow you are to think that, being a fanboy of a politician will help you get liberated? And this also shows how far we think as Black people. Because most of us are thinking that, maybe if we're able to sell ourselves enough, and when we get into power, they'll give us counselorship, they'll give us one of this, they'll give us all that. The question I want to ask you is whatever political position that you get from these people, or whatever money that they give to you, how long do you think it will last you? Do you think your generation will benefit? You think the atrocities the sellouts you're going to do will be hidden in the sands of time? You think people will not know your name? People will know your name. The internet does not forget now. Is it not the internet that we're going through? We are seeing all the same people who supported Buhari in the last election, same people who supported Tinubu in the last election. All of them are now backtracking now, but we still know their names because their names cannot be erased because they committed that sin. It's there for life. It's there. Look at how they are spending money, wasting money, throwing it on the floor. They don't care what's their business. You are there, hungry. You cannot afford 3 square meals. You cannot afford data. You cannot afford light. You cannot afford food. You cannot afford education. You cannot afford healthcare. Mosquito is biting you. Your environment is literally smelling. But you are still going to vote for them because you say there's no opposition, or because you say Peter Obi is better. It's the lesser evil. Look, Nigerians, it's high time you open your eyes. It's high time you understand your class. It's high time you understand who serves your best interest. These people don't care about you. No matter how much they say, my fans, they don't care about you. Open your eyes, liberate yourself, organize, come to the People's Party, come to the AAC. Be a part of your own liberation. Because these people, until we take a stand against them, until we push back with full force, until we literally take their hands off our neck, until we literally engage them. This oppressive conundrum, this oppressive society that we exist in will never come to an end. It will always continue. See, your singular liberation will not change anything. It has to be a collective liberation of the Nigerian people. Thank you, my comment. That's what I have to say for now.
Thank you so much, Adege. Interesting talking points. You've said quite a great deal, and it highlights, the reality uh, that Nigerians are living with right now, and of course, for new listeners, to gain perspective to this conversation, Nigerians are hungry that the man of the people, for Big Cubana, is taking,
Nigerians watch.
a gift
Jesus Christ!
of
These people should tell me that
national
it's a joke. Tell me why I'm
zonal
opening my phone and I'm seeing that
coordinator,
Obi Kubana is now campaigning for
zonal
APC.
coordinator
You not hear me well.
about
Obi Kubana, that all of us know,
city
he's
movement.
campaigning for
Nigerians
APC.
are
Now they made him
hungry
regional
that
coordinator
Big
for the
Cubana is the man
southeast
of the
part.
people.
And very that man also talked about it. But people are here frowning on the whole situation.
And bear in mind, the people's activist, is also very much in support of Obi Kubana's, you know, alignment with APC at this moment. And of course, have there ever not been alignment between our billionaires, which Obi Kubana is by and large a member of the billionaires status or the billionaires club in Nigeria? Have there ever been any time that they took the side of the people? And so let's take a listen for the sake of new listeners. All right, we are over 170 listeners on X, and of course, we have a substantial amount of people also watching us on YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's take a look. Let's take a listen.
People one question. Yes, we know Obi Kubana to be the man of the people, to be an Igbo man who shouldn't be seen associating himself with this particular party. Think about it. That's the strongest party right now. If he should support another person and Tinubu still wins, which all the data and all the plans are showing that he will win the next one, what do you think will be of Obi Kubana? Do you think he will still be a billionaire? He's already Igbo. He already has enemies. He will just make sure saying no will get any contract for this country again. So on one hand, he's protecting his legacy. But on the other hand, there has to be a level where you draw the line. That's what Nigerians are saying. There has to be a point that you say no. Because from now henceforth, after this election happens, everybody will just believe that.
It seems as though after this young man have said that there is a potential of the backlash that will come to saying no to an establishment that you have been working with. The same establishment that actually, worked in your favor to rake in all of the billions, having known that that would come with consequences, you still want you still want him to still say no. I find that very interesting, really. I find, but well, he has the right to his opinion.
That all your money came from political affiliation and not your hard work, which some of us know that is not true, but the new generation, they will never believe anything.
Oh, some of you knows that it's not true that Obi Kubana actually benefited or is benefiting for him to have raked billions, right, into his account, or perhaps for him to be worth billions. Some of you know that he did not benefit from an establishment class, all right. Of course, where I don't know. Maybe you have a privileged information. Maybe some of our viewers, maybe they have privileged information to tell us whether or not Obi Kubana has never benefited from the establishment class, and perhaps whether or not Obi Kubana is indeed the man of the people. I think the comment section is open, and of course, you can also request. You can also send requests. I hope there's a maximum of 6 people joining us on the live, so please bear with us. Bear with us. So, but for now, you can still send your request. So let's just exhaust the soundbite.
Never believe anything else. Why? Why would we do this kind of thing now? Your reputation, didn't you even think about it? You of all people, you of all people. Ha! Anyway, man, don't make them about tribe. All of us know.
So you now begin to wonder what repetition exactly is he talking about. What repetition of standing with the people all along? Or what repetition is this person referring to? Maybe perhaps the listeners also can point us to the repetition that this young man is most likely referring to. All right. It's important that we get that information. Let's
Us know what we are suffering in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, it's each man to himself. Because if this man protects himself and he avoids wahala tomorrow, then it's his family that will be happy, and then the rest of the Nigerians can go to hell. Anyway, what do you guys think about this whole situation?
the rest of the Nigerian people can go to hell. That Obi Kubana have to, according to you, protect his interest. How ruthless can this be, Nigerian people? All right, yeah, let's pass the mic to African Wahala. The African Wahala, are you there? Good day to you from wherever you are tuned in to this broadcast. You're welcome, sir, as always.
Thank you.
African Wahala, it seems as
Yes,
though we are
sir.
losing. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please
Thank you
proceed.
so very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Thank you for your consistency. Thank you for bringing us again on this platform where we can share ideas on how to liberate ourselves through the liberation chat. Thank you so, so very much, Mr. Civic Space. And thank you to all the other speakers. I came in late today. I had too many engagements. I heard Comrade Adege's comments, and I feel like he has said it all. He has explained everything that Nigerians need to understand about our reality. But maybe if I add my voice and give a deeper perspective or perhaps another angle of what is going on. You see, it's Nigerian people that they are still catching feelings. Nigerians still they catch feelings for their oppressors. Nigerians, I don't know which kind of culture we get where they say people will no send you, people will go spit for your face. See, people will be say if you they catch fire like this, they're not go spit on top you to help you douse the fire. They're not go piss on top you when you they burn alive. They won't do it. They will just mind their business and keep on going their way. Now those people, Nigerians, they catch feelings for. Now them
They go
Nigerians
use the
love
fire.
to
They
worship.
go use the fire and light their cigar.
In fact, my great comrade, that is the perfect explanation. If you they catch fire like this, say for Nigeria, now will be poor men, and I'm referring to all these poor people that are catching feelings for Obi Kubana. Una will be poor men. Now they throw tire for una neck when una go steal. All these billionaires, they know they go jail. Oh. If they steal billions, nothing do them. In fact, they will give them higher position, higher government position. But you will be poor man. If by mistake person shout ole on top your neck for public, they fit throw tire for your neck, burn you alive, and nothing will happen. And while they burn you alive, Obi Kubana, if it pass, you go use that fire light Igbo where you go use the move. So you just they catch feelings for people when no send you. Now the same way they catch feelings for whiskey. Those ones they call themselves whiskey depsy. Whiskey no send your mama, you no send your papa. But if it come your neighborhood, if you just maybe if you stand out of the open roof of the SUV, guarded by police, soldiers, poor police, poor soldiers, poor people go guard them, protect them. They go throw money into the crowd, like as an act of benevolence. He will throw money into the public, and then people will fight themselves. They'll kill themselves over that scraps that someone like Whiskey, someone like Obi Kubana is throwing to the poor people. And then the poor people, after getting that money, some of them, they don't break their hand, they don't break their teeth. They go start to hear like, hey, baba. Among Nigerians, we get serious cultural problem at this point. A culture of human worshipping. It's so bad. It's probably one of the worst in the entire world. I don't think there is any other country, at least maybe anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think there is any other country in the world where people genuflect as much as Nigerians. Nigerians are the champion, the world champion of genuflecting, of human worshipping. And we need to change that behavior. Because if you have self pride and you have self dignity as an individual, you wouldn't be surprised that, first of all, you won't even really care about what other people are doing with their lives. Because person a billionaire, no mean say make you the worship am. No mean say make you no get dignity for yourself. You have to try and have dignity for yourself as an individual. You saw what the other guy was doing, the other Obi. I don't know his name now. One of these Obi Cubana club, one of them, that one we fat. You get one of them we fat well like this. Where they
Down that
say
Cubana chief
Cubana
priest.
chief priest.
we see that one they kneel down for that one they kneel down for Shetima.
Now,
Do you understand?
no look up in the way now up and down. I will play. I go put the video there.
Don't be that guy that the video carry go see Macron where the guy want to explode. But he
Oh,
just die.
you see, but I don't know as this thing take happen though. Okay,
That is it.
oh now that Emilio Concap, the guy they wear now. Full to you know say these guys, but they are doing the opposite of class suicide. They are gladly embracing the winning team,
Yeah.
and they don't care about. They are damning the consequences. They are gladly embracing the winning team. The winning team right now is the team of APC, and they are gladly embracing that team, damning the consequences. And you see, the way Nigeria is currently structured, the people of the Southeast,
Sorry
they
to cut you.
really, yeah,
African oil. Sorry to cut you. And
yeah.
sometimes I don't even blame them entirely, because why wouldn't they embrace the winning team when they see what Nigerians are doing to those who are supporting them? When they see that Nigerians are spitting on those who are fighting for them, so they themselves will now spit on Nigeria.
And that's how this behavior is perpetuated. It's encouraged to continue because even the Nigerians that are the victims of the so-called winning team, they will bash you that is trying to fight against that winning team. They agree that the winning team is punishing them. But even though the winning team is punishing them, and some people come and say, let's fight against the winning team, the Nigerians that are the victims of the winning team will fight you for trying to fight against the winning team. I don't understand our psychology.
Because Nigerians like to win. Nigerians don't like to be free.
Like,
Nigerians like to
and
win.
that's a great point.
Nigerians don't like to be free.
See,
that's why you see them
brother,
support Wizkid, because Wizkid is winning. You see them support VDM because VDM is winning. They are supporting Peter Obi because Peter Obi can win. Not because they want to be free. They just want to win. What are you winning?
It's not about the quality. It's not about the quality. It's about the quantity. It's about the popularity. So Nigerians would rather. You see that Wizkid fella conversation. It showed the mindset of the Nigerian, the average Nigerian. And it's not only this younger Wizkid, because for you to even call yourself, I'm a Wizkid FC, you better not be older than 25. You better be a kid, because I don't understand how a grown man will call himself, I'm a Wizkid FC, I'm a Wizkid FC. Shame supposed to catch you as a man, as a man that has dignity
and obedient. Grown men.
Not the same concept. Not the same concept, my brother. How you go open your eye, you go tell yourself, say, I am an articulated, I am an obedient. That means you've submitted yourself to another human being. And you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself questions. If you have a child, do you think you deserve to be a role model to that child? If you have an offspring, do you think you deserve to be a leader to that child? When you yourself, you've submitted yourself willfully to individuals that won't spit on you when you're on fire. So we get mental problem as Nigerian people. We have mental challenges. And not true. That other time we say they come out, they talk say 80% of Nigerians have mental issues. That came out like 3 years ago. 80% of Nigerians have mental challenges. It's true. Even normal people where they wear suits, where they get job, where they live normal life, most of them they don't crave for it. They are not normal anymore. And we can change it. Because as much as I'm bashing you, as I'm castigating you, it's so that you can be motivated and you can wake up from your sleep as individuals. Even me, I'm still in the process of waking up. I am not fully awoken yet. It's a learning process for every one of us. And I encourage you as an average Nigerian, try to have some self-dignity for yourself. Because once you have self-dignity, you will reduce the way you worship your fellow human beings. And when you reduce the way you worship your fellow human beings, you become more confident and you can start thinking more logically. You know, we just allow one pastor, they tell you, say, oh, go and bring sand. Waiting my comrade Godwin, they talk yesterday. Go and bring sand. Let me pray on the sand. Then you sprinkle the sand around your house. You go get sense. Talk say this charlatan, they lie to me. You have to start using your brains. We actually have to start using our brains as individuals. How can you be crying about Obi Cubana because he joined APC? Why did they cry about him? What did you expect? Have you ever met him before? One way they talk there, he say, people will start thinking that Obi Cubana only made his money through his political connections. They will know that he made his money through hard work. Were you there when he was making his money? How do you know he made his money through hard work? But because you are ass kissers, you are human worshippers, and you are genuflectors, that's why you've just
Obi
created a
Kubana,
scenario
you
in your
totally
head.
fuck up.
This guy, the Christ, Obi Cubana, you totally. Obi Cubana no be your government now. Well, now he don't position himself to become your next government. And when the guy become your government, guess what? Una go still vote for him because of tribe. Because of your tribal, and the reason why una get that tribal confusion, now because una be genuflectors, una they worship una fellow human beings. If to say you get sense, you go feel identify, say, the people where they destroy this country, they come from every single tribe and they come from every single religion. But because you are human worshippers, your brain is no longer functioning properly. You just want to believe that it's always the other side that is the problem. Me, I be Yoruba today, as I did, I'm a Yoruba man. And I'll tell you categorically that when Buhari was the president of Nigeria, Fulanis, they suffered like hell. In fact, Buhari completely destroyed the image of Fulanis. That's why today, most Nigerians don't trust Fulanis anymore. Now that Yoruba is the turn, oh boy, the same thing on the rub off on Yoruba people. Tinubu is disgracing us. But you think I'll have so much low self-esteem that I'll start worshiping Tinubu because he's a Yoruba guy? No, he's a drug baron, he's a killer, he's a kidnapper, bro. And this is the African Wahala saying it. Nobody they talk about, make I show my face. This one African Wahala they talk about, nobody say only on my comments they talk about. He is a killer. These are kidnappers, these are terrorists. Why are you worshiping them? That's the question. They bring nothing to the table. These people don't like you. It's not about your tribe or your religion. You need to start working on yourselves as individuals. You need to develop your self-esteem. You have severe low self-esteem. Being poor does not always equate to having low self-esteem. You can be poor and still have dignity. And that's the mistake where a lot of our people they make with that. Because we understand that 75% of us are poor, poverty stricken. We understand that. And because of that poverty that we are going through, many of us believe that we have to submit our dignity because we are poor. You know, I was watching one movie last night. Nigerian movie. Because I know they watch Nigerian movie. I know they listen to Nigerian song. I know they watch Super Eagles, they play. I not even they interested again. The only thing why they watch now as we go take Do Revolution. I don't want una entertainment, una the craze. Now that entertainment that they use brainwash many of una self. Yesterday, I caught myself watching a Yoruba movie, a Nigerian movie. Sorry, no be Yoruba, a normal Nigerian movie. one popular actor like that, Timini. I know say people could know that name once I mention that name, Timini. And he get one female popular actress. Yesterday, na the first time I did see her. Her name na I think Bukola Ademoye, something like that, or Busola Ademoye. I might be wrong, but not the name be that. In that movie, they were both in Benin Republic. So somehow they start to, help each other, just trying to survive in that country. And then, normal Nigerian movie, now I always love story. Now love story. All the Nigerian movie for this world now is always about love. Oh, you will not date my daughter, you will not date my brother. Anyways, they start to do romance, the guy and the girl. During that conversation in that movie, the guy said, I'm so poor because they were in Benin Republic. I'm so poor and my grandma is sick in Lagos. I have to go back to Lagos to go and help my grandma, but I'm so poor. I'm so poor. I need help. Now, him and the girl, they both had the same boss. They were working in a hotel. The boss was trying to, toast the girl. The girl liked the guy, but the guy was like a gardener in the hotel. So the Benin Republic boss was treating him like shit because he was jealous that he had the girl that he wanted. But one thing that caught my eye with that Timini guy was when he said, this boss was treating him like absolute trash. I mean, this guy was dehumanizing him in the worst way possible. And Timini just stood there. That was not his name in the movie, but that's his name in real life. He stood there and he was just taking the insult and he was just, apologizing whenever that guy is insulting him. The only thing with that guy no do is say, beat him. But that guy did dehumanize him every single day. He just stood there and took the insult. And according to the story, him not graduate. He gets bachelor's degree, maybe master's or whatever. And he just stood there and was dehumanized. And, that just showed me the mindset, because these are the kind of movies that millions of Nigerians are consuming, and they group those actors and actresses as their celebrities, people that they look up to. But people that they look up to, even in their movie portrayals, they are dehumanized and they take it. And now, see, listen, I know they talk saying that me be the ultimate warrior, because we all go through shit in life. Sometimes you might be in a situation where you might be disrespected, you might be dehumanized, and you might just have to be diplomatic about it, and you might just have to survive. But at the same time, there has to be a limit. You can't just keep on taking that insult that dehumanizes you consistently to your face. You now, you aspire to become the PA, personal assistant, to another personal assistant of a state commissioner. So you're like 3 levels below. And you get master's degree, you get bachelor's, you get whatever, you're educated guy. And your dream is to become the PA to a PA of a state commissioner, just so that you can survive. Everybody is on a survival mindset. But I just want to advise the people that even when you are in a survival mindset, you should still have some dignity for yourself. You can't just willfully submit your dignity. You see what it?
I said, how the film end?
How the movie take end? And what happened be say eventually the girl na rich man. See, normal Nigerian story. The girl na like politician. the girl na like politician pikin. So because of her papa will be rich man, shey you see, the papa na rich man or politician. When her mama die, the girl the papa can't remarry after 1 year. So the girl can't vex, but the papa say, why you go remarry immediately after my mama died? She can't vex back come up for house, go Benin Republic. When she did Benin, they can't thief all her money. She can't mix that poor man Peking. She not from the northern part of Nigeria. The guy not from the southern part of Nigeria. She the get back. So they can't fall in love. But the guy now, when the guy went back to Nigeria and she also went back, she went back to a multi-million-dollar lifestyle. He went back to his poverty lifestyle. Then the girl now came back with one big, say Nigeria, if they don't hear Mercedes Benz, then they lose their mind. So the girl went back to the guy's community in, I guess, Lagos
Mm-hmm.
with a
Yeah.
big Mercedes Benz.
From
Then
grass to
everybody in the
grace.
community they were now peeping through the window. Say, hey, rich man, come to our area. Rich man, come to our area. They come, they come start they hype the guy. Say, our son has made it. So
So
we
now
have a
basically
problem in
now
our
grass. So
society.
so so the African wildlife. You see
Hmm.
you see
Hmm.
say so the matter be say you see this they sell this thing to Nigerian people. This is how
Hmm.
they sell the idea that don't worry, you can be poor. But one day, one rich one picking go find you, or one day, one
Hmm.
thing go happen. They just sell that. They sell the mentality to you. You see, the thing we say, when you become political, once you become conscious, when you watch film, you know, go just they watch film the way another person they watch film. The
Hmm.
moment you watch film, you'll be seeing so many things that you like. I did tell you for a fact. See,
Mm-hmm.
you get one movie will be my favorite movie, right? Now my favorite movie, and I don't watch that film like so many times, up until I watch last year, right? I no see some kind of things for inside the movie. In fact, I no see say black slaves there inside the movie. I don't watch that movie so many times, and I
Wow.
did not notice that there were black slaves inside that movie until I watched the movie last year. When you become conscious, you see your eyesight open.
Which movie be that? Which movie be
The
that?
Great Gatsby. The Great Gatsby. I don't watch that movie so many times. I can't love the movie because of the love when they show inside the movie. Love. Now, it make me love the movie. When I watched the movie again last year, I hate the movie. After I hate the movie. I hate the
Hmm.
movie from last year. So you see, the movies that we portray in our society shows us what is the psychological thing. It shows us what we suppose they like, the kind of music we listen to, the way our artists,
That's the
musical artists, and
social
our influencer,
engineering.
they help to socially condition us to that, subservient. And so this movie will engineer you. The
Hmm.
music will engineer
The
you.
music. If you don't get money
You
out
now
your
go to
face.
church. The pastor will engineer you. Then you
Hmm.
go to watch news. The news broadcaster will engineer you. So instead of telling you that your politician has stolen 170 billion, they will tell you 170 billion went missing. So you see how our mind are bastardized on it. You see the barrage of manipulation that is coming from your so-called favorite influencer, where they go to tell you, say, money now water. No be them Cubana chief priest be the leaders of money now water. Money now water, but you
Hmm.
know fit chop 3 square meal. You cannot
Hmm.
afford pipe borne water, but money now water. You don't have a borehole in your compound, but money now water. You with the talk, you know fit bath with clean water, but money now water. You see the psychological problems we Nigerian get.
Yep.
That's why it's so hard. It is so hard for you to explain to this people, say, hey, you know the silly thing that happen around you. Imagine that guy, that young man just now, the talk say, why Igbo man go support Tinubu because he works so hard for his money. I like how you pointed that out. You say he works so hard for his money. I laugh. By selling real estate, by selling land, he works so hard for his money. By selling your land which they suppose you stay do affordable housing for you. And then you stay work so hard for your money. Look at this guy. Look at all these people. It's a shame. It's a shame that Nigerians cannot open their eyes to see what is right from. But like I said, now when I get that encounter with that movie, I can't realize that you really need to be conscious before you can actually see the world for what it is. Because I've watched that
Yeah.
movie, that was my favorite movie. I practically watch that movie every year, and I never saw the black slaves in that movie. In fact, you get one statement with the guy make. Because for that movie, one broke guy won't marry one rich babe. Great cap. But he later make money sha, but he no be like old money, and new money guy. So he won't marry to one old money family. Now in the guy come, I be one date one old money girl. Now in one guy come the talk say, can you imagine that guy wants to marry very soon? Will be allowing the monkeys to breed with our women. I say, God, and I don't watch this movie how many times. I don't know, saying I may be part of the monkeys where they talk about. Chai. So that's what consciousness is. When you become conscious, see many things where you don't watch before, where you don't listen to before, where you don't read before. Go read them again, go watch them again, go listen to them again. Now that you're politically clear, you go see say the world is different to you. The world
You
is
see the
different to you.
nuances.
Yeah. Sorry, my comrade. Now, which I just want to point out.
Comrade.
Another example. Sorry, so sorry.
No
Another
no
example
wala,
because
doctor.
yeah, thank you. So another clear example to show you that even from far, this social engineering works from far. Like basically, day one continent, they socially engineer people for another continent. That because many of our generation, right, at least my generation, grew up on if you escape, church, you call Simani, you say you call escape Nigerian movies, you call escape the music. You see American film, all those American war film, all those CIA film, you know escape am. One must owe you. Why do you think why many people now they support US, they support Donald Trump? Not be just say because na nice start to engineering right from time. They don't you don't watch war film when it be say Jack Bauer 24, different type of series, different type of movie. In fact, the money where CIA invest for all those films, when it be say Russians are the bad guys, Afghanistan, Iraq keys are the bad guys, the American soldiers are always good. In fact, if you watch those movies as a child there, you go they pray say make American soldier, they go be like angel for your eye. Say me they call invade your country. Now then now some of all these things start. Many. If tomorrow, say I become a part of the government, one of the first thing we'll do, we invest billions of naira, if not trillions, right, into movies, songs that are geared towards national development, towards patriotism, and towards education and consciousness. We go like actively investing, like no jokes. Oh, they sponsor movies. You want to do movie where we educate the people on national and increase their consciousness. We'll sponsor 50% of your budget. Will provide them. That's what they invest. They invest. That's the way. But right now, our minds are fucked up. The Nigerian mind, the is too much. At different. Then can you imagine say get some people when they say all these things what would they talk? They watch all of them. They constantly go church. Some say they don't even move from church. They don't convert from Islam to Christian. So they don't like that brain. Is almost gone.
Don't scatter.
So please, you don't scatter. You don't scatter.
So see, I think, but we have a lot of work to do. I'm telling you, because we need to reverse the social engineering that has been done to the minds of the people. Because right now, as we will talk for you, they go to look us like they will be fool. We are the fools to them. You see all these guys, all those young guys where they make that video, they cry about Obi Kubana. To them, we that we are speaking this way, we are fools. Then we no get level near them. In fact, the first thing when they go talk, we say, come on, go hide your face. You don't get money rich Obi Kubana now. You don't get money rich Wizkid now. I bet because the video don't already tell them, say, if you don't get money, hide your face. Hide your face. You know? And now waiting they sing as chorus many years. So psychologically, an average Nigerian is looking to trample upon the next person just so that he can get to the next level. A crab in the barrel mentality. That's what we have. So I think we need to be conscious and be careful with what we consume and what we exposed our loved ones to. You want to make sure that you don't have your kids paying attention to garbage, all this garbage art, entertainment, because part of the main fabric of a society is its art. And our art form in Nigeria, unfortunately, is messed up right now in 2026. Nigeria is culturally rich. It's supposed to be one of the most culturally rich entities in the world. It's supposed to be one of the most diverse. I mean, a place where you have 300 ethnic groups with different personalities, different culture and tradition. These are things that should have been a selling point of the country. But unfortunately, just typical example, this popular streamer, iShow Speed, the guy is doing an African tour. In different African countries, is mingling with some traditional stuff. But when he got to Nigeria, there was really nothing to mingle about with. There was nothing traditional. It was only clout chasing stuff that was available for iShow Speed to experience. Nothing else. There was nothing original about Nigerians in that tour. There was nothing culturally original that iShow Speed could show his fan base that come from all over the world. So at that particular moment, Nigeria completely dropped the ball in marketing some positive things about itself, because an average Nigerian youth, even the adults, even the baby boomers, the ones that are in their 60s and their 70s, I'm telling you, across generations, we have the same mind. And it's a mind of clout chasing, ass kissing, human worshipping. And it's unfortunate. We need to be aware of these things. It's important for you to guide your mentality, your psychology. Stop paying attention to charlatans, especially in the religious aspect. Stop paying attention to all these charlatans in politics, or these celebrities, or these billionaires. Stop worshiping people just because they are rich. They don't care about you. Even if they put their hands in their pocket and they give you some money, it does not necessarily mean that they care about you. They care first and foremost about themselves. Sometimes the reason why they dip their hands in their pockets to give you is because they are trying to portray a positive image about themselves. It's not about them genuinely wanting to help you, because I know a lot of you believe that, oh, the guy is such a good guy, he just help me. No, it's not because he likes you. It's not because he's a good guy. He is doing it to clout chase. The camera is right there. Even your scriptures tell you that if you want to gift to the poor, you don't have to do it in a boastful manner. I'm just paraphrasing. Follow humble people. The best people are humble people and people that tell the truth, regardless what it costs them. Someone that is willing to sacrifice a lot just to be on the side of the truth is who you should look up to and who you should aspire. Not someone that kneels down. An obese, a fat individual that has never ever hit the gym in his life, that I'm sure he eats greedily, he even looks greedy physically. A greedy individual should not be your role model. Stop allowing greedy idiots to drive your life, to be your direction. If Peter Obi was in power right now, trust me, Obi Kubana and all these guys, they are jumping straight on the bandwagon with Peter Obi. The only reason why they're doing it with APC right now is because APC is in power. They are just trying to survive. And that's how you are too. An average Nigerian, you are exactly like that. You are just trying to survive. But you can be better than those guys if you stand on the side of the truth. Because when you stand on the side of the truth, you as a poor person, you don't really have a lot to lose. And I'll give you one final encouragement before I go. You see, now we are getting to a point where, back then people used to be afraid to speak, especially during the time of Buhari. A lot of people used to be so afraid to speak. You'll be so scared to speak. You'll be like, Omo, if I speak now, DSS will come carry me. We don't reach that stage now where we say, like, 200,000 people are speaking. So how many people DSS won't carry? If 200,000 people are speaking, that should be an encouragement for you to add your voice. Because if you don't add your voice to speak, at least condemn the situation that is going on. Condemn it. That's the least you can do. And stop lying for people just because you worship them. You shouldn't even be worshiping anybody. But assuming you're still in that stage where you worship people, stop lying for people. Just Tell the truth the way it's affecting your life. You don't need to be joining other people that are clout chasing. You tell your own truth. Tell your own truth about how it's affecting you. If you are poor as an individual, then tell your own truth. Talk about your experience. Stop genuflecting. Stop mingling with people that don't like you. People that, if you stop mingling with people that don't like you, you wouldn't even be surprised that this guy has joined APC and is trying to be a coordinator. And I bet you he's not even he's not really trying to be a coordinator. He's just going to delegate that authority to some younger guys. He's just going to pay them money. You go and be the one coordinating people. Once in a while, I'll show my face. Once in a while, I'll show my face as the main speaker. But for the most part, he's going to give money to a bunch of young boys, and those ones will be worshiping him. They are the ones, it's your fellow young Igbo people that will be doing that APC coordination. And some of those guys, you would have heard them talk about obedient, I'm an obedient. But once Cubana drop money for their hand, they will join APC immediately. And don't be that person. Don't be a wishy-washy person. Stand for something so that you stop falling for everything. And that's my contribution. Let me drop it here for now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you so very much indeed, the African Wahala. And of course, today, once again, you have basically enlightened us, and I believe the viewers have also been enlightened, and your opinion are very, very much noted. Because, well, you, whatever you're saying today may be an absolute, they may not agree. Many Nigerians may see this submission as alien, or perhaps does not paint their reality. All right. They may be saying, well, if we want to remain loyal to our politician, what is your own business with that? All right. And of course, if that is what we want, do we not have the right to be loyal to the politicians? That is what some people's you know disposition, or perhaps resolution, in recent time, and they want everybody to just go unhinged. And of course, on what criteria should basically guide our choices as a people? And of course, this is not a bunch of talkheads, or perhaps a bunch of rabble rousers who just want to be the moral judge. Because that is what some people will be saying about this particular broadcast, or perhaps from the standpoint of where African Wala is coming from. So these are just rabble rousers. These are a bunch of radicals who just want to play the moral high horse on us. That in their book they are the most righteous. We are the bad guys for taking side, or perhaps remaining, loyal, or choosing the our favorite politicians that has been in power and that have experience in government, for basically taking side with Obi Kubana. How dare you challenge that resolution? It's our choice. We believe that Obi Kubana is a man of the people. He doesn't have to be on the street and fight for us for being hungry. He doesn't have to advocate for pipe bomb water on all the homes in Anambra State or any of the southeastern states for him to be the man of the people. He doesn't have to carry placards for him to be the man of the people. We have found him to be the man of the people. And of course, anyone saying that we are wrong for seeing him as the man of the people is standing on a moral high horse. All right, that is what many Nigerians will be saying now as a result of your submission. But well, it will not be a matter of whether or not
Comrade,
your submission is actually factual or not. Yeah, please proceed. Yeah, I can hear you.
I can no, it's just a short one, but I can bet my last dollar that I don't have. I don't have money. But the money that I don't have, I can bet is that if it were to be a choice between if you do a pool today between Nnamdi Kanu and Obi Kubana, who is the man of his people? Obi Kubana will win that pool.
Hmm. Hmm. As
I
for
agree.
now, as of now, right? Well, it is very interesting that
Yes, now. And it happens
Nigerians
over time, even according to the Christian Bible. Was it not was on the cross? Was Barnabas and the other two were they not choosing over Jesus, the Messiah? Yes. Oh, it's right from history. It's always repeats itself.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Wow. Well, that is why playing the devil's advocate is what is the hard job I had to do many times here, and of course is to really reflect what constitutes the thought process of Nigerians. That well, you people are just you are hungry because you don't have money. If you also have money, like Obi Kubana, you will not be calling him out like this. Many Nigerians will say the reason why you know many people would be against Obi Kubana's choice is because they don't have money. Eh? That men in so many times in history do we have those that have money and they took side with what is in their interest. And if it's what is their interest is to actually back politicians, why should you judge them? Eh? Why should you judge them? Why should you be the judge? That is according to many Nigerians now. That is what that is what they'll be saying. I don't know. If you also have money, you also take side with the establishment. If the establishment have helped you in the past, if somebody like Tinubu has helped you in the past, if you also have the chance to support his presidential ambition, why not do that? What is wrong in that? Well, is it by force to basically support only those that are carrying placard or perhaps commit class suicide? Is it everybody that must commit class suicide for society like Nigeria to become great? That those are the submission or perhaps the inner workings of some people's position
Yeah.
on subject matters like this. And of course, it highlights the reality that we are faced with in Nigeria. And it also helps us moving forward. It helps our cause. It gives the peace of mind that is necessary. So that you not go and just kill yourself for nothing for Nigerians. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die like a warrior. It will not be on a quest to be a mercenary on behalf of the Nigerian people. All right, and of course, the Nigerian people have to be at the front this time around. And uh, even if they're not at the front, we have to stand side by side. I will not be in the front. Neither am I going to be in the back. I think there's a particular it means with one advice by Adebayo Faleti. Adebayo Faleti says that ẹni tó bá fẹ́ túlù ṣe ìlú máa ń pa ò. O ò gbọ́dọ̀ wà níwájú, bẹ́ẹ̀ ló gbọ́dọ̀ wà lẹ́yìn. Àárín gbùngbùn ni kó o máa wà. That is an advice from an elder, meaning that na person we wan cleanse the society of corruption, na him dem dey kill. You must not be at the forefront, neither should you take the back seat. You must stand and work with them side by side. Do not go and say that you want to fight their battle for them. Work alongside with them, walk them through the journey, educate them, sensitize them, be assured that you are on the same page with them. And it's exactly what many revolutionaries such as Omoyele Sowore are doing. They are basically walking the journey with the people. All right. Yeah, I can see you comrade Ayilara. I want to stop saying this comrade. Make una know the verse because they are saying that our content is too radical. All right. And this old comrade, Lagbaja comrade Kamedun thing is fanning the flame of the fact that I this platform is for comrades only. Maybe or maybe not. But even if it is for comrades only, the idea is from the audience point of view. If I were to be in the audience and I figure out that a particular program is basically featuring some kind of people, what I want to know necessarily is that whether they will allow me to speak or have my own opinion too. Not necessarily because I want them to change, but they want to listen and hear my submission, and of course let it
My
be
my
subjected to the highest level of scrutiny.
my comrade,
Factual. That is
my
what I want
comrade,
to know. Yeah,
my
please,
comrade.
I can hear, I can hear.
So we'll spend
Call me civil
4 5.
space. Don't call me my comrade.
So
they
no
not they not
civic
they talk
space.
say
No, I want
they
talk
dey too
say
radical.
I want tell you something. So we'll spend 4 5 hours
You are
on this.
very low. You are very
Oh,
low,
sorry.
Adigi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible, you're audible.
I said we'll spend 4 5 hours talking about Nigerian problem, analyzing the situation of things, calling people out, showing all these videos. But the 4 5 maybe few times where we call ourselves comrade is what Nigerian people pay attention to. You see, it's all
That's
about the fear. It's
that's
still
so we
all
see
about the
how
fear. It's
that's
all
so we
about
see
the
how
fear as well. You know,
you know
how the Nigerians
it
are scared
it
to
is what it
actually
is.
be what they are. You know, the truth is that no matter how much you try to sugarcoat and medicate yourself up to please the people, it will never work. You cannot medicate yourself enough that the people will choose to accept you because you are not calling yourself comrade. Whether you call yourself comrade, you don't call yourself comrade. When Nigerians will not, if they are going to listen, they will listen. You know, so it's not for me. I don't think it's about the camaraderie or comrade. What is comrade? What does comrade mean? My brother, my brethren, my other half, someone I can go to combat with and trust to have my back. That is what comrade means, right? We don't just throw that word around for the fun of it. You know, and not be everybody be comrade. Although we want everybody to be comrades, we expect all Nigerians to be comrades. In fact, when Hannibal and the Romans were at a war or something, if I remember this correctly, every morning when they wake up, they see themselves. The first thing they say to themselves is, I've forgotten how they say something like, "Hail something something, Rome must fall." And so they greet themselves. They go new until they think that this is what must happen. I can't remember the full story, but I will read it again. I remember. But my point really is this: I don't think anything we've said is too militant. The truth is not militant. The truth is not militant. The truth is not radical. The truth only is scary, especially in times of oppression. People don't want to hear the truth. In fact, people like us, people like you, my comrade here, all my comrades on this call, people like Civic Space, Mr. Swaz, Godwin, Shawailara, the African Wala. You are an insult. You are an aberration to the people. Because why must it be you? You think all of us don't know anything that happen. Why you won't talk truth? Why must you open your mouth? The moment when you open your mouth, you are a slap on their face. So somebody can be going through all these things while going through and still speak the truth. Why? We hate you because you are doing that. We don't like you because you have the guts to speak the truth. You insult us. You are a slap on my face. You know. That's why they want to frustrate you. That's why they want you to join them, so that they can satisfy their own self, so that we can, their conscience can be appeased that, oh, okay, now he has joined us, saying yes. That's why they will tell you all of us, all Nigerians are thieves. There's no, not all Nigerians are thieves. There are people like us who are not thieves, who are not ready to sell out. So when you push against the system, when you do the opposite of what the system expects you to do, it's like, why you think say all of us know the see corruption? You think say we know no? Why not only you go talk truth? Why must you say the truth? Keep quiet, shut up, don't say the truth. pretend like the rest of us, sell out like the rest of us, be an agent like the rest of us. So they will always look for different ways for them to tie you down, for them to make you bend, for you to just discomfort yourself. But they will just to please their own conscience that everybody is a sellout and we must all, within this system, we must all conform. That is why they will always attack us. But we must continue to relent and we must continue to show them that no, people deal with say it is not a matter of selling out. No, there are people who will not sell out. There is in this system meritocracy. There is in this system conscience. There is love in this system. There is liberty. There are people who are willing to stand for justice in this system. Because the moment they wipe out people like us, then evil can reign freely. But as long as there's the speck of white, the speck of light inside darkness, they will never have peace. They will never have peace. And the truth is this: the message must go on. The message must go on. I mean, I don't think we have come here to say that people should come and carry guns. We have not said that. I don't think we have come here to say that people should go and burn down any place. We have not said that. All we have said here is Nigerians, look at the people who are treating you badly and do something about it. Organize amongst yourself. But I mean, if you still want us to not use the word comrade, I will not use it. But I just want us to know that no matter how much we try to miracle ourselves, it will not please any of them. That's all.
Yeah, of course. I really, really do. I agree with you to a very large extent. Not not even to the large extent. I really, really totally agree with what you said. But I'm just well, when we get that feedback that the content that is being produced, the live stream is too radical, is going to facilitate echo chamber situation. I do not believe, and that's why I said I used to put myself in the shoe whenever there's anything like that, because I have also been going to other platforms, and what needed to know is whether or not the platform is willing to is welcoming, because there are platforms that are indeed an agenda platform, an agenda live stream. Whatever you want to talk about must validate what the topic is all about. There are such live stream, there are such programs, there are such broadcasts. It is those ones that you can actually say that they are radical, because it will take some level of radicality to take that kind of stance to say we don't want. It's a fascist. It's a fascist move to say that you are not going to welcome any other opinion aside the opinion that is represented on the topic. All right, but we don't do that here. There's a topic. If you are against it, there's a link out for anybody to actually come in to speak. All right, there's actually, you'll be allotted a time to speak, and you speak to the best of you express yourself freely without any form of gagging. All right, and of course, courtesy demands that when you say something, you allow it to be verified. It has to be a statement of facts or a submission that can be held to the highest level of scrutiny. So unless anybody is afraid of being, held to the highest level of scrutiny, it should not be a problem, that we have a particular stand, and taking a stand with the people. When has that become a radical stand to take? But that's why I said, okay, I think the best that we could do, which would not be entirely against our principle, is to basically cease or desist from the use of comrade, or perhaps comrade this, comrade that, comrade this, comrade that. And of course, I have to intensify or up my devil's advocate game. I have to up that game. And of course, on this broadcast here, I tried to play that devil's advocate so much, because I want to really reflect. And while we wait for the real antagonist, all right, I'll have to play that role once in a while to paint that picture. right? But by and large, our platform, the civic space platform, based on history, and it's not as though we are taking this stance now because of the comments that we have. If you historically, civic space have always maintained the fact that um, it's a platform of the people, and it's a platform that is not that does not gag anybody. Don't gag anybody. Is everybody is welcome to speak, and everybody will be given a chance to speak. Meanwhile, everything logically should be factual. Everything logically must be subjected to the highest level of scrutiny to a large extent. So that is what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much, Adegi. Thank you so much. Shewa Ilara, are you there? Please proceed with your submission. Then we'll pass the mic back to the African Wahala. Then, of course, Swaz is also here. I can see everybody. Please bear with me. Shewa Ilara has been battling with network for quite some time. We believe it's back. Shewa Ilara, please take it off.
Yeah, thank you, comrade. You say make we no call you comrade again, Abi. That one na for you. Na my own freedom of expression be say I fit say wetin I wan say. So because me I only want to dialogue with comrades. And like Adege was saying, comrade has a meaning, and it means that brother in arms, brother in support. For to what end? What are we camaraderie about? To the development and collective development of our land. I'm not interested in having conversation with people who are not interested in that conversation anymore. I exited an institution that I've spent 17 years of my life in because of this. So I'm not personally, I'm not interested. I'm not looking for the fan base of people who are not in development of our space. It does not interest me. They might think that they are living, but I know that that's not living. Call it being serious, call it adulthood, call it manhood, but I know that I've grown up. I've passed some level of mediocrity and madness that we do all in the name to be accepted in this country. But back to part of that madness, because I wanted to give an historical background of the likes of Obi Kubana and their role historically. But network has done its own part, so let's move on. Let's just move on. So I shared a video with the host. I don't know if host can play and that's my talking point. That I don't know when you started rating the likes of Cubanas, but I do not rate them because this is not a system based on meritocracy. This is a system that is not based on merit. How do you think people get money? How do you think you make money within this system? You think this system value merit? Why is it that majority of our brothers and sisters, when they get abroad, they first get relieved? Because the concept of being paid for what they have done is even obsolete in this space. Have you not heard that people will do a project and government will be owing them? That you have to labor, you have to lobby, you have to massage ego to get paid for the service that you have rendered. So you think there can truly be anybody that is not Okotie in this country, or you did not know your history to know that before these likes there was Okotie that was being served by the system, the same system. The reason why you don't know Okotie anymore, the former finance minister, the reason why you don't know him anymore is not because it was not at a point one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest in this nation, is because his money is not sustainable, because it's not based on merit. There is no service. If people say they are coming into millions or billions, we should be able to track it, positive or negative. We know that this guy, Pablo Escobar, one of the foremost and the major name in terms of drug trafficking, is a billionaire. But we see the effect. The effect is negative, but we see it. The effect is that a whole lot of people got intoxicated with his product. He distributed his product. At least he has a channel to distribute his product. If they work, if they show, negative. But this one that you think you can have billionaires in a country like ours, positive and negative, you know they see them. You know they see their brand name. They sell Odogu. Now only on TV you they see Odogu. Only on TV. How many of you actually drink these bitters? You don't drink it and you think they are making money from their product? It's the lack of studying, of lack of reading. It's the lack of understanding the system that is producing these people. And this system is the one that produces the likes of Abiola. So when Okoti ever left this space, it was not blank. Abiola took it over. Where is Abiola now? You have almost forgotten that Abiola died almost at the same time with Fela, the same Fela that is still being discussed as though he's still much alive and he never died. But it didn't add up to you that the difference here is because Fela actually created the service and the value. And unfortunately for you, they have trained you not to see service and value in the recent of it. So we are living in a system where people claim they come into possession of wealth without net equivalent service or product attached to their wealth, and you think they are not already on the side. We are seeing a video of their lifestyle. You think this is based on their income? Let them present the books. What business produced it? They sell Azu. How many Azu did they have to sell? So we must be naive when we think that there are actually actual billionaires within our space without any tangible product. So Abiola is no longer there, but the seat position is not vacant. What do you think the likes of Dangote is doing? What do you think the likes of Dangote will leave? They are prepping some of the so-called small boys. So me, I've said, and I'm still going to educate. When you listen to people who have made money in a fraudulent manner, check it. One of the things that you will find difficult is to identify influence. They will not have influence. And anyone that does not have influence, there is no position that is too much for them in politics. There is no position that is too minute for them. Have you not seen the Peaky Blinders? You guys need to watch Peaky Blinders, but this time around, don't watch it as a form of entertainment. Watch it as if you are reading. You want MC Oluomo to come and say Moyebo. It means that you have gotten it twisted, that you want him to come and be picky. You want it's only you that believe that Obi Kubana made money, from wealth, of building institutions. And what institution has he built? Show me the factory that is producing Odogu bitters. How many people is he employing? It's only us. It's only us, the people who are still naive to this system, that in capitalism, it produces its own small boys and little bourgeois. It produces it. And those petty bourgeois, what they do is just like bankers. They help facilitate the exploitation of commonwealth. They necessarily do not put any product or service on the table. So what you call their big lifestyle is lived on the largesse of the proceeds of their facilitation of that life. They help move money. The day I listened to Hush Puppy, I knew Hush Puppy was a scam, even before he was arrested. No product attached to it, no service attached to it. It's the same thing with the religious folks. No product, no service attached to it, but yet these people come and tell you that they are the billionaires in dollars. Are you to accept it? No, the only people who can try criminals are the government. Unfortunately for us, the government is not on our side. And that is why you think they are neutral. That's why their pulpits are not neutral during election, because during election they tell you for a fact that they are not neutral, that this place is not neutral. Do you need Obi Kubana to come and pick City Boy? City Boy is even too much. I think they will give him a shirt to go and be campaigning, he will not do it. Who dash monkey banana? It's to you that is a big boy, because you don't have a clue of analysis of how your system works. He had never been a neutral person. Never. And that's what this system will reveal. So let me show you one of the videos that I knew that this guy is not a billionaire. Because being a billionaire, in person who create value and service, would have transformed here first. So when you listen to somebody that claims that they have wealth, you have read your Bible. Your Bible said that there was a man who was the wisest, and that Queen Vashti wanted to confirm this, that he went to his palace. And what? When you say something, Queen Vashti wanted to confirm, or one of the queens wanted to, not Vashti in this case, it was a queen as powerful as is, right? Wanted to confirm if intelligence truly lives in his palace. I've forgotten the name. And he went there.
Queen Sheba, Queen Sheba.
Is it Queen Sheba?
Yeah, Queen Sheba from, I think she was from Ethiopia at the point. In fact, now from Africa she come from.
All right. Nice. Went there with some gift and wanted to confirm if Solomon truly possessed the wisdom that he possessed. But they said that Sheba noticed something even before seeing Solomon and realized that truly this man is a man of wisdom. That Sheba only needed to discuss with one of the Solomon's workers. And with the level of the intellectual exchange that was happening, Sheba confirmed that truly indeed, wisdom is here. When you call somebody a billionaire and the wisdom is still the one that is in the head of rats and cats. By the way, rat and cat is not the actual rat and cat, or there is even better, because rat and cat are not even doing this, what I want to show. They are not displaying this madness that we call. But when they think like you, like they oppress you, that think that these guys are billionaires, you truly believed it, is because nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is that what you call favor, mercy, has only found them. They are giving them money. And that's what all of you are looking for. You are looking for opportunity when it will become your own turn, not that you will transform here. So that's why you cannot identify when you listen to Hush Puppy or Monster or waiting they call them. They never arrest them fully. But it's the same category.
Obi Kubana, you totally fuck up. Yes, you fuck up. For you to accept this position in APC. In fact, you fuck up. Kiana yourself as no Southeast Zona Coordinator.
You don't coming out though. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Commissioner.
Yes, you're audible. You're audible. Please proceed. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the feedback. So that is the same mental state. The same mental state is because the people are not also growing in themselves. They have become this model, and this model is not necessarily producing anything, so it still talks. So for instance, when we talk of this situation, for instance, when you discuss Nigeria's situation, the same way a billionaire who claims he has solved a billionaire problem, because that's what it means to be a billionaire. It means the problem you have solved is at a higher level of a billion level. How can a billion level solver of problem, be thinking the same way as somebody who has not solved billionaire problem politically. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. It means he didn't solve the problem. It means they gave him expo, and the expo in this case is that they give him money. Somebody is using him to launder money. And that is what you also understand as that favor. That's why everybody is eye on favor, God favor. Because you know you are not intending to solve any problem. You just want to have the resources that has been given to that idiot. And that's why the statement of envy really comes to play. Because Nigerians know, or vast majority of some of you guys, not us here, that day in the studio. Vast majority of some of you guys understand that for you to get access, somebody has to get out. And that's why you do, the Nigerians say is envy. Every definition of them is envy. That the way they even see the analysis of some of us, and even Shenkuti on his father, is now envy on idiot that is an outsider. Because everything to them, they do not see merit. What Fela did is not merit, is not based on merit. So Shehu does not deserve it. They still want to bring their bureaucracy, nepotistic behavior into that space. That is why when this idiot, the first idiot that was analyzing it, when he was saying it, he said he wouldn't blame him because if he make a decision now that will affect his business, it's only him that will suffer it. So the problem is here, the deception here is that you think he's just acting now. No, this system, you cannot emerge in a system like this as a billionaire without licking ass. And the proof there is that you can, if you want to emerge, you have to solve problem. You have to solve a billion problem. You cannot solve the billion problem and still think in the terms of an average obedient and think like them. Something has to clear shape. That is why Peter, idiot, is not thinking differently like an average idiot. That's why he's not organizing. He's not creating his own. He cannot create. So you tell me that he's a billionaire. I will tell you that he's somebody that has been rigged. He rigged the system. And he told you that he rigged the system, that he put the state resources in his family's business. He's telling you, you think your own business will also not grow if you put state resources in it you never work for? It will grow. But you understand this, and this is the way you now. There is a video of Obi Kubana and his friends that he wanted to show how wealthy he is. This is a billionaire. This is in quote, a billionaire that has produced results in billionaire levels. Meaning, I am not a billionaire. This guy has solved the problem. He claimed he has solved the problem. I am not a billionaire. I do not have a billion. I do not claim that I have solved a billionaire problem. But this guy wanted to showcase wealth, something I would never do in my entire life. Wanted to showcase wealth with his friends, so-called friends that are billionaires. They were putting Samsung phones on the table and they were recording Samsung phones. That was how they were showing wealth. They were recording Samsung phones to show that they have money, a billionaire level. Showing wearing another brand, own yardstick, that he has solved a billionaire problem. That's a fraudster. You don't need to tell me anything. That's a fraudster. That's a fraudster behavior. You might tell me and say, come and prove it. I might not give you a terrible evidence, even that if we dig further, we will dig. But that is a fraudster behavior. If you have seen the pattern of criminals, if you study criminology or study criminals, that's a pattern. Someone who have built or solved a billionaire problem is at the level of creating his own influence, not being possessed by other people's influence. That's why I said I've not solved the billionaire problem, but that's not my expectation of what a billion is. Because I know ordinary YouTuber, YouTube reviewer, get customized phone from some of these brands. They don't even put their brand name at the back of the phone they send these guys. Ordinary YouTubers, go and see YouTubers reviewers. You will see phones that you have never seen before that is not in the market space. They send it to them just for them to review it. But there is a billionaire who had solved billionaire problem, putting phones on the table with his friends, so-called friends, British, and they are snapping phones to tell us that they are billionaire. How do you show that you are a billionaire if that's no madness? So, me, disappointed. It is what my ancestors have done, the work they have done, that means they waste. That means I didn't read what they worked. I'm not a bastard. I read the works of my ancestors. I pay attention to what my ancestors have to say, and my ancestors have described these people in clear terms. They have described them completely for me. So their solution is not tied to their billions, and their billions is not tied to solutions. As such, national development is too much of a asking them to do so because it's not tied to it. What does he need human development for? What does he need you to improve by benefit him? It doesn't benefit him. Oh, he said he has a factory. This is where you know it doesn't benefit him. Human development doesn't benefit him because he doesn't have a factory. He doesn't make money from that factory. His money comes from God. These people tell you it comes from an invisible person, and since you have been, about Abrahamic God, has he ever opened the window and sent money down to you? It means it comes from the government. How can you be against the government that is funding you? When push comes to shoves, they will gladly wear their uniform because they are not outside the team. They only day reserve. They are no longer needed. The moment they are needed, just like the moment your church and mosque is needed, the moment you get to election cycle and your church and mosque is needed, you know what will happen now? The political, the fundraisers. You know, when your religious leaders are telling you that it's not your offering, you don't understand. People don't understand when they make that statement that it's not your offering. Yes, they collect offering from you, but it's not your offering. That 3 major religious leaders had the parking excluded from paying parking charges in Nigeria for almost 3 years, equivalent into about 9 billion naira collectively. The moment a government came in and said they will have to pay parking, what did they do? They have to sell. Some of them had 3 before. They had a local. It was used anyway. They had a local. Sell it and remain one. To maintain jet na your mates. But they will not tell you all this because they will not tell you. But this is where you will know that they are not neutral, because whenever it is needed, whenever the state needs them, they do the bidding. So the state only need him now. Who are you to say Obi Kubana is big? He's a billionaire if he has solved a billionaire problem. And if that is the case, that is when he himself would be about organizing in order to create solution for national development that would in order benefit him, because developing the human resource in your land benefits you if you are solving problem at all. Well, it doesn't solve problem. Where does the money come from? And they are showing you. It was last year that the so-called, the other Cubana and the so-called Omo Babalowo, that you call Omo Babalowo, went to be concentrating for the president. And all of you, They didn't capture it by accident or by coincidence. Yeah, that's the video. So I can't even imagine doing this with my friends. Because this is childish. This is not just poor. This is childish. This is the poorest of the form of the poor. And these are your billionaires. No, this is the point that these guys are begging money. You might not know where they are begging their money, but they are begging money. People in this class, 4 billionaires, no longer cry. Go and check Zuckerberg. Now, how old was Zuckerberg when he was wearing the same particular dress? Now, when you say the same particular dress, some person might say, oh, it's not cheap. It's expensive. This shirt actually is expensive. But he does not pride in having a brand of another company on his brand. Some of you that do simple banking or telecos, you understand this now, that if you work for banking, you cannot go and open your shares and wear a particular product of another bank to your bank now. You want to lose your job. Why did you think, of course, for you, because it's not that you have a personal brand level. It might be compulsory that you do that. But you think for your bank CEO, he speaks something. He speaks that he no longer believes in the business that he does. He no longer believes in his brand. He wants to build his brand. When people don't have any brand to build, that's why they are happy to wear the brand of others. Nigerians, Africans don't have any brand to build. That's why we are happy to wear the brand of any country in the world. Be it Estonia, we will take. Be it America, we will take. Be it Cameroonian, we will. Well, Cameroon is in Africa. Be it England, we will take. Be it Dutch, we will take. Anything. Give us any nationality, we will take it. Because we have no brand to build. You think an American is happy that to take a nationality of another country? Because we don't understand. Because at that point, you are already solving problem. You think a Chinese man is happy to take another nationality of another country? It's patronage.
The Chinese electric.
Waiting, come and talk.
I say, see the way the American government fights against the Chinese EVs, the Chinese electric vehicles.
Exactly. Exactly. Now imagine that an American go to buy a Chinese car and start showing it, and you say he's a billionaire. That's the day he ceases to be a billionaire. If he doesn't land in jail, now small go remain. But he will not even do it because he understands that even though Trump is not doing that to like the Americans are not doing that for the benefit of the Americans. But as a so-called billionaire that is in the production, he understands that fight and he knows it's his fight. So he's going to support it. These ones are showing the case of phones. And you want to say that one is too bigger than to be boys, waiting City Boys fan. City Boy fan is too much now. They give her state. They're supposed to give her street coordinator. You think I will be in the City Boy group? That one will be my state coordinator. I go agree. He thinks that by you think me I go agree. But you go agree because they don't miseducate all of us. Not be your fault anyway. Not be our fault. When they disembark on investing in education, they made education porous. They miseducated us. They made us not read A Man of the People by Shino Ashebe. We start turning people like Nanga as our own people because they are conspicuous. Noise is not sense. Noise is not sense. This idiot. Can you imagine? This idiot. Do you even know the mobile phone Bill Gates is using or Elon Musk is using? Elon Musk is, at the barest minimum, these guys are using mobile phone, but at the barest minimum, they are using a customized phone. They are not happy to carry any brand. Even with the pay, they are not happy. I am saying that ordinary YouTube reviewers, I'm not talking of Nigerian YouTube reviewers, so I'm not talking of those ones. Even those ones don't buy a phone. If you do YouTube, if you do review to a point, even in Nigeria, I know some YouTube reviewers, tech reviewers that don't even buy phone in Nigeria anymore. They send them the phone. Imagine You must see. No. A billionaire wanted to show how wealthy he is. He showing phone. Phone that reviewers don't buy. I am saying that internationally, some tech reviewers, mobile phone reviewers, if you send them the mobile phone with the brand, they are not going to review it. You must customize it in their own brand for them to review it. But when they are reviewing it, they will tell you that this is the phone they are reviewing, but the phone they are reviewing is the brand. A billionaire wanted to show us how it's not his brand that is there. He's not thinking of how to solve the billion problem, of how to create phone industries, of how to begin to have his own. I have a friend who is a phone manufacturer. He has a brand of phone. And can you just imagine that I will now be there, will now be putting phone. If you see our phone, it's by error. It will now be put, billionaire will now be putting phone. I say, check my phone. You have using Samsung S20. You see? Samsung S21. This is the what is here. Now fraudster behavior. It's not somebody who solve problem. This is the fraudster behavior. This idea of showing is a fraudster behavior. It's not somebody, because somebody who solve problem, one of your reward of solving problem is not money. If you truly solve problems, money is the minute level of it. But we have not been trained. You see, we have been miseducated. The education in our head is money. Because only the slaves believe that to eat, they must work. Only slaves believe that they must hustle to do the basic needs of life. These are fraudsters. If you doubt me, let them come and open books to me. I want to see the books of their company and not see padding there. What problem is being solved there? What problem? I dey say even odogu that they are selling. How many odogu bitters have you seen in your environment? How many dealers have you seen? We know those who are in the drink business. They don't need to tell you. You don't need to go far to see them. Fraudsters, fraudulent means, and I'm not even blaming them for making money in the fraudulent means. That's not, don't get me twisted. I'm saying that it is alarming when we, the oppressed, find it shocking. It is alarming to me. So you mean somebody has produced a superb result in this country, and this country is like this? No, now. Am I saying that all the billionaires in this country must have been produced by the state? And of course, there might be remnants, there might be exceptions. Even in those exceptions, you still find one or two things, one or two ways of compromising. They might not be compromising like they are actually stealing from our collective resources, but there is a compromise. For instance, if you see a farmer who is a billionaire, and it's possible, even though food is supposed to be one of the highest in demand, but it's possible that that farmer is no longer servicing Nigeria as a space anymore. Because if you are a farmer and you are still interested in servicing Nigerian people, you'll be interested in national development. Because by now you will have known that even though nature still produces its own work, but there are some supporting channels of distribution that is needed that have been compromised.
But how about many people
You want to
that,
stop me?
No. It's not about stopping you. I just want to play a little bit of devil's advocate here.
No, I want to make.
Many Nigerians. But how
No,
about
let
many
me
Nigerians that are
land
saying
on
that,
this.
well,
Then you.
for you to be a billionaire, you don't even need too much. For instance, now it just means that you have to be involved in a business, and you sell your you make 1,000 naira gain or profit from 1 million Nigerian. That's all you need for you to be a billionaire. How about that?
The job of that is that in marketing they say that your exposure, considering your sales, eventually your deal you close, that when you are doing marketing you expose at least you only bank on 10% of your exposure to seal deal. And if you have been in business for a long time, you understand that even 10% you might not see. So the equivalent of that stuff is that if you want 10 customers, it means that you must have done an awareness to reach about 100 persons. That's 10% of 100. For 10 customers, it means you must have reached 100. That's even implicating them. That to reach a customer of about 100, you must have reached about access to about 1,000. To close a deal about 100, you must have reached 1,000 persons. So when you say 1 million per thousand profit, that's on profit, that's not sales. To actually have 1 billion naira or to make 1 billion naira, you must have done a business that makes a profit of at least 1,000 naira times the number of customers of sales, which is 1,000, 1 million person, 1 million person. Now let's even now go by the fundamentals of that marketing rule. To have covered 1 million person means that you must have reached at least about 100 million persons, meaning your service must have been out there to at least 100 million persons. Tell me a service that is in this country that have reached about 100 million persons now. To be able to reach 100 million persons, meaning you have to set up structures. Lagos alone, as Lagos is big, is barely about 20 million persons. And to now say that, see, this is another thing. What is now in a country that they said vast majority of us spend less than $1, that an average person lives barely less than $1 per day. And that was when dollar was just about 350 naira to $1. Meaning the average people does not have the expenditure, the power to spend. We do not have an economic power to spend, not as an individual, but as collective. That is why there are things that are done in sachet in this country. Everything are sachet, as though we are born with sachet, as though we are trained to drink from sachet. Everything that we had access to as carton. I could remember growing up that it was the concept of custard for me was in the blue paint stuff. How much was it being sold then? How much was the meat?
And those sachets has contributed heavily to environmental degradation. Heavily.
You see, how much was a meat? How much was a pack of milk? How much was the Hollandia milk? So economics, and that's a proof that we do not have the economics. So because for you to make a 1,000 naira profit, it means that an average product that you are offering is about nothing less than, in business you cannot do by 50%, except if you are talking about virtual businesses. But for product business you cannot do 10%, because when you understand you see, these are the part of doing the work. When you understand how the infrastructures in this country are not built, you will understand that you cannot just sell a product by 2,000 naira and say that you are making 1,000 naira. If you sell a product by 2,000 naira, if you barely make 500 naira, you tried. You must have been a wicked person to make 500 naira out of a 2,000 naira product. But let's say that for you to make 1,000 naira profit, I'm saying profit, I'm not saying after tax profit outside net profit, yes, not profit within taxation. Not that, oh, this is the product, this is how much I sold the product, this is how much we make. No, this is how much because of the production cost, this is how much we make. So you must have been selling the product for about 5,000 naira at least or more to make a 1,000 naira profit. How many
5,000 is
can
even
we
20% profit.
You see, can we now say that in this country that we have 100 million, that is half of our population, no? We have half of our population that can afford to buy a product, and to remain a billionaire, you do, because you also have a personal cost of expenditure. You pay tax, personal tax too, or you should pay personal tax. You want to live a lifestyle. So for you to say that somebody has made a billion naira, that means it's not one-off. That means, let's say at least in a month, you are able to sell a product that gives you 1 billion naira. Can we say in this country we have, in a place we have people who can afford 5,000 naira product, in a place where people die of drug malaria that cost about 500 naira. 800,000 persons die of malaria in 2023, just 2023, just 3 years ago. Over 800,000 people die of malaria. If we are deceiving ourselves, see, this country, we want to be deceiving ourselves. But that madness should not, we should be telling ourselves now that we are deceiving ourselves. Let's just tell ourselves, we are deceiving ourselves. But in case you are not even deceiving, in case majority, some of these guys that we are watching are not deceiving themselves, it's just pure lack of miseducation. Pure lack of miseducation. I doubt if they understand what I've just explained now. Do you know what it means to reach 100,000 person, 100 million person? You as an artisan, just sit down and look at how many people you have to deal with to make the money you are making. Is it that you are not productive? Do you know how many times you have to do offer after sales service? Do you know that after sales service is in itself, you cannot even make Do you know what they call it? Nigerians don't do after sales service because the way we think too, vast majority of us, we are already thinking like these misrunners that are fraudsters, like they are fraudsters. After sales service is the service that you have offered that you within the warranty time, you still have to service. You know the cost of that? It means that at least you do not want to do, you do not have an office. You would have somebody who to pick a phone, call and say, when they say, we bought this one, no, but we in the carton there was nothing there. Oh, how do we get back our money? Or how do we get another product? Just after saying that, you know how many people you would have to employ? Just to do that alone. You think you will employ 1,000 persons to serve 1 million persons? $100 million persons? Comrade.
Yeah, you're audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you're both audible.
Proceed, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Comrade, for
We
not
can,
easy.
round things up in 3 minutes for this session, please. Thank you.
All right. I will do it later. So, me, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because this system is nepotistic for a reason. It's bureaucratic for a reason. It's the reason why we know they see the adverts, but with the year contract, they go on. They award contract. When you hear such like that, it means that you are living nepotistic system. It means that you are living in a bureaucratic system. It means that you are living in a system where now who knows who. No be by merit. No be because say you fit do am, you submit proposal. In fact, if in this country, if you still dey waste your time, dey submit proposal, maybe business proposal, or you dey submit job employment proposal, you are wasting your life. You better go and do something meaningful with your life. Because this is not the system where people look at your CV and call you back without knowing somebody on the inside. We know how this system works. We know this system. So this is not a system where we can say that somebody have come into a point and a standpoint where, based on their economical, interactions, that they should know better. No, yes, I agree. Under a normal system, they should know better because they should have solved problem. Imagine the headaches that people will have solved. Imagine the number of transport issues that you will have solved. You can imagine. Imagine how I'm solving electricity problem. That's not joke. I currently have about how many dongle, internet dongle. I am like an ISP of the land with the epileptic internet. I have 3 sources of electricity. With that, I still dey experience darkness. 3 sources. I have generator, I have solar, and then I have my handy torchlight. And I still dey experience epileptic supply. Now imagine, for me, solving problem that way. Imagine how I'm interested. I'm interested in national development to start with. It must be because it increases and double my effectiveness to start with. There is no effectiveness. There is no billionaire dollar industry. I produced a book to cite this. I produced a book. I have to be bothering myself about selling it in a system where there are structures. I do not have to bother myself about selling it. But I have to bother about selling it because this is not a country that has structures. So this is a country that wants to, but if I have one Baba Saleh, you see how much IBB, I said I was going to do lesser. I'm going to end there. You see how much IBB raised for publishing a book. They put the money there. You think it's because of the content of the book? Rubbish that they had to say. If they listen to IBB. Back to you, Liberation Chat.
Thank you so much. Many people would say that, well, that book, that the money generated from the book is not for him, it's for charity. That money is not for him directly. Why do people just like to antagonize? That is what some people would say in response to you.
They still do not understand what is called money laundering. You still do not understand what is called money laundering. That's exactly what it is. So when is the charity? When is it releasing the charity? When is the library coming out? Have you seen any library? That's the audio money. You don't understand. You don't understand. Back to you.
Many Nigerians will say, well, you have library is not built in a day. If you are supposed to if you are supposed to build the library, is it going to just these are things that take process. This process for you to get the permission, all of the permits, all of the documentation, for you to even withdraw the money from the bank out of the donated money, it takes years. So but that is what would be the response of many people. So thank you so much, Shua Ilara. And before we really go to the next speaker, I can see Swaz, I can see Godwin. Thank you for joining us. We were asked to play this video as an interlude. Let's take a listen, everybody.
All of you listen to me very carefully. The Nigerian government don't give our land to France.
and wan give our healthcare to US. Na US wan dey monitor Nigeria's healthcare in benefit of their own people. You know wetin dat one mean? Vaccine, exactly, vaccines. They wan sterilize our women, say our population is growing too fast while their own dey reduce. That means we are a threat, and our president don already agree to this as long as they allow am remain in power. Omo. So, una see new strategy make VDM take enter billboard? I swear e mad gan. You know say one fella wan kill himself because he wan meet Speed? Speed no even know the guy sef.
Good job. Continue to distract them like that. They give them entertainment. They give them entertainment.
This work too easy abeg. These people matter no even hard. Bring more this. All of you listen to me very carefully. The Nigerian government don give our land to France and wan give our healthcare to US. Na US wan dey monitor Nigeria's healthcare in benefit of their own people. You know wetin dat one mean? Vaccine, exactly, vaccines. They wan sterilize our women, say our population is growing too fast while their own dey reduce. That means we are a threat, and our president don already agree to this as long as they allow am remain in power. So, una see new strategy make VDM take enter billboard? I swear e mad gan. You know say one fella wan kill himself because he wan meet Speed? Speed no even know the guy sef.
Good job. Continue to distract them like that. They give them entertainment. They give them entertainment.
This work too easy abeg. These people matter no even hard. Bring more this. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. So yeah, that content we played it twice because we knew that it's necessary for comprehension and of course for the sake of those that are just joining us in the broadcast. And of course, it highlights how Nigerians do not really pay attention to what is most important to them. They willfully, as a matter of continuous habit, turn off from what really concerns them. They have this attitude of talking about the sensation, paying attention to the sensation, all right? And the sensation is basically a distraction. It's different from reality. But reality seems to be something that is a turn off for the Nigerian people. They want to be entertained, they want to forget whatever it is that reminds them of their reality. And it's just like a driver who would turn up, who will increase the volume of his radio or perhaps the music inside the car, despite the dashboard giving him warning that the oil is short, the engine is overheating, all of the indications in the dashboard that suggest that something is wrong somewhere. So instead of paying attention to it, the driver would now, how do you explain that the driver would now turn on the volume of the music just to basically take his attention away from all of the indication that there is danger, there's danger, there's danger. That is like the kind of situation that we find ourselves in Nigeria, and Nigerians, are pretty much, very distracted from the reality that stares them in the face, and that is essentially what we intend to highlight on this platform. Whenever you see us online, whenever you see us talk about all of these things, is to bring the reality to your notice, and of course to do it in the most fun way possible, in the most in the most stimulating way possible, as far as we are concerned. And of course, we just want to hope that they are paying attention. We just want to know that the Nigerian people are paying attention. We want to also believe that they are at some point in time, the Nigerian people would stop paying attention to all of this distraction, all of the propaganda. It's the reason why we are here, so that you can actually have a substitute, that you can consume wholesome content, wholesome conversation, and you can be a part of it, not just consume it. That is why we are here at Civic Space, and of course Liberation Chats, and we have speakers that are dedicated, and we have the pleasure of having different speakers address us today. And these are the good ones in Nigeria who have dedicated their time. Time is money, and dedicating 4 hours, 5 hours of your time daily to really educate your people is one of the best and the most revolutionary things you can do. And history would either, history will be kind to this, sacrifice of love, because this is huge investment in educating the people and providing information, of course, educational content that people can benefit from, so that at least people will not be complaining that is because there are no educational content, and because we don't have any option. Now why we go they listen to propaganda. Now because we don't have any option. Now why we go they listen to propaganda? There's no option, there's no excuse such as that again. That kind of excuse have expired, all right, as a result of the emergence of civic space and its revolutionary speakers. So thank you so much. Let's pass the mic to the next speaker. I can see Godwin Saint, and I can see Swaz. Let's allow Swaz to go first. Swaz, are you there? Welcome to Civic Space. Are you there?
Okay,
Welcome back.
I'm here, but I would rather just listen for now.
Okay. You welcome back. Thank you so much. Godwin Saint, are you there? Godwin, are you there? All right. I don't think Godwin is connected with us. All right. It's very important that we highlight the topic
Civic
once
space.
again. Oh yeah, I did get. Please
Let
proceed.
me tell. Let me. I remembered one story. As you were talking, I just remembered one story.
Proceed.
There was a boy, and he lived in a house with his mother and his father. His father went on a trip, so the boy was with his mother, and they were just there. And the boy was sleeping at night, and then he looked towards his left, and he saw that there was a dragon, a small dragon, baby dragon, and he said, he went and called his mother and said, "Mommy, there's a dragon in my room." The mother came in. She looked. She said, "I don't see any dragon." The boy said, "Boy, it's right there." I said, "Well, there's nothing. I can't see anything. Go back to bed. You're probably just imagining things." The dragon continued moving around the house, eating food, doing what he wanted to do. After a while, the boy said, "Mom," one day the boy was just making his, getting ready for school in the morning. The boy said, "Mom, look, the dragon is getting bigger." The mom said, "I can't see anything. I don't know what's wrong with all these children and their overactive imagination. You are watching too much cartoons. Stop watching cartoons like and then read more book." The boy kept quiet. She na him the craze or something. The boy continued about his day. Went to school, came back. By the time the boy came back, the dragon that was so small, that was very, very small, had now become so big that it filled up one half of the room. The boy said, "Mom, look at this dragon. It's filling up half of the room." The mom said, "I don't know what you're talking about, son. Please go and play with your friends. Don't worry about whatever you claim to be saying. You're overactive is what happens to children at this age." The boy said, Okay. Continued. Went to go and play with his friends. By the time the boy got back from playing with his friends, the dragon had eaten so much food. The dragon had grown so big. Now its head was outside the window. The mom came back, the leg was outside the door, everything. The boy said, Mom, look at this dragon. See how big it is. It has destroyed the house. That's when the woman now shouted and said, Oh my God, where has this dragon been all along? And the moment they both were able to see the dragon and address the elephant in the room, literally, the dragon disappeared. That is the situation. I've not told the story the correct way. I can't remember the story, but I'll look for that story. But that's the situation the Nigerian people are going through. The dragon is in the room. We are here telling them, look at this dragon. It's growing big. Nigerian people say, no, they can't see anything. Mind your business. Overactive imagination. When you are talking, why are you talking? We are telling the obedience, look at this dragon. They say, no, there's no dragon here. These are the people that want the best for Nigeria. We tell the articulated, the dragon is eating more food and is getting bigger. They said, no, there's no dragon in the room. Eventually, the dragon that you feed will grow so big and you will not be able to contain it. But when we are all able to address the elephant in the room, when we all decide to look at the dragon and actually take care of the issue in the room, that is when we'll be liberated as Nigerian people. It's okay. It's good. For now, we want to keep deceiving ourselves like we don't see the problem, like we pretend like we don't know what's going on around us, just because we are looking for small adjust that will fall into our hand. We are hoping. Some people are hoping that maybe when their principal gets into power, they will give them one counselorship, they'll give them one thing, then they and their children will be able to travel abroad and have some good life. But they always forget. They think that money is the absolute thing. They think that money can save you. Money cannot wash the image that we have as Africans. I hope you know that the GDP of 3 states in the US is more than the GDP of the entire Nigeria, the entire Africa, not Nigeria, the entire Africa. The GDP of 3 US states is more than the GDP of the entire Africa. Nobody's saying anything about it. Our perception to the world is one that we should not be proud of. We cannot be proud of, because since the time of, and it's so shameful that the last time we had leaders that we could bank on as a people, in Africa, was in the 90s, in the 1900s, thereabout. Since we crossed into this 2000, we do not have any leader that we can see that we can bank on. And I'm not talking about one country, I'm talking about the full 54, 55 African countries. Is it not a shame that we cannot organize our society? When the white man came, they said it was the white man that was the problem. That the white man was the one that did not allow us to grow. The white man did this, the white man did that. The white man did this, the white man did that. He was here in front of you. You fought for independence. People came out, people who were conscious amongst us came out and led our fathers, our grandfathers and grandmothers to independence. They tried their best to restructure, to give us hope. These same evil bastard sons of Africa worked together with the imperialists to kill these people, to eradicate them. Then they entrenched themselves there, and they have continued to feed us to the dragon.
From the 21 local government areas of Kogi State gathered at the Muhammad.
And Nigerian people are pretending like they don't see it. Is it that Nigerian people enjoy begging? Is that the new deal? Is it fun to beg? Do you enjoy being dehumanized? Do you enjoy being worthless? Do you enjoy the fact that you wake up, your children have no access to quality education? Do you enjoy waking up in the heat every night because the national grid is always collapsing? Do you enjoy using 70% of your salary to look for food when Nigeria has the most arable crops, the most fertile soil in the world? Do you enjoy it that you cannot come out of your house without policemen, the same men that should be protecting your lives and property, harassing you and extorting you, Nigerians? Is that what you enjoy? Or you enjoy the fact that the air that you breathe in is basically filled with soot and smells that you cannot even take? What is wrong with us as a people? People have made the statement that it may seem as though the black man is cursed, but I know that is not true because I know my ancestry. I know the lineage I come from. I know that Africa was once a great civilization. I know that Africans were once great people. But what has happened to our minds? What has happened to us as a people? Why can't we not identify the evil within our midst and chase it out? You go to church to pray against the devil every day. The devil is right there in front of you. The devil is right there in front of you. The devil is your local government chairman that refuses to take up the situation in your local government. The devil is your governor that refuses to protect the lives and properties of people within the state. The devil is your president that is disbursing funds for the comfort of his elite political friends. The devil are the political class, the elites that choose to exploit you just because they want capital. The devil are those bloggers that twist the narrative and keep giving you fun instead of telling you the truth about the situation that's happening around you. The devil are those influencers that keep producing skits to make you laugh, even when there's literally knife in your throat, sawing in and sawing out. The devil are the same people that are supposed to protect your lives, but behind closed doors are sponsoring terrorism in order for you not to be able to sleep in your house so that they can come and take the natural resources of your land. That is the devil, my brothers and sisters. So you go to church to pray against them. But we are telling you that this is not even a matter of prayer, because everything you've gone to ask God for, God has given you. He has given you hand to raise up the placards. He has given you leg to walk to the barricades. He has given you mouth to scream at the top of your voice, calling these people out for what they are. And he has given you a heart to keep igniting that fire of liberation. Nigerians, this is not the time for you to fold your hands and pretend like the dragon is not in the room. This is the time for you to look the dragon in the face and chase him out. With koboko, with cane, with placards, with our voices, with our stones. But it can only be possible when we organize. Because time and time again in history, you've seen where one or two people or three people, come out and they say they are fighting for the people. But what happens when that one or two is made an example of? Everybody cowers. Because one or two or three people cannot fight for your liberation. Nobody can give you freedom. The last time we're able to achieve a step forward to our eternal liberation was when we all came together as a people. This was in the 1960s, between the 1950s and the 1960s. It's time for us to do it again, brothers and sisters. It's time for us to come together once again. It's time for us to understand that, look, we can actually do this. Nothing is stopping us. All it takes is for all of us to be on the same page. Liberate your mind. Liberate your mind. Wake up to the consciousness. There can be no individuality in this struggle. All workers must unite against the force of capitalism that wants to eradicate us from this world, against the force of imperialist racial white supremacy that wants to eradicate us from this world. That is the only way we can be liberated as a people. Taking the bull by the horn. And one thing I just want to add, my comrade.
Thank you very much. Taking the bull by the horn. Taking the bull by the horn. All right? And many Nigerians would have a different interpretation of taking the bull by the horn. And while some would have the perception of that, what it means is that they should confront what is responsible for their ordeal, what is causing epileptic power supply, or perhaps no power supply at all, what is making cost of food items to be more expensive, what is making education very poor and unaccessible, or even expensive, affordable, what is making healthcare unaccessible and not even qualitative. All right. I was on TikTok yesterday and I saw the experience of one woman that is now in the UK. She said, "How can you do CS for someone and you did not even want to?" Applying anesthesia was still very much difficult to do in an hospital. That she felt the pain, like the raw pain of without anesthesia. Just imagine you being cut with a blade without any form of anesthesia. That is the level of you know healthcare in Nigeria. That's how bad it is. And we have so many videos to show for it. But many people will say that, well, confronting those that are responsible for these lapses or perhaps this failure is what we need to do. And while some people will interpret it that, well, taking the bull by the horn will mean that we have to join these principalities and powers. We're taking the bull by the horn by joining them and try to rise through the ranks of the establishment principalities and powers in their shades, whether from the incumbent to the supposed opposition that is actually there are many of in many cases they are displaced members of the incumbent party, that it is a bull by the horn situation if they decide to join either of the parties that is actually led or perhaps saturated with the establishment politician, that it is a bold move to make, to be a part of them and try to rise through the ranks. And of course, that is how you get things done. You only get things done when you have power. If you have no power, you can't get things done. There's no way you can influence government policies without you being in power. And in the Nigerian situation, as far as Nigerian situation is concerned, if you cannot beat them, you join them. And if you are joining them, that is also taking the bull by the horn, because they are principalities and powers, and they can basically, for you not uh for you not being able to go strong and political wings, for you not to do whatever they have to do, they can end your life. So it's actually dangerous to even join them. But I am taking the bull by the horn by joining them. That is what some youth would say as a rebuttal. But what side do you belong, dear audience? What side do you belong? Do you
You
belong
know,
in the camp of the revolutionaries, or you belong in the camp of those that, if you cannot beat them, you join them situation? As you are looking at on the screen now, you are looking at youths in Kogi State, and they are having this particular rally. This is a rally that happened today. This is not a still news. This is a recent news. You can see them wearing the cap of Ododo and Tinubu 2027. And these are youths, according to them, they have bought the presidential nomination form. Let me say it very, very slowly. Presidential nomination form for Tinubu ahead of 2027 election. They bought that form for 100 million naira. And you can see how plenty they are. You can see how plenty that they are. Hey, so plenty, you can see the crowd. You can see men, women, you can see youths, all right, gathering together to take the bull by the horn by supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right? In their view, this is courage. This is courageous to stand in the sun. Um, can everybody hear me? Saying as
Yes,
well, I'm
yes.
losing connection. So, as far as they are concerned, this is actually courageous to stand in the hot sun and to basically make a bold move to actually be part of the system to solve the system from the inside. While some would say it's high time for us to jettison and of course dismantle an oppressive system. The question is, what side do you belong? And of course, Comrade Adege, you want to say something about you want to double down, really,
Yes, I have to
on
double down because I don't want people to get confused about what side we belong to, first of all. We belong on the side that says no, taking the bull by the horn is addressing the elephant in the room, which is what we're already doing. I've identified that there's a problem. We're not just like saying, oh,
you
there's
don't
something wrong with
you don't
Nigeria.
want to become the friend of the dragon as a
No,
form
I
of
can't.
solution.
I
We
cannot.
want
I
to
can't
take
afford
out
that.
the dragon, really.
Yes, we have to. We have to. Because there's no two way about it. There's no other option.
But many
Because
Nigerians are
anyway,
saying that, well, in that kind of scenario, the bold thing to do is to wisely use wisdom to, turn
I
the
got it.
dragon to their pets.
If you've watched,
Basically, feed the
if you've
dragon
watched
and
any film,
hoping that when they feed the dragon will somehow become domesticated and be less dangerous.
I got ready. If you watch any film, in fact, let me tell you another thing. There was a woman who bought a snake as a pet. She's had the snake for a long time, and she's been feeding the snake and feeding the snake and feeding the snake. And the snake, after a while, she noticed that the snake was doing something interesting. It would just come and lie down beside her, and stretch right beside her from head to toe when she's sleeping at night. So he was doing that continually for a couple of days. And she went to the veterinary doctor to tell the doctor that, look, oh, this is my snake. Every time I'm sleeping at night, he just come lie down beside me. He doesn't usually do that. What's wrong? The doctor told her the snake is sizing you up because he wants to
Mm,
eat you.
mm,
The woman said, but I've been treating this snake so well, so lovely. I've been feeding him. He has a nice house. The man told her, the snake will never look at you like a friend. This snake, right from when he was a baby, has been looking at you like food.
mm,
It is now just around the age where it can finally eat that food that he has been looking at. And that is the same situation here. Look, capitalism will never look at you as a friend. If you think I'm joking, ask MK Abiola. If you think I'm joking, ask Malami. If you think
mm,
I'm joking, ask Chimamanda Ngozi. Ask Anthony Joshua. Ask this Emefiele. Your oppressor can never look at you as a friend because it is in his interest that you are exploited. In fact, it is in his best interest to maintain your exploitation. He is not just your ideological enemy, he is also your natural enemy. So, Nigerians, you can't be wise. You cannot be don't overestimate yourself thinking that you want to make a snake a pet. It will never look at you as a pet. It will always look at you as food. That's
mm,
what I have to tell my Nigerian brothers and sisters.
mm. So in essence, to as many APC youths that we are looking at on the screen right now, who really believe that, well, the best strategy to use in this scenario, a dragon in the room scenario, is to domesticate or try to feed and bow down in reference of the dragon. All right, that as a result of bowing down as to the dragon will somehow have a soft heart and say, well, because you have bowed down, I am not going to be dangerous. I am not going to. I am. In fact, I will turn vegetarian. I'm not going to be a carnivore any longer. So I think that is what can be interpreted with what these APC youths in their thousands gathered together today to reference. And I believe this should be an absolute infringement, quite seriously, to the election rules, because this is campaigning before campaign is declared. But if it is a younger or particularly less popular party that is doing this now, DSS will have barricaded that particular event center, and they will have arrested, the leaders of this rally. But because it's APC doing it, the rule does not apply to them. You will not see DSS harassing anybody. In fact, if it's a lesser party or perhaps a party that is just building momentum to be known for the Nigerians to see them as alternative parties like AAC that holds programs like this with this much people, they may arrest they may arrest the organizers and say that people are too much there, that it poses health risk to the general public. They may even arrest them for shouting because noise pollution. They will now begin to whip out all of the laws that will negate that gathering. But here you have these Kogi youths already campaigning even before the INEC declares the floor open for campaigning. And of course, they have also gathered together in their thousands, right? Well, you be the judge, dear audience. And we have over 200 people joining this broadcast today. And of course, never again would you complain that you have no wholesome content to mount on. Never again, to be precise, 210. Never again would you say that, well, we don't have any other place to go. That is why we are going to their propaganda, spaces or perhaps forum. There you have it, and we'll be up and running every day. Most likely, because the reason why we are doing this persistently is logical. If you look around, in fact, if we decide to end this live stream now, all right, the propaganda machines, all right, they are still up and running. They will most likely even run it overnight. They call it marathon marathon space.
My comrade, they have been up and running since yesterday. I was shocked.
Yeah, they do shifts now. The host will go to sleep, the co-host will take over, and will take over. Not like us, if you say, if me now decide to say I want to, everybody just be calling me say, where have you been? Where have you been?" No, because we are not propaganda machines, all right. People have jobs, they have day jobs that they have to go to. And if they don't have day jobs, they have other important matters that they need to survive. But it seems as though the lives of these ones depend on pushing propaganda. And of course, we can say quite proudly now that we have devised a means of basically getting our voices heard. Gone are the days that will be on a space and will just be just a few of us. As a result of this visual live stream platform, we are reaching many people far beyond what we used to reach when we were having just an audio engagement. So we'll keep devising and inventing. We are ingenious people, right? And the whole idea is to bring about um, the right kind of perspective to the Nigerian people. And of course, we are just starting. A point will come where we'll also be doing marathons like this, right? Circumstances surrounding my apartment and all of these things they're not allowing me to do that. Even this one where they do, you'll be hearing noises of kids and neighbors in the background. But we'll get better and better as we move along. All right. And thank you to all that have tuned in today. And of course, we have done justice to the topic, and it's recorded. It's not just a live broadcast. It is recorded on Civic Space channel on YouTube. You can go check it out, and of course, do not forget to subscribe on Civic Space Civic Space channel on YouTube. Civic Space channel, one word on YouTube. You get to our page and you'll be able to subscribe. Do not forget to also follow us on Liberation Chats on X. These are the two media that we are using right now. Please follow us so that at least to send a message to um, the algorithm that you love what you are seeing. And if you love what you are looking at, or perhaps you enjoy the content and you have not followed us, then that is not good enough. All right. And for you, I think we don't have to prostrate before and it's also free for you to follow, subscribe. It's free. You don't have to pay a penny. That is the least you can do to support a content that you love. And of course, we'll bring this sort of content to you every day. It is 7 minutes to the top of the hour of 12 a.m. from my side of things. 7 minutes to the top of the hour of 12 noon. So we will meet again tomorrow, 6 p.m. West African time. And of course, we'll be bringing you um, prime time news. And of course, we'll be exposing, we'll be making expose of recent developments that basically highlights the reality of the Nigerian situation. And we'll be using it to basically bring home the need for the Nigerian people to make a decision. And of course, that decision have to be made in their best interest. Of course, they also have the choice to remain stagnant, to remain conquered. They have the choice to remain overpowered and ambushed. The Nigerian people have a choice to remain the subject of oppression or perhaps emancipate themselves. And we'll also keep reminding Nigerian people these options. It's not as though they don't have an option because that is always the argument of many Nigerians. They say we have no choice. We have no choice. They are more powerful than us. The politicians are too powerful. But well, you have met a platform that has informed you that indeed you are not powerless. And of course, the power of the people is greater than the people in power. That is very, very logical. The number of people oppressing Nigerians are microscopically fewer than the number of those that have been oppressed. And if those that have been oppressed decides to say enough is enough, to shut down the system and say we do not want you anymore, we want to forcefully retire you politically, that if the Nigerian people take a decision that we want to forcefully retire every politician that is currently, that has led in any capacity in this country. If that is their decision, nobody is going to stop them. If the people, and of course, we can confirm that this is indeed the private fantasy of many Nigerians, of millions of Nigerians. Okay, does anybody disagree with me in the comments in the within our panel for today? Is it actually true what I am
I
saying,
what?
that this is the private fantasy of that they are saying it in their private conversation that all of these politicians, they are thieves, they are thieves, they are thieves. But if they are
This
saying
is
it in private and they cannot really, put
no.
actions
You,
towards,
you see,
then
this that is the
it's concerning.
perpetual that is the in fact. So to be honest, when Nigerians say, "Oh, these guys are thieves," I don't know if they are really saying it out of anger or if they are saying it out of admiration. Because I'm beginning to feel like Nigerians have admired the thieves. And that's what I'm beginning to feel like. They admire these people because they do say it, they know it, they all know it. There's no Nigerian you talk to in the country today that you ask about Nigeria that doesn't know that the political class are thieves. They're all aware, they all know it. But there's something fundamentally wrong with their minds. They cannot say it. I told you before that we are an aberration, we are a taboo to them. We exist, our existence is a problem to them. Like, why the hell are you guys even here? Why are you saying the truth? That's how they feel. Like, do you think we don't know these things? Why do you think now only you know? That's why whenever you go, you hear them say, we have done this before. We know, don't tell us. And you are right. They always say you are right. I've never spoken to people, including obedient, articulated, noble people, and they would not say, yes, you are correct. However, after they say that yes, the next thing you hear is but. You now start hearing statements like, let us have the last dance. As if Nigerians have everlasting life. You start hearing statements like, but what can we do? It's the government. You start hearing statements like, they have all the power. You start hearing statements like, Nigerians are the problem. They blame it on the people. So you see, these people know. They all say it in their private rooms. But they also want to be part of the theft. Because in the subconscious, and even in the conscious mind of a lot of Nigerian people, we don't want Nigerians to have, we want to be the ones to have, so that other people can look at us as the haves, and then so that we can bless them. We have internalized God mode. We want to be the blessings to other people. We don't want Nigerians to, we don't want it to be equal. We don't want everybody to have their own. We want to be the ones to say, take, I dash you. And you know why you want to be the one to do that? So that you can control them. We love control. We want to be able to have control over the masses of the people so that we can do anything we want to do without questioning. That's how bad and that's how dead our moral compass has gotten to us as Nigerian people. A country where mothers will literally take their sons to go and get them into internet fraud deliberately. Like, they will literally tell them, they say, teach my son fraud. They will literally give their daughters to old men to marry just because they want money. So now the thing is, it doesn't matter what money costs. There's no cost for money. Everything is expendable when it comes to money. Children can die when it comes to money. Villages can be set on fire when it comes to money. Futures of unborn kids can be truncated when it comes to money. The natural resources can be expended when it comes to money. As long as we have money, anything goes. Anything goes. We have sold our soul to capital. The interest of capital and capital itself are superimposed over the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people are just basically, how do you describe them? They're just basically workers in a plantation. They're just basically working to extract the resources. Nothing goes to you as a Nigerian. Look at these people. Look at youths. Look at youths. 2027 coming together and there are hundreds to come and shout Ododo and Tinubu. For what reason? Look at that young lady. Just sell your soul. No cost. Just pay me. I'll sell my soul. It's a shame. Today is what, Monday? By Friday, some of these people will go to mosque. And by Sunday, some of these people go to church. If only God used to punish sinners the way they talk about. Many of these people will be dead by now. Many of these our politicians will be dead by now. If only Allah really used to punish sinners the way they talk about. Unfortunately, many of they just take advantage of the religion. Take advantage of the religion. Sell the youth out. These are people who their lives are not. All these people are gathered here hoping. The people on the stage are there, hoping that when Ododo gets into power, they will get their own cut. The people in the crowd are hoping that before the end of this event finish, 5K go enter my hand. I go use and take buy water. Make I survive for the day. Many of them don't even know who Ododo is. They're just there hoping. Make 1K, make 2K enter my hand, if at all. It's a shame. It's a shame that this is what Nigerian youths have been reduced to. People that should constitute the workforce of the country. People that should be working in establishments, in organizations, in factories, teaching in schools, having their own businesses, their own houses. People that should be in the hospitals working. People that should be in the oil factories, refining our crude. People that should be in our banks, ensuring that our financial institutions are running. People that should be ensuring that our health sovereignty is standing. Look at them gathered today. For what reason? Sellouts, even the one on a wheelchair. So you see, greed does not discriminate. It does not discriminate. It's a shame. Now, this is the situation we find ourselves in. We have 200 and something people watching this. I've been looking, hoping that most people would have retweeted this, at least liked it, retweeted, retweet, share, so other Nigerians can see. Are you scared to fight for your future? Are you scared to fight for your future? You're watching this thing. Share it and relike. I see on Twitter we have only 9 retweets and 7 likes. You don't want people to know that you want a better future. Is that it? You don't want people to know that you want better for yourself. Isn't that a thing of shame to say that no, I want to be free? Is it a thing of shame? This message should be reaching millions of Nigerians, hundreds of millions of Nigerians, changing their mindset, bringing the truth to their faces. But no, we choose not to. Because we still feel we can survive. We go manage. You are one situation away from Nigeria happening to you, brothers and sisters. One. And it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't discriminate by tribe. Because in the same December, I believe it was in the same December, a Yoruba man, Anthony Joshua, almost lost his life. He was this close to losing his life. In the same December, Chimamanda Ngozi almost lost lost her daughter, child. In the same December. 2 different people, different tribe, both very wealthy, both very popular, home and abroad. Nigeria happened to be. So please, Nigerians, let's get serious with our lives. I know this is another generation. The generations past have failed. They still have time to, help them to, bring back their names. They can still be a part of the revolution. We need the revolution. We're not discriminating. Anybody can be part of it, right? But we, the youths, this is our time to speak up. We cannot allow them to take our future the way they have taken the future of our parents. We can't allow these people to ruin our future. They ruin the future of our parents, ruin the future of our grandparents. It's our turn now. Some of us no go gree. No go gree. Our futures cannot be ruined in this country, and our children will have a bright future in this country called Nigeria. And we will not relent until we make it happen. We will not back down until it happens. In fact, we are doubling down. There are plans being made, structures being put together. This message will reach millions of Nigerians. Nigerians will accept this message and we will take the bull by the horn. We will engage the system and we will ensure that the dictatorship of the people is entrenched. That liberation is brought to Nigeria. Not just freedom, but justice. We are coming. Whether you want now or whether you don't want, whether you agree now, it is going to happen. It is inevitable. This is just the beginning. That's all I have to say to Nigerians.
Hmm, interesting. This is just the beginning. What you are looking at on your screen is the hunger protest that took place in Abuja in 2024. And of course, many people will use this as excuse that we don't protest before. Wetin can happen? Protest before now. Still yet things remain like this. I was part of this protest. All right. And that would not stop me, all right, from participating in another one tomorrow. If another one happens tomorrow. My ancestors would say Tiyeshimba Dani Atungbuni. That is, if you are to ride a horse from point A to point B, from one town to the other, a very, you know, reasonable distance, and you needed the horse to go from A to B, and somehow, the horse just falls you, and you meet yourself on the floor while you are riding the horse. You may need to climb the horse again to get to where you're going to. All right. If it is protest that we have tried before, think what needs to be done. And to the horse riding scenario that I just painted, anyone who has ridden the horse before and falls down should know that when you want to ride the horse again, you have to take extra care. And of course, you've got to be extra cautious, and of course, you have to be extra practical. So this time around, many Nigerians, many revolutionaries are prescribing that it should not just be protest, it should be a revolution. Like what you are looking at on the screen in a very huge magnitude, like times 10 of this magnitude. And of course, that should be enough to overwhelm the system and bring about the kind of revolutionary leadership that is needed to address the ordeal of the people. And of course, that will be how we're going to draw the curtain today. Do you disagree with us? Feel free to use the comment section, and of course, you can get yourself all the material that is needed. Get prepared tomorrow to join us in the studio here. We will provide you with the enablement, we will provide you with the time to express yourself. This is not a platform where it is just meant for a selected few, or perhaps an echo chamber situation that only the voices of a certain people or certain group of people are heard. This is a global platform. It's a platform of the people, meant for the African people, meant for Nigerians who are victims of being silenced by other media platforms, or perhaps you know when you have a situation whereby what is happening is not showcased in mainstream media, just because the mainstream media are afraid of the establishment, and they have a lot of things to do. They have a lot to lose, all right, by showcasing the reality of the Nigerian people, or perhaps hosting something like this where there's variety and of course there's prescription of solution to a problem. That will be all for now. And of course, we have passed the 6 hour mark. This is 6 hours, 12 minutes that we have been here discussing. And of course, we have had a very robust discussion. And of course, even if we are to have 10 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours of this live stream, it all have to boil down to one thing, that well, we will have to take a recess, we will have to take a rest, and of course, the content has to be rich enough for consumption, wholesome enough to be consumed, and to be nourished, by the arts of honest hearted people. So we want to keep it um, as very reasonably, um, you know, qualitative as possible. And of course, 6 hours is quite a great deal. So, and of course, it's 12 minutes don't pass the hour of 12 a.m. from my side of things. It's been nice having a conversation with you, Adege, and of course, Swas, Shewa Ilara, the African Wahala, Godwin Saints, Engineer Sani, many speakers that came to grace today's broadcast. and have come to express themselves and profile solution and of course outline all of the issues. We salute you very much indeed. Thank you so much for your consistency, and Nigerian people need it at this very critical time. We'll meet again tomorrow to proceed, and of course, I think there is a comment. Let me just see if I can read the comment. Thank you so much, the African Wahala. Thank you so very much indeed. Thanks for your support as always. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same um, platform to continue our conscious deliberation. Bye bye.